Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Welcome to our last day in this LWC Pubg Battlegrounds. You know what? Today, it is do or die, guys.
That's right, 16 teams will battle tooth and nail to secure a spot in the grand finals today, whilst 8 will have to sit on the sidelines, watch and wait. It is a brutal reality watching the leaderboard slowly climb and potentially surpass you.
Yeah, but like we saw yesterday, like any team can just pull off a big games and instantly locked in their spots into the finals. So nothing is really over and no one is truly safe.
Words couldn't be truer there, Luti. And so, coming to you live from the Gdynia City grid in the Port de Versailles in the heart of Paris. Make some noise for your teams as they fight to secure a spot in the grand finals one last time, starting with 17 Gaming.
Navy!
Pubg. I love you.
R8 Esports.
T1!
Four Angry Men.
Cam Esports!
DK Esports.
Genji Esports!
JD Gaming.
The Vicious Esports!
Team Nemesis.
Sharper Esports!
Team Liquid.
Myth!
Your reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
And finally, your defending champions of LWC, Twisted Mind! This is it. Our teams are locked in and ready to fight for 6 more games of group stage, while the A team of Group A just waiting and discover the destiny.
That's right. We don't have to emphasize the importance of the next 6 maps. Our players know exactly what to do. They have been here before. Thousands of hours played, no stone left unturned, and the best teams in the world ready to go toe-to-toe. So it is time to close out the group stage of PUBG Battlegrounds at the Esports World Cup.
Group B, I'm going to go with Twisted Minds as our biggest rival.
Probably say 17. They've been the most consistent team. Navi's also been very good.
워낙 좋은 퍼포먼스를 많이 보여주는 좀 슈퍼스타 선수들이 많아서 미스가 가장 라이벌이라고 생각합니다.
Blue zone behind him. No options, no cover. Gets the headshot. It's dicey between the two. Peeking back and forth.
虽然说 Tasteman 呢是上届 EWC 的冠军，但是我们面对他们，我们还是很有信心的。我们队伍不惧怕任何队，我们遇到了之后都会全力以赴。
I don't want to fight Navi because they got Hackatory. That guy's built different. He's very scary, very good at the game.
There's no one that I'm scared of or like don't want to fight, you know? We're them. We're gonna win. We're the best.
这个小组也没有我们想打队伍，因为这个小组比较均衡。
Honestly, it doesn't matter for us. We're just ready to fight everyone.
Welcome everybody to the final day of group stages. There are some teams that have a lot left on the line to fight for, but they also have to get by Myth, where we are going to write the next chapter in what has already been an impressive 2026 for that squad.
Yeah, for sure. And again, my big question here, are they going to absolutely send it, break last year's record, go for that triple digits, take all the points away, soak up everything that is possible, and make it even harder for the other teams trying to get into that big final? Of course, we're going to be sending 8 teams home. We're going to be crushing 8 teams' dreams today here. And yeah, sure, some teams are not playing. I think right now you could say Petrograd is definitely not making it. Tyloo with 43 points is not making it. But Supers with 53, I think, unfortunately, they're not making it. I think the cutoff is going to be around that 55-point mark.
It's going to be the question all day long, and it's really going to depend on those teams that have already seen great success, like Myth, like, Twisted Minds. Falcons, who kind of showed up yesterday, like Liquid, who had a very impressive day one. So it really so much kind of leaning on the results of this first map. Will those teams that have already found success continue to find success here in day number 3? But we are in the plane. We are ready to go, and we are starting things off on Erangel.
Yep, we're going to have 2 Erangels today, 2 Tagos, 1 Rondo, and 1 Miramar. And yeah, that's the teams that's coming in. Very impressed with, of course, Twisted Minds and Made in Thailand. That's already above that threshold, far and beyond. And yeah, they can come out and farm a lot here. And the big name coming back for Lou for Twisted Minds, even though the Tab had an amazing performance in their day, he's going to be coming back, and that's a big name to put in the server.
Never forget the Tab double kill through the smokes. He's going to put that on his already impressive highlight reel of times where he's unfortunately had to fill in for one of his teammates, but they are banging on all cylinders to start things off here today, and that is terrifying news for everybody left in the lobby. You see all the faces of all the players, a lot of stress on some of those players, but some of those faces looking a little bit more calm. We'll see how it plays out here now that the plane is in the air. The drops are coming through, and we'll see if anybody drops close to each other. They've managed to avoid it for the most part these first 2 days, any early game shenanigans.
Yeah, Severny and Novo here, plane path from the north to the southeast. A little bit difficult for some of the teams to get to the western side. Fairpier's long stretch. Teams are going to be having to go close for that, so let's see what ends up happening here. There might be some contests for cars and so forth, so it's going to be definitely interesting. And also with the circle, like the plane path with like this here, we could end up getting some crazy circles, either all the way up north or southeast with like a 50-50 circle. At least that's what the tendencies has been with these plane paths here, Poro.
Feels like we managed to duck Military Island for the most part.
You say so.
So far, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. But oh, there you go, hard north. As you said, another hard shift coming in once again. Well, Gen G right there on the south side playing around Razak, and we did get a chance to sit down and speak with Soul about his tournament so far.
저희는 에란겔에서 그룹마다 좀 다르게 떨어지는데 뭐 그 이유는 일단 파이널에 올라가기 위해서고 저희가 하는 모든 행동 하나하나는 우승을 위해서라고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
They are on the clock here, Poro, for sure. 26 points so far, and with a roster like this, with names like this, PGC champs in the roster here, they should definitely be making waves. And today, uncontested on the drops. They are looking good. Rorschach is a strong start here for them. It's a top 3 prior getting into the circle. You can already see D moving in there. Daniel has been having some great impact actually for the team. Quite surprised with how much he's been able to lift for it, and now already being that front scout, trying to see out and get the information that's so crucial in a rough circle like this where you're already counting out about 40% of the playable space. And it's going to be such a high priority. And also, when you look over to the other sides of, a Nemesis that's already in the Severny, they're already locking down some of these high priority spots. And Lou, he is back. He has been flown in and arrived today here just to be ready and saying like, oh gosh, you already made it. 69 points, nice. But let's see how far we can take this. This is the absolute best practice you can get for a player like Lou. I saw he was grinding rag with some of the guys across all the hubs in the community, so that's been amazing. And I'm sure he's going to be absolutely ready for this.
He did get in a little bit late last night, but should be nice and warmed up. You saw he already took a couple of shots there at Gen G as they made their way across the river, so a little bit of damage already been collected here by Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. The story this year so far has been 4 a.m. and T1. They just cannot seem to avoid each other. Well, at least to start things off here today, 4 a.m. has one Yesnaya, and T1 has been relegated down to Fairy Pier, but should be okay for them.
I honestly regard Fairy Pier as a pretty high drop. Sure, Yesnaya is also great. Go for that loot there, but especially with the amount of military zones we've seen throughout, and also the Primors, the Fairy Pier, the amount of water we've seen, it's a strong drop. Let's see how far they take. And also, I'm super excited to see them back against each other in the lobby here. They always make the games extremely exciting. Sharper has locked down some of the higher spots of the high ground here. Jedi already peacocking just a little bit as Spaceman is rotating around to get some information, see if there's open possibilities and open compounds that they can lock in. He's not getting any shots coming in from the junkyard, so they're going to be able to take that. That's a great spot in this circle here, Poro.
As we see all of our teams kind of making their way through. Yeah, Geek getting a little bit close to R8. It's been a slow start, to say the least, here for R8. And yeah, Geek, they decided they want a piece of this. They're going to find Teddy. So Sungjang will get his first knock of the day, and Park Pro will do him the honor of flushing him out. So now Geek knows that R8 is over here. Empty, you better have a great path planned ahead of you to escape this.
They had 10 points in their first 6 games here. Now they start their second day like this here. It's not looking good. They need a record-breaking day here. And as I talked to Lace about here, it's my book, man. I already count them out. Like, it's going to be too difficult. There's too many good teams in this lobby here. And now with 4 a.m. having locked down multiple spots, Lou has the information already.
To je dobro, da nisi rekao, džabe sam pričao.
Also aware of some of the locations.
GG Kleineman.
You can see Lou already with the comms.
A me čuješ na Discord?
Shots coming in multiple sides here. Damage done.
Ne znam, ovo B samo random isključen.
But it's returned immediately to the headshot.
Izbaci ga iz Sorso.
That's what you always got to be worried about, right? These guys can actually shoot very well, so you don't have a whole lot of time to just sit around and ADS taking shots. So Lou will heal up and escape back to the rest of the boys. It looks like Twisted Minds just currently hovering around on the south side of this zone. We saw them running into a couple of teams over by that Razak bridge, but now they've got it pretty much clear to themselves as we check in with JDG.
And JDG right now 34 points, as you see on the leaderboard here. And that's currently just outside that cutoff. And with Falcons in 15th and them in 16th. Petrograd is that 16th team. And I would say maybe even now, already in this game, they're going to be out here. It's such a low threshold to having be playing 12 games. And with former PGC winners on that roster, that's just so unfortunate. I don't know if it's the demise of missing out on having a player like Ike left on the team, or them not being prepared. You saw in the interview with him, they were absolutely not worried about fighting anyone. Not had the chance to do much of that so far. And now Myth coming in, and that's a team you want to avoid. Thunders finds Parkrow here as Sharpers gets involved with Geeke.
Geeke, we saw them run into R8 a little bit earlier, but Sharper proven to be a little bit of a tougher opponent as Tanawat will continue to make his way around. Yeah, secure that point. 2 now collected for Sharper as Thunders will have to retreat. Getting sprayed down here by the remaining angry members of Geeke. But Geeke now having to play that forward as a duo.
It's a bit unfortunate, yeah, for sure, especially it's not a high prior position with the current first zone. How sure you can hide your cars a little, but it's more of a waiting spot more than anything. And that shelf just above them. Sure, they're going to have enough meds with that. station. But sure, I don't think you really see them unless the circle moves away from
Ne
them.
znam
They're
zašto,
going to be
brate.
able to
Kupio
take the
mikrofon,
compound where
jako
R8 is at for the recalls. I don't really see them getting them two back. So let's see what happens now on screen with 17. Yesterday, in my book, 23 points. Having that central drop spots is just not good enough for a team of this caliber here, Paro.
No, very high expectations been placed on this squad, and deservedly so. I mean, they are a PGS winner so far this year, and it has just been a slow start. 23 points, as you said, but this is, again, one of those teams that has that reputation that if they get things going their way, they can put up an incredible amount of points. I wouldn't be surprised to see them put myth levels of points up in one day should they get the ball rolling.
Ne znam, valjda je dobro.
It's going to all depend on this first game here. See if they can start finding their way. Check in with Gam on that northern coast, pulling in on that western side of a very wide split Team Liquid right now. We'll see what Party Cardi decides to do as he sees this approaching squad.
With the red zone here, it actually dropped dead center onto Elo's location here. They're going to lock down that compound just above that ridge west of Servenary. It's actually a really strong spot. It's very breachable when the team's coming in.
Vidjet ćemo ko će proći, baš me zanima.
Phase 2 spot for location. That is massive. I wonder if they're going to stay with the 2-2 split or they're going to try to link back up as a 4.
Za Liquid.
And also a very another hard.
Ali Liquid je već na 47, brate. Ja mislim da kogod je preko 40 da je prošao ili je gotov da prođe.
And Gam taking over that cliffside now means that entryways will be limited, as we see still 61 left alive, 6 teams up.
Mislim da su problemu ovi ispod po 20 što imaju.
The scary thing is, alongside that, you have like 2, 3, 4 teams that's basically already qualified or close enough to doing so.
Yes, sir.
And then they can start playing around it and be extremely.
Pa neko će proći, brate, jer imaš ovih od juče koji su ovi 9, 10, 11, 12 su juče igrali. Ne, 10 danas igrali.
And R8 is losing players here. That's unfortunate, but they did get the rest off, and GK did backfill that position as I was talking about before. Might be able to rest as well, so that's huge for GK. As Falcons continue the slaughter fest that they had yesterday from that last game on Erangel.
Yeah, this is nice here for Falcons, just kind of playing in from the edges. Managed to catch that 1 point off of R8. As you said, GK able to get those blue chips. They're going to get their players back, but man, even when you get them back, where do you go? There's just everything is occupied right now, so they'll maybe at least be able to throw them a gun here or there to play around, but it's going to be dicey for sure as we see Sharper now pulling up into that bunker location. We'll be able to retreat, get that res off. The Nemesis has eyes on. This is really just trading shots on the northern side of shooting range here. Sharper finding some success, but they do have to stop down and get that res onto Zapalui.
And delays just a little bit. Jedi being out already. 2 kills. It's looking good to stack that up from the beginning here. You just need a high average. You just need to avoid those, 0 and 1 point games.
Feels really early to be right here, doesn't it? But I mean, I guess when you have the pickaxe, and you can create that.
For sure. I'll say this though. Again, we're eliminating so much base as you talked about. Now though, we have to talk about this. Falcons pulling up onto GK. They saw that they were having a rest here, so a count going out, and that might be massive. I don't think they're even going to get the guys back from that recall.
Might not. Songjang, the last player left alive, he will at least have time to heal. He is going to spot out Tiggleton. Won't be able to go for the flush. He will. That's going to be Falcons losing one early. Shrimzy just not getting the angle in time to prevent that flush. We'll see if Falcons can get rid of this player. Songjang, obviously a hero in the scene. He will go down, and he got it. He stayed alive in time. That is great work from Songjang.
Now Pubg Pro and EJ, they're just going to be birds in the sky. They're going to have to survive, have to try to rat out Chan though. Finds 2 from Vicious. Simon and Tygan goes down here.
Vicious su na 45 poena sad svi.
The circle going south is just a perfect southern shift for everyone to still be inside their locations. Only Gam is going to have to reposition Falcons as well. And for the teams coming in on the southern side, they're going to just have to slide.
Teško će Nemesis proći, pa Mare imaju centar zone, brate. Ovo je bukvalno popcorn game za njih.
unfortunately, that Waves spot
Na njima je da ne
is
prođe.
playing in has been very dangerous to try to go to early, just because of how it plays out. But oh my goodness,
Evo Esto solo, viš.
Gonna be sniping, but yeah, the fact that with the destructible terrain now has made it so that 17 can kind of dig in there a little bit more than you used to be able to, and they're able to defend themselves and stay alive as 4. We'll see if that plays out for them a little bit later in the game as the circle has popped. It's going to square up right on top of shooting range. Nemesis really kind of on the clock here.
Nemesis.
Yeah, they need to show up, and this is a home serve circle. This is their chance to put points on the board. Sure, they're central, but defending shooting range is an absolutely insane task to have ahead of them here.
You've got a couple more revive stations being popped off. It looks like Falcons will get one of their boys back, and R8 going to be doing the same as Gustav has been kind of hovering around on this other side of the circle looking for a place to come in. But Falcons will get their man back, and we'll see where they go from there. Empty gets spotted out by Gustav, and really it's just kind of the edges of people playing around this periphery of shooting range, the high ground, the low ground, everybody very, very close to each other. Still 54 left alive.
You saw in the arena, we also have some of the GAM Expendables fans in there, and there for sure with this Western ship's going to be easy. No, shots coming in on R8. Empty absolutely pull up from Shrimsy. More points come the way of Falcons. They saw this as an easy target on their way and on their transition on the way into the circle here. Now they're considering how we're going to approach this. Can we take some of the lower ground? Can we take some of the higher ground? We've seen them before be able to play some of these edges quite well with getting kills, and 4 points already. That's a decent average here. If they could just continue that for the rest of the day, they're absolutely fine.
Yeah, just do that. It's easy. Why not? No, but Falcons, I mean, Erangel has been a nice little spot for them after what was an amazing salvage game yesterday. We'll see if they can find some more success here as we see 17 working their way up to the wall. Nemesis just playing it slow, playing it quiet, and letting them get a little bit closer as it looks like everybody's kind of found a foothold. I see one person on a mortar, and that's going to be Team Liquid. We'll see who they're aiming at.
With this next circle pop, it really decides a lot, and that's a southwestern hardship.
Navi T1.
T1 has already set up so much space just ahead of this, and look at the amount of teams that's inside shooting range. There's going to be so many fights coming from that northern side here.
JDG
moving in as well. Twisted Minds are pulling up. Vicious out in 16th place here. That's so much damage being done from multiple sides.
A gdje će ti ultovanje, Mumiš?
A little bit rough for them.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get
Okay,
I think, now Perfectus has gone down. A good grenade from December 12th will get him low, and now the man who just arrived last night, Lou, is the only player left alive for Twisted Minds, but JDG not freely allowed to continue raining utility down, so you're getting shot off, but now Nemesis looks like they have spotted out something here. They're just going to spam the smokes with grenades, but maybe a res coming in here on Perfectix.
Falcons managed to just...
That's not where boats go.
Falcons managed to just send it all the way through here. As we see GAM approaching 17 Gaming. Winbo is that front point.
GAM
man.
Devet.
There's a car there. That's a quite obvious easy nade to be thrown in his direction. They're trying to get them information here. The double nade towards Shawu does not connect.
Yeah, they're going long with the utility, so if they didn't spot the car out either, that
Kako se ovaj game zvao ranije, brat?
very
quiet
right now.
Expendables. Ali zovu se, gledao sam njih na Twitteru juče. To je neki partnership. I dalje su oni pod Expendablesom, samo se Expendables sad zove nekog partnerstva. Taj game Esports.
As you said, they're just fancy foot dancing around. There you go. The grenade from Wimbo will be perfect. Gets the knock on a Clories. Almost takes down Tanvu as well. Another one will follow, and he's going to find Tanvu that time. Duck juice now. Smokes. See if they're able to reset this fight, but I don't know if Wimbo's going to let him.
Logos pushing in. Oh my God, it's a huge third-party opportunity for so many teams, but 17 is making all the work here. Chan finds him. That is GAM Esports out.
Super well played there from 17. 7 kills now for them, and Team Liquid is trying to hold off Gen G's push. They do get a couple of knocks to start things off, but a good grenade from Salute will find Luke 12. It's down to just Alo and Cowboy as Salute and Soul will push in Trying to find some heads peeking. He's not going to find him in time. Team Liquid will wipe out Gen.G.
Extremely well executed here for Team Liquid. And they have said if we have a good game one, we might be making moves here in the next one. And it's a pull-up from RA. Teddy's coming in here. Cowboy's active. M249, he jumps in. Teddy gets Cowboy. Huge play here from him. Aimbot finds Halo. Now it's just down to Pretty Curdy.
And RA, this is about their third revive at this point. Empty just hit the ground.
Melman 3 knockouts.
Now knocked once again as Pretty Curdy finds himself the last remaining player for Team Liquid. Hitting all those crates, see if he's got any more utility, but you see the shots coming in from range, but nice, Aimbot will take him down, and R8 just refused to die.
We might have to call them recall 8, the amount of times they've been called back into this game here, multiple. And that's them being able to survive. It's just insane. Now shots coming in here sharper as well. They need these points here. They need to extend and put on points with the board here. 31 points, 19th place for. That's going to be rough considering how far this next circle shifted, and all the teams in the northern side are going to have to fight for just the little space that's left alive.
Yeah, they do have a lot of work to do, but as you mentioned, the circle cutting south once again. So let's not forget about Navi and T1, who had great positions on that hillside, have not seen anybody. Nobody has managed to wrap so far as to get into their area of control.
Right.
Falcons, meanwhile, they've sent it towards the center. They find a great center position, so they're just vibing right now for the foreseeable future as everybody is fighting their way out of shooting range. JDG, grenades will be thrown over there, but they're not going to find the mark.
Shen takes so much damage. 9 HP, Spaceman's been found as well.
Nema šta jedu pomagali, onda loše igre. Ba ne igraju oni loše, igra on loše. Ali i dalje to okej igraš, brat. Sa ta 3 igrača, Manga bi igrao dobro.
17's been doing so much work from these fields. They managed to find yet another team flush, up to 9 kills, and now their attention is fully on Nemesis. But you see the third-party shots from T1 causing 17 problems. Melman will throw the pool guys, don't look at explosions, grenade, fade away, run back, play the wall. They do know that they have to keep an eye on that wall down from R8's perspective, but R8 now eliminated. So Nemesis down to 2.
Kako igra Melman, brat. Melman, ja njega baš volim. I dobar je lik ovako i se... Šteta što se prodao za pare pa igra s ovom kurvom malo. A sjećate se vi kako je on igrao ranije? Sjećate? Bio je čovjek ubjedljivo najbolji na našoj platformi. Najbolje stace imao, a u tom trenutku su na platformi bili i Example, i Himas, i Nix, i svi živi. A sad, Tabi je bolji od njih.
Five kills for him so far. Can he defend this? He cannot. JDD goes out in 7th place, and T1 with the aggressive push paid off, but Myth is coming out to feast.
Beautiful work from T1, but as you mentioned, Myth now trying to take advantage, but can they spot them out in time? Raining the only one knock so far. Heather has the near side, runs out of bullets, has to swap guns, spots out Jacob at the tree, will force him away. Doesn't get the knock, but at least pulls them away long enough to where maybe Type can get that res onto Raining.
Yeah, even with the 8 kills that T1 have in the top 5, this
is a great game
for them. They're pushing the lead even further. 54 points. Welcome to the finals, guys. This is your ticket. This is your game. And now they can make life hard for everyone else. Myth now on their approach to get into this northeastern side of this new circle, but Falcons can set up a perfect hold on that in all their foxholes. They've got cover. They've got everything to play with. T1 saw that, and they're disengaging to go around on the western side. That's a massive play for them. So smart, so coherent. Meanwhile, Navi has been holding that central location, central compound. They've got all the information.
Yeah, Navi has just kind of been watching this game play out in the kill feed. They haven't really seen much of anything. They've been holding up on the high ground for so long, but nice flanking angle here from T1 as they'll collect their 9th kill. That one's going to be on to Gustav, but they will.
Što znači Mita kočiti Falconse, uz pomoć T1 mogu vinat meč.
More angles. Myth trying to push their way into Falcons, but they're getting pressed by Navi still as well.
It's difficult even with all the Doritos on board and all the vehicles.
Oh, look at T1.
Hard time. T1 saw the knocks. They saw that they were losing players. Kickstart is low. That nade might be right in his foxhole. What a great nade.
Oh
58 damage. He's going to have to duck and weave out of that. He might go down with just a few more utilities being thrown in his direction.
A vehicle about to explode as well, and he will go down to the vehicle explosion, and Falcons gets eliminated in 5th. T1 now up to 10 kills as they are just farming on the edges. They'll turn their attention over towards Myth, who is still 4 strong. They've managed to get revives on all of their knocks, but look at how T1 is playing. Just so aggressive.
I love that aggression.
Mislim da je Vitality 4. Vitality 4 ili 5.
So well executed by them, and they realize they have so much space ahead that they could just go for it. Now Myth, it feels like everyone has been avoiding them. Once we saw the fights come in, it's like, oh, it's Myth. They already have qualified, so let's fight someone else. But Heather and T1 do not care about that. Baron goes down, and he's in the front smoke. With Ian being so aggressive, there's Panzers alongside this too, but Heather and Ian, 4 kills each. Can they make it even further?
Well, at the same time, we see Navi. I mean, we looked at them yesterday where they had a great opportunity to get a lot more kills, but they played it a little bit more cautiously going for the win. But what a shot from Heather. We'll take down Scappi Kiss, now the last player left alive, playing around the edge,
guys.
on the smokes.
Lagano skolovan.
Go down, he go for the res here. That is extremely ambitious. Ian should spot this out shortly, and he will. Kiss will get taken down as 14 kills now for T1, but Navi in the driver's seat. But they have gotten 1 point so far as the game has played on. Somehow EJ from Geeke has been all by himself here on the southern side, not spotted by anyone.
I've got to apply the same strategy. If you can see some free placement points, you got to be safe and secure about that.
Absolutely.
4 guys alive here with everyone holding so much control. And there's just 3 kills left available. EJ from Geeke, Heather and Ian. Ian, what a shot. That's 7 kills for Heather so far. It's insane.
It's great work.
Are they just denying this? Like, they realize that it's just 7 players left alive, and couldn't make the most of it here with Geeke. Almost a guaranteed second place at this point here. T1, they know that potentially that Navi is already qualified too, so they might have just a fight just for the scraps. Here we go.
We'll see how aggressive they decide to be here in this late game. Heather in the end trying to wrap around, but Navi is already ready. They'll find one. Hacksaw will take down Ian. Heather will try to return the spray. 1,100 damage for Heather so far to go along with his 7 kills. Ian will get flushed out.
EJ might find him. He might drive straight into EJ. He has an MP5, and no, stun grenade is going to be going out here, and that push is coming in. Heather's low, and the heel just popped off. He's going to be able to get it. Heather's gets found. Shots coming in. EJ just with the close drives, and EJ gets found for Navi. They get the chicken dinner here. They're basically back-to-back from yesterday.
I mean, you know what? Navi didn't really play a whole lot this game, but when they got to the end, they did what they had to do, secure those wins. I mean, if Navi was sitting on 35 points coming into today, maybe they get a little bit more aggressive. But the difference is they were sitting on almost 50. So, you know, you get your 10, secure your 10 points, do what you got to do. At the end of the day, that's all you really need. They're up to 57 now.
Yeah, they had 44 points going into this game. They didn't feel like they were qualified, so played safe, played secure, and get that double digit.
It's just smart.
Yeah, it's just smart. But now, Boro, in the last games, I want to see them play the way that we love to see them play, that aggressive play. And Hakatori, sure, they got a few kills here and there. The Ian kill and the EJ one, putting them to 3 kills, but still a second place clutch from EJ to get 3 kills. That's 9 points for Geeke in a game that did not expect to get the more out of it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 3 points picked up along with the second place. That's well done there for Geeke. But gosh, the story of the game has to be T1, right? Like, they came in and were just taking fights with just about everybody, and they were winning them, and they were winning them clean. And that is a scary T1. If they are coming in that kind of confidence, that's good news for them, especially now that you look at the leaderboard. They're probably thinking, okay, we're good for finals.
And it's a great perspective, right? Because they come in and they're like, okay, people are probably going to play a little bit scared in the first few games, so let's just go aggro. Let's just go for the fights. If we have space, if we can third party, we're going to do it. And these guys are so skilled.
They are
T1, man. And you've heard it. A lot of the interviews we heard throughout Esports World Cup, here at PUBG Battlegrounds. Honestly, most of the guys have talked about how T1 has been able to be so aggressive throughout the year, and they continue to do it here at the Qiddiya City Grid.
Well, that is game one taken down. We've got 5 more left to play, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Week 3 of EWC 2026 is about to bring more rivalries, more hype, and more club championship points. Before PUBG Battlegrounds kicked off, Team Vitality sat second in the standings, hungry for more.
Vitality will be champion because Vitality has a lot of rosters in so many disciplines, and we're gonna try to play hard, and we're gonna try to be in highest Team Vitality in PUBG like Navi.
Lifting a trophy in MLBB at the Women's International in Week 2 was a statement from the French club. They are on home soil and are aiming for the top spot, just like the Vitality PUBG roster.
We're playing so many practice before EWC, and we're gonna playing scrims and little tournaments in our discipline, and we're ready to be winning this one.
Vitality are not the only ones with their eyes on the PUBG Battlegrounds trophy. Current club championship leaders Navi are also very serious title contenders.
Ми не звертаємо на це уваги, насправді, тому що ми сфокусені на нашому результаті, на нашому ЮВЦ, тому ми не звертаємо уваги на це.
T1 has had mixed results in the club championship over previous years, but this time they're off to a better start.
클럽 포인트, 클럽 챔피언 포인트도 생각을 하면서 하고 있고, 저희도 잘하면 좋지만 이제 다른 팀들도 잘하면 좋기 때문에 다른 종목들도 응원하면서 좀 EWC를 좀 재밌게 즐기고 있는 것 같아요.
With 1,000 club championship points on the line, the PUBG Battlegrounds final results may bring a new leader or make Navi an even more powerful club championship contender.
It was none other than Navi putting up a masterclass, Toffees, in that finale.
I mean, I would 100% call it that. The way that Navi played that end game was beautiful. We saw that yesterday. We saw the end of the day. And the discussion of champions mentality. Would you make the push? Do you save the points? They did both this time, guys. They flexed out to the left side. They sent 2 players to watch the T1 Falcons battle to make sure that if anything bad happened, they could go in and get some extra points. They didn't commit to it. They pulled them back immediately.
Помилуйте, samo kad uđi, to je to, brad. Nisi valjda pričao s njim.
Beautiful play to how they executed that whole thing.
Yeah, and
šta mu je trebalo?
for them to really overextend, right? Because of the fact they
Da, vrati skin.
48 points, I think, going on. They had a lot of kills, but they didn't need to get a lot of kills because the point is to just secure the win, make sure you make the top 16, and that was, as you said, that was a massive play. No overextension.
Što ne zna on?
Ne zna, čovjek se vrati skin. I čovjek traži od mene da pišem Kraftonu da mu vrati skin. Vrat moj. Jebote ko da ja radim u Kraftonu.
Yesterday as well, I've been obviously watching these closely, but again, to come out with that from day one is exactly what I expect from T1. Like, this aggressive play style needs to be honed in these particular matches. And, you know, we saw it from Heather. We saw some awesome plays from Heather yesterday, but now it seems like they've kind of made these a little bit more calculated than, I'm not going to say luck, but it was a bit questionable yesterday.
In my opinion, well, Navi wins T1 because they came out aggressive, they took the fight to the Falcons, they looked for points everywhere they could get them, and that's what we said. We need to see them make these moves as a team, and they stepped up and did it. That's the exciting part. They were not scared to take any of these fights. They went head-to-head with the monsters in the lobby myth right after going head-to-head with the secondary Falcons, who are just sort of legendary across the scene. And then they face off.
Jesse Duća.
They're willing to take that fight with T1. They're willing to sort of try to hold off.
Enforce film, vet.
Respect the tenacity they came in with today.
Ma da, vrate, Rafa rotira.
With T1 is 4 AM, right? What happened at 4 AM this game?
Rafa altavo.
And that's the threat, is they come in, we see that the rotations are slightly cut, we see that they now also have to deal with not only T1.
Kako je brat haksao, sve je smiješno.
So confident, they're taking all those fights.
Ja mislim da je to prvi radar na PUBG sceni.
As you can see here with the stats, they're just going to get more and more confident.
Kako neiskusni ići od strane Dulića.
Misliš da je bilo ranije?
Yesterday was the Heather show. Now we got Ian coming in with 5 kills and almost 1,000 damage to support him. And, you know, rating only with 252, but tight finishes the fight. They steal a bunch of kills.
Ne sjećam se života.
Those two support players really setting Ian up and Heather for good moves in this game.
And earlier, Godspeed, you were talking about teams that aren't really able to get those points for Angry Man. Another
Veliki igrač igra za veliku poru. A nije Balkan.
Kakvi pre Balkana, znači lutali su, vrate moj, Split, evo ovako, da ću reći, Split im je bio Mansion, Lipovka, Mansion, Prison i Shelter. To su lutali. To i sve su lutali.
Ne mogu sjetiti, ko je to? A Texas, ali znaš li da Texas igra sad, već?
Pa ne znam da li igra, znam da je napisao, ono kad mi isteko bande, napisao na Twitteru, sam objavio one oči. A ne znam da li igra.
Igra. Igrao je neki event, kako se zvao event? Kako se event zvao, već?
Are all experienced players. They've been on Navi rosters at one time or another. They've put the work in.
Ali ono, znaš, izazvao je buru reakcija, ali nemam pojma da li je hakso. Ti igrači nikad se neće oprat. Šta god uradili, vas ljudi misle haksa. I sad je pitanje da li će on opet haksa. Da. Jer stvarno je dobro igrao.
On je ranije dobro igrao. Meni bi naći igrač ranije. Ja nisam znao ni za koga od Esports igrača, jedino sam njega zapazio i ono. Bata je sabio. Najstrašnije.
Being over aggressive and then ended up backfiring for them. One thing that we're actually be seeing here in the next page is none other, it's going to be in the next one, it's none other than 17. We were talking about teams being aggressive. 17 was definitely aggressive. They ended up with...
I mean, Chaptian alone went like 3v1 against Vicious and just absolutely wiped him out. So they look like...
Sam viš koliko će bodova treba za 16. Ne znam, ali pratiš uopšte.
34 is to be blunt. If you are with an organization like 17, that is unacceptable.
Još 5. Odigran je.
Heavy moves. So I think they're on track. They got those points. They should continue to climb today. And that's one of those teams.
Oko 50, ja mislim.
Everyone's disappointed.
16, znači za top 16. Prvo sam mislio da će trebat 60 plus. Pa je onda prvi dan bio top heavy i fazon 16 je imao, ne znam, 13 pojena.
Sad trenutno 16 je 43 tajlo. 50. Koliko još 4 meča?
5.
Oh, many a mystery person here down on the stage, but yes, that's right. I'm going to be with Matchroom this time here to talk about some maybe the rivalries.
Mislim da će biti 60.
And I would be remiss if I didn't start good old T1.
Zavisi, znaš, ali gledaj koliko, 43, 44, 45 pojena imaju 16, 15, 14.
Ja.
As that's been the clip that's going around everywhere with the BRDM. But also, if we look historically, T1 has often rotated very similarly to Falcons and screwed them over.
Yeah, it extends even further than that, right? T1 and PGS has had that with 4 AM a lot, and we saw that really come to a head where they got that second place against Myth down the line in that PGS. So I was looking forward to maybe some T1 and 4 AM action today.
Whenever we think about international rivalries, it's weird because we don't have a lot of them, but the ones that we do have seem like they focus around Falcons a lot, because there was the Falcons and 17 off of the hot drops for the center of the map, and then whenever we look at like EWC itself, of course it's Falcons that have won EWC historically, and Twisted that's won EWC. So it all seems to be everybody hates Falcons.
Big names, I can understand why they would have targets on their back, that's fair to say. I think that obviously regional rivalries are something that kind of play a factor as well, right?
Yeah.
EMEA is kind of rife of this, not supposed really because of like how the results
stack up,
but because of the way in which the players move. Over in CIS, for example,
because officially I'm banned from PUBG and open for any offers.
Where Navi is, they were able to bring on some of the young guns, and the Nemesis.
Ko je to napisao?
Literally everybody was on Navi before.
Well, with PUBG, right? It's a lot of people that have to just scrim to try to get everybody together, so everybody does kind of get to know each other. It's just a little bit of, like, I guess, individual rivalries that kind of stack everything together.
All right, well, thank you very much, Matt. From it, it's time to get into our next game. Let's head over to the commentator team for our next game.
Welcome back, friends. We have one game in the books, and Navi got the win, but it was the T1 show to kick off our day here.
Brate, znate koliko su skupe ove kamerice? Live kamerice, njihove face kamerice, da. $576 košta je. E sad ja ne znam jesu li ovi iz Pubg-a retardirani, to jest ne iz Pubg-a nego iz EVC-a, pa ne znaju podesi settingse. Ili overall loš kvalitet streama, pa ono izgleda su i te kamerice loše. Ili nemam pojma šta je fazon. Ali dat 567 evra za nešto što radi isti posao kao C922 je... Makar što se kvaliteta tiče. Baš se biti razgledao na sajtu. $567 košta ova...
Čekaj, imam C920 ja imam.
Da. To je isto, C922, C920 isti su isti.
Dobro, ali meni, ona mi je treba dosta rasta.
Šta nije?
Okej, to je dobra kamera, ali treba lepo svetlo da bi radilo lepo.
Da, a dobro.
A šta ti koristiš?
Pa to ja, C922. I kad stavim svjetlo kako treba, znaš, sad je loše svjetlo i to, ali kad stavim svjetlo kako treba bude okej.
Dobro izgleda stream. Izgleda kamera.
Ali fazom kamerica košta koliko, ne znam, $100, $150, maks.
Pa brate, kupujem, prodajem iskreno, jeftinije vjerovatno. Oko 100 eura, bro. C922.
Wasn't expecting to see any early hot drops, but we might get to see just that. Team Liquid still have a lot of work left to do here, so they do not want to take the risk here of going out early.
70 evra, 8300.
Polovna, ma mislim koja goda je.
Ne, nove.
Pa to se isplati kupiti polovno, već sad tu ima spod.
Ali ima dvije vrste. Ha, ima USB.
Da.
Je li to tvoja USB?
USB. A koja je druga?
Ne znam, zato što vidim da neko košta jedna košta 40.600, a druga košta 65 eura, ali isto piše da je...
Nije moja ta skupa, ja sam platio maks to, ne mogu šiti 120 eura.
A veli kažemo oko 100 eura, ne košta.
I to kad ima 3 godine.
A koja je ovo kamera njihova?
A njihova ti je Obsbot se zove Tail ili Air ili tako nešto.
Tail 2, šta?
Tail 2, da. $560. 567 na sajtu.
When you see a circle like this that is 50-50, right? How much of a priority do you put on playing just
C922 polovna 55 eura, nova 65, pa uzmeš novu baći. 10 eura je razlike, a ne razmišljaš.
Ne razumijem čemu je faza. Možda se ono si izgleda pomera, jel?
Da, AI kao tracking. Mislim, okej, ima cool feature, ali da za to daš $560.
A big focus is if you're close to the water and have a great spot for that, you could get a lot of kills. Like, you could just not care at all about winning the game, but getting those, 8 to 10 and sometimes 12 kills, as we saw Twisted Minds do in their day one, without any placements, that's going to be enough. If you can bag 10 points from just kills, you're fine. But, again, if you can set up in a situation where like an Nemesis or a Genji that have somewhat easy entry, you would want to lock down where you're also able to get out of your compound without being held.
Bog da, skrivio.
Da, Kubek krizi se.
Da, drož draga.
Ali kao brutalna kamera, sad kad gledam.
That's what I'm looking at. So Team Liquid escape.
Brutalno.
Ovo izgleda ne znaju da
ne znaju da namesti, pa to je to. Nema šanse.
Ovo znaju da banuju cheatera, to je dobro.
Da.
Za koji tim igra Stajt?
Stajt otprilike aktivan kao Messi protiv u finalu. Gdje mi reci, Dušane, da li vjeruješ u ovu teoriju zavjere da je Argentina prodala meč?
Ne.
Da li si gledao one video snimke što su sad viralne?
Ovo se konverzacija završava.
Rikinu izjavu, treba samo da budete iskreni i realni.
Rika koji je Lakija branio do zadnjeg dana. Kaže, ali ljudi, budete iskreni realni. Isto Rika, kad je Laki branio. Matter of fact, I'm fully blind to my right eye.
A
znaš onog crnjaka kaže da nije ništa vidio.
Da.
Do you slow play it? I mean, do you just kind of come in with the zone or even eat a little bit of blue just to see what that next circle decides to do?
I mean, that's exactly the problem. When you're so far away, you have no information. You don't know if any of the compounds in, so you have to get in and you have to try to get space or be prepared for the worst possible, right? So even if the circle goes west or north or
koji uopšte ovo... Šta si rekao, izvini?
off the water, you're going to have a plan. How you want to approach it.
Ma idu neki snimci gdje Messi priča ovima da zaborave sve, da će sve biti okej, ovi plaču, izlaze iz slačionice prije utakmice, igrači. Ne znam šta, mislim ono, vjerovatno je nešto bilo, ili im rekao da je zadnja utakmica, znaš, možda je tako nešto bilo, ali sad teorije kruže da tim Argentine, okej, Španija je bila dominantna, ali da se niko, i da će svi očekivali.
Sad ću pogledati.
Ja ne vjerujem u ta sranja, ni u jedno sranja, pa ni u to. I onda kao dokaz je Argentina nije ličila na sebe. Kao očekivano bilo da će Španija da ih prekuca, ali ne ovoliko.
They're going to be coming in slow from airport. Shots come in though from Twisted Minds at 17.
Takes the tire out and causes him to spin out, but not actually. I think might have thrown off the seat swap spray, but Perfecting's now all by himself, and he is going to get hunted down. Wenwa will take him out, and that'll be a point secured for 17 as Twisted Minds once again lose a player early. But it looks like the rest of
ali ne kontam, šta je... Aha, evo gore, nisam vidio gore. RTX 50-60. Koliko je 1000 maraka? 1500 eura. Pa što ne znam, očigledno ti ljudi kažu da je previše. Ja ne mislim da je previše. Pa ne znam taj procesor koji je, pravo ti kažem, ali 1500 evra, 50-60, koliko je 50-60 košta? 500 evra, ili još manje.
O, nema, pretravno 500 evra, ali oko, da, koliko, 400-500 evra.
A lot of our teams are betting on the sub. Now, obviously, off to the east is where it gets confusing because you got Twisted 17 and Falcons.
Right. 45.000 do 55.000 dinara.
Commit to going north, but currently on the island we just have T1, JDG, Genji, and Geekay. So everybody else that started on the mainland, that started on the south side, is to stay there. But
AMD Ryzen 5 7500F.
Bridge over by Yongchong. Right now, Lu leading the way. As it looks like 17 will spot them off in the distance and pull away.
Game Center 18.000, znači računaj da ti je 14.000 možeš nabaviti i za 120 evra, 300 evra. I ovo neki je najskuplji, 500 evra, za 6, možda i puno.
Da, možda i puno je od te. Da.
Šta onda, brate, ostalo ti još 900 evra za utište, hlađenje,
matično je stavio.
A dobro, šta pa već je matič tu, jel?
Da, tu je matič.
Dobro, ali koliko je matič?
Matična MSI Pro A620MB.
AMD ili
MCCB. Ma to je kao jeftina mač. Krša.
Koji je RAM? Koji je to?
RAM.
Šta možeš da staviš? To je
DDR5.
Brate,
5-6.
matična košta
16 giga DDR5.
90 evra košta.
To jedno što može biti ono skupo, a da nije logično da je skupo je RAM, jel? Ne znam koliko košta taj RAM, ali sad su RAMovi otišli u kurac.
Ali sve jedno, brate.
Skupo je to već.
Just unfortunate timing all the way around for 4A.
Ne prodaje, nego kupuje.
Picked out of that passenger seat by Tanawat.
Od koga
As we
kupuje?
said, that all did go to Tanawat. So
Da,
there we go. Now we know.
od nekoga kupuje, toliko košta ta konfiguracija.
Now we know who has on prio when it comes to Sharper.
Da, jasno.
Well, the new circle
Mislim
has
se kao
popped, and it is
prodavnice, mislim
not
oni moraju zaraditi
50-50, but
nešto.
it is a lion's share on that northern side. So already, while that fight was going on, a number of our teams that were on the south have made their way up to the north. It looks like Twisted, Falcons, and 17 were able to avoid each other for now, but 17 have made their way across by the fishing camp, and they're already getting shot at by Navi.
Ja znam, ba jevo što mene pitaš.
Ne znam je kola.
U čatu neko.
U čatu.
Na chat. Šta će meni koji?
A ne, tebi znači ne, pa tebi bi ovaj radio, druže, upgrade godine.
Pa to sam mislio, zato sam rekao kad si rekao. Šta će meni?
Neće ovaj mine dok se ne raspadne. Dušu mu vadim još 6 godina, može još.
Novi je tokom dobio ponudu iz prodavnice. Ma ne vrijedi, on je duplo zarađio. Vjerojatno on je gotovi kompo sklopi.
A naruči negdje, otko znam kako sad je, vi iz Bosne možete naručiti te kupujem prodajem.
A imaju oni na svoje nešto.
Ima pik, nek ide na pik, nek vidi na piku i ti kurac pokupujem prodajem bukvalno isto.
Sastaviš PC, vrate, to jest kupiš sve komponente i ti ga kući sastaviš. Izbjegneš da te neko izudara s kućima.
Kind of hover around here, but Liquid has seen this in the kill feed. They hear it going on just off of their east. They're going to try to get everybody back together, but they do have Gam taking shots at
Kupiš polovne rame, kupiš polovnu grafičku, jebi ga to kao jeste rizično. Kao te dve stvari su skupe, procesor možeš. Realno. Lađe sve jedno.
They have been playing greedily about it. Our next circle popped, and we're going to have our palace proper ending. The question is, do we end inside on the ridges and edges and high ground around it?
Šta može biti kućište, jel?
On top of Palace, Navi currently.
Pa ne, 70 eura max. Da je high tower.
Možeš kupiti polovan neki mid high tower sa god. Jer ti kućište sve jedno, ne možeš kućište biti kao pokvareno. Razvrndano nešto, ali kao teammate ponovi.
Da, na kućištu može dosta ušte. Jedino ako planira da upgrade tipa grafičko, onda kućište treba malo veće, što da fizički stane.
Da, ali po meni, dobro, ako mu je to neki budžet koji hoće potom da neće, da nećeš imati neku preveliku grafičku.
Da. Izvuko se.
Bolje ti da uzmeš, ne znam, 30 će skuplja, ali lukom 30, 70, nešto 30, tako nešto neko polovno da probaš da nađeš nego da uzmeš 50, 60. A da dobro, ajde, zavisi šta će igrati od ovih novih igrica. Zato što ta 30-60 komponente nema nove tehnologije, jel? 50-60. Ali ajde,
ali ja bi prije uzao 30-70 Ti polovno.
Da, ali
nije jeftino. Ne znam, mislim da je oko 500 evra, ili možda je iskuplje zapravo.
Tako što bi ja bio za kako ti Pubg da igraš. Znači nije da igraš neke igrice. Evo sad drugar sklapao PC i šalje mi komponente PC-a što je sklopio, ali nije slao zbog, pitao me samo ja za jednu stvar, ja gledam PC, on je uzeo da radi sound design za neku AAA našu igricu, AAA produkciju, i ja brate gledam, istinko da to real pada. Ja gledam brate, rekao, ok, nešto puno ovo i gledam moglo je bolje, lupo. On je uzeo procesor jak, ali kao, znaš, ja mislim da to sve je moglo malo jače. Ja rekao, aj brate, si to naruči, kaže on. Pa kao danas naručio, rekao, aj recimo naš da ne šalješ da kazmiš nešto i Ja uzmem da kopam, brate, ima boljih, a recimo da mu u tom momentu PC ga izlazi oko 5000 evra. I ja zovem Dovlicu, sam nešto bio u poslu, u gradu, se vozam kolima, nešto obavljam i ja rekao, daj nazovi ovo multika radi. Brate, on sastavio mi PC jači od ovog što je on imao za 1500 evra manje. 1000 i nešto, nije 1500 ili oko 1200 evra manje.
Prešlo sam na telefon.
Jači od PC. Pozdrav, tako da, znaš, ako ne možeš, uvek kako uzmeš kod jednog dobavljača sve, negdje si te zakinu.
Da.
Znaš, super mu lupom, ima povoljno. Šta ima povoljno za tog dobavljača? Šta nije mi za sljedeći koji ima povoljno?
Ma.
JDG now repositioning once again. There's a fight going on in the north with Geeke and Twisted, while Sosed is eyes on Sharper. Jedi is taking a boatload of damage off in the blue as they're going for the revive station and fishing camp. So Sharper really like what they've got going on so far. They want to continue the party as they've already got 8 kills.
1000 eura, ga platio 600 eura. Zato što je uzimao naš 4
rama.
Treba 128.
Ma da realno, brate, i grafička, ako uzmeš polovno, ako ti prođe onaj stres test, znaš šta razmišljam.
Da nije, znaš tu jedino zajebano ako je nešto majnovalo.
Da, mislim da je problem majnovanja bio, recimo prije 4-5 godina, to više se ni ne majma.
Da, ali da je radilo neke stresne poslove, možda radilo to posla, ne znam šta da radi. Šta treba da radi. Grafičke, kaže ti, jedino zajeba, to je teško za popraviti. Da vidiš da nije otvarana.
Nije taj
možda se desi da je otvaran.
Yep, he's not aiming at anybody. He's just trying to create, as you said, some divots for them to play in and try to keep those cars alive, try to keep those tires up, and they're going to send it immediately over in that direction, and that is a nice little spot for them to camp down in and hunker down in for the time being. And they'll immediately have to retreat as you see Boostic and Hackatori on that northern side. Now, Navi do have friends in Palace. They do have the last couple of duos here. Yeah, maybe not friends, a little bit more aggressive neighbors. Hopefully they'll remain passive aggressive neighbors right now, because if Myth and Gam start getting active, that might come up for the exploding vehicle down the duo of Melon.
You know what? That was actually a great play from Nemesis. The problem is they did it where most of the teams were located. If they did this on the southern side, there's 8 teams looking at them. If they did it on the northern side, there would be 2. So that's so unfortunate. But yeah, 17. They come back from what was a rough day yesterday to just absolutely fracking out today, Power. So I'm very impressed with how
majnovanje bilo je samo problem jer nisu održavane kartice, nije mijenjana termalna pasta, radile su godinama okolo. A gledaj, to je tehnika, sve ima svoj rok trajanja i da su njima oni mijenjali paste i sve to i dalje ja nikad ne bi uzao karticu koja je majnova. Znaš, sad, ali ti to nikad ne možeš da znaš, čak i ako ti prođe stres test ne znači da nije majnova. I ranije dok je majnovanje bilo aktualno ne bi nikad uzao polovnu grafu, brate, nikad ne znaš, jer tih 400-500 evra što plati polovnu dođe preskupo ako se grafa pokvari. A sad je druga priča jer nema majnovanja još.
Moje 1080 Ti. Igra Pubg. Kako je ušlo kom.
Da, bukvalno.
Bolje je majnovala. Nikad nisam mijenjam.
Can he withstand this JDD push that's inevitable?
Might not even matter.
Ja nisam paste promijenio dok sam računara kupio.
Pa ne moraš.
Izduo sam ga s kompresorom 1000 puta, ali kao...
Ma men druže ista pasta 6 godina. Na procesor, ne pričamo grafičku. I grafička isto mislim 6.
A što si ti na telefon?
Zato što sam Maruzo monitore da može raditi. Za satak sam.
Ja, ne, dalje, čovjek. Osta bez monitora.
Iselio me iz moje sobe.
There they go. Heather will find the nice.
A da ti pošalješ bre Tamara malo u svoj stan, a? Da se vrati okle je došao.
On the north side, though, Geeke has been doing really well. 4 kills for them so far. Falcons also 4 strong, making their way in from the north, where it's a little bit more clear than it has been on the south. Navi eventually are going to have to leave this palace, as JDG's Cold 109 still to make that call.
A vidio sam ga juče igrao padel leđe.
Raining finds the lead once again after that rest from D.
Trebao sam ići, ali nijem se išao.
A šta bi ti igrao, već? Ti bi loptica bio.
Can D get a quick rest? Salute is bleeding out fast.
Ala, bez ovih. Umre, da.
Look at that, still rocking that bolt action.
U Eperu smo, ne želim da ti vraćam.
No kills so far. We saw some great knock from him. And JDG needs a sudden shift to make anything happen. Otherwise, they're going to have to pass through a aggressive T1, a 17, and a Navi. So let's see how far they can take this.
Navi.
17 just on
Ja mislim 17 game.
area control right now.
Cent će dobiti leđe. Sad zavisi gdje će shift ići. Ako ode shift ka Naviju, onda će Geeke i Falcons push. Ma nemam pojem. Sve zavisi gdje shift ode i koga bude morao push.
Ma da, ja, realno. Koliko vidim na
Oni se
TV-u.
Let's see where the circle decides to take
us. Oni se će Naviju.
No, we're going to go dead center, and that is fantastic news if you're a 17 fan.
Absolutely.
Ma mislim da bi se moglo malo para izdvojiti iz kućnog budžeta da se kupi kakav funkcionalan TV.
T1 Type finds December 12th. Suze falls out of the cards. That happens. Type finds Nance. JDD is falling apart.
Može se ba na ovom gledati.
Gle, Type, druž. Predator lagani.
Type has just been the man to do exactly that.
Oh no, they try to go for the pull-up with...
AMD Ryzen 5 7500 ide okej, to je već bolje. Ta mača ne znam šta je to, već toliko izgleda. Asrock, okej, i to je bolje. 32, 5, 600. Ne znam koji je to Kioxia, nije ni biti.
Ma samo vjeruj.
To ti je bolja opcija, sad ne znam koliko košta cijene, provjeri cijene jevi.
Mechanical skill in this guy is just
next level. Ako piše cijena na uputu, na klik, na piku, pitaj obavezno. I pitaj može li šta manje, to baš vole.
Jedino ti to napajanje slabo, vas da uzmeš napajanje od 1000 i miran si. Ali to možeš vas da zamijeniti. Provjeri cijene, ne znam ili to je bolje. Ali i to skuplje 300 € od realno. To provjeri, da li i udari kontra ponudu. Jebote, ljudi uzmu 300 € ljudi uzmu za spajanje, za slaganje kompa.
17's trying to ensure that the space that they have on the southern side is theirs. And they know they're never going to be fighting Navi here. Gustav finds a Khan.
Sviđam se kako je Dio ovo preživio.
It's a team that's currently not inside the top 16. If they deny them space here, they know that our Pubg weakness...
Znači ne isplati se, pa nikad ti se neće isplatiti to kad odeš u prodavnicu i kupiš sklopljen komp. To ne može se isplatiti. To će ti uvijek biti skuplje par stotina bez razloga, znači bukvalno. Sad jedino ako nećeš da se smaraš s tim, onda plati je, šta ti kažem.
Dobro, onda imaš problem da gubiš garanciju. Ako ga otvoriš, staviti onaj tiket nazad i ako ga izgubiš tiket. Znači je sve otvaro u PC, ne možeš ga čistiti, ne možeš ništa. I to ti je jedan problem.
Ne, nego ja mislim da treba da uzme komponente i da sklapa sam. Čak i ako ne zna sklopiš sam, brate, podneseš u bilo koju onu PC radnju, ljudi će ti za 50-60 € sklopiti PC. Mislim, makar u BG-u, ja mislim 6-7 hiljada $, pa znate sklope komponente.
Imaš YouTube, nije teško kako da sklopi. Ali ono, sam treba paziti.
Ma sklope, Akura sklope džaba, to će ti sklopi džaba. Ja sam sklapao džaba drugu sad prije 10 dana, 15 možda. Ko će to normalan bre da radi džaba, evo ti izgubiš 4-5 sati.
3-4 sati.
Lagano.
Jer sklopiš se nije niko toliko slobodnog vremena.
Plus moraš instalira Windows.
I to ti je sat vremena.
A nije sat, ali Vrati, ima zajebanci, neće niko džabe radi. Pogotovo ne u prodavnicama, gdje ti njima uzimaš vrijeme, što mogu raditi nešto drugo.
I gdje mu još 20 takvih dođe.
Kakva 3 sata? Pa, meni treba 3 sata, ja nisam profi u tome. A i meni kad su sklapali komp, znam da je toliko cijena jer sam ja nosio da mi sklope ovaj moj. Pre možda par godina. Sad je vjerojatno i veća cijena.
Why not play around with it? You do the same in the finals. But I do love myself some of the kind of play style we see from Navi when they're extremely aggressive.
Aj ti sklopi rane, ti si zavalja 3 sata. Čestitam.
But with new leadership within the team.
Sat, 2 sata minimum, ma minimum 2 sata. Nemaš, ne vjerujem u to. Snimi se kako sastavljaš komp za sat i po i onda ću ti vjerovati.
Ćeš ga fala za sat i po sastaviti. Nema Boga.
I think when you're speaking from a viewer perspective, though, when you've got Hackatory and Boostic,
koliko sam platio komp? 3.000 eura.
Getting their points from placement.
Čak i jače, možda čak i 4.000. Ali to ja sam kako kupovao pre par godina kad je ono majnovanje i to sve bilo u haosu, brate. U Srbiji si imao samo da kupiš 30.60, 30.70, 30.70 si čekao mjesec dana. Tako da sam ja svoj komp preplatio.
Tako je.
Šta kažeš za Steam da ga sklopim za sat i po?
Znate,
sklopiš za sat i po.
Pa morao bi ga rasklopiti, onda ga ne bi znao sklopiti.
Znate, šlikave.
Možda ti njega radiš kom za sat i po, sam sad neću pa auto drugo.
Ja kad bi ga sklopio za sat i po, vatrogasce bi zvali.
And it does kind of force both 17
and Navi to take
a little bit of space ahead of them, but does have a good bridge to play here. But once we get a little bit deeper into this game, they're gonna.
To je bio konat, neki frajko spojio veš mašinu, uzgradi. Čovjek je druži kratki spoj, da spratu čitavo.
Koliko para treba za komp, na komp PUBG šljaka baš dobro.
500 eura, brate, da pići, daći da u rikvercu daš.
Treba ti, šta ja znam,
2000 realno.
Ma ne treba 2000.
Čega, evo,
znači uzmeš 7.8 Stix 3D, da uzmeš 3070 Ti, da uzmeš 32 GB RAM-a, neku dobru matičnu. A 1.500 eura možda. I tad uzmeš neki stvar RAM, možda možeš uzeti polovan da ne plaćiš RAM. Ubija znam, brad.
Dobro, ali kad bi uzmao sve novo, izađete na 2000. Šta mi ja i rekao.
Ne, mislim da nije. Mislim da nije. Mislim da nije 2000 eura.
Ja sam rekao 3.
Ranije, iskreno ranije je bilo skuplje, nego sada nije RAM skup, ne bi to toliko bilo strašno. Ne treba ti, možeš ti izveti 9800, ali ti ne treba, 7.100 X3D, narednih 3 godine je dovoljan. Za šta god hoćeš.
Ne, brate, onaj sirotinski ram, onaj zeleni, ali pići rođe 240
Plus da ostane za kvalitetan hak. A to obavezno budžet treba staviti.
Kod mene je upakovan fina, sve ono.
Ja sam rekao da će Navi da vina, ali boga mi.
Ja ti rekao 17 Gaming, ti meni djezno ona shifta nešto. Ide ba 17 Gaming, Kinezi ubiše.
A zašto sam očekivao shift na jednu ili drugu stranu, a on je svaki šipao centralno.
Ja pošao sam reći 17 Gaming na 17. mjesto, sam vraćao popred na 16.
Ma ja i dalje mislim da 17 neće da vina. Ili Genji ili Navi.
Jel se može biti dobar u krugu sa 60 FPS? Ne možeš, brate, kasniš do boga.
Ma može, vjerujem, ja igram na 60.
Ne možeš, brate, evo Asterix igra i vidiš da nije dobar.
Ne možeš,
Pa vjerujem,
Vjerujem da ne može. Možeš misliti da si dobar, to može.
Brate, jutros, da vidiš situacije, satrao sam, brate.
Ali dobro, to što Asterix lost na 60 frame-ova, to nije do frame-ova, vjerujem. Njemu daš 400 isti bi kurac bio.
Igraš s likom koji je lošiji od tebe, 1-1 na 60 FPS-a, odiš mapu Warehouse-onu i
Sa 17 winova, bravo Asterix, dobar predikt. Kažem, dobar predikt, pogodio si, bio si pravo. Jel želiš još nešto da kažem?
Da sam najbolji igrač Pubg-a na 50 frame-ova u historiji.
To hoćeš da kažem?
Da.
Pa ja to ne mogu reći da znam kao činjenicu, da znam da si jedini na svijetu, ja to ne mogu reći.
A lack of sense of direction it feels like, but then again, stun grenades, everything, you can get extremely blinded and we don't have the information here.
Buras pitao se isto pitanje Tigletona i Danu na streamu i bili su u fazonu kao pa da. Pa probaj šta ti kažem, pa se javi. Misliš šta znači biti dobar? Naš, dobar ko Danu CD, ok, može, dobar ko Tigleton, nema teorije.
Pazi,
dobar ko Asterix, ne možeš ugasiti monitor.
Jo, brate, nemam neku ovako super moć, pa vi računare zgrnuti podijeliti narodu čatu ovdje ima ljudi.
Ti Jarane, to super moć koristiti.
Može biti dobar, pa mislim sve zavisi što znači biti dobar. Znaš,
znaš što da iskoristim, brate?
Znaš, dobar kao Lu, ne. Dobar u duši, da.
Dobar kod Ulić.
Ako ti je dobar, znaš, 1 KD isto dobro. Znaš, dobro i 4.
Dobar kod Ulić.
Dobar ko Asterix, ne treba ti komp veći.
Pa to vam treba otprilike Pentium 2 da bude.
Znaš, dovoljno da možeš pokrenuti Pubg, ono da ti loada screen, da skočiš iz aviona, već si prošao njegov prosjek.
Vjeru, da teksture dole učitava sam.
Mnogo isplativije kupi hack za 20 eura nego PC iz 1000. A jes, ali hack sa 20 eura ne pomaže. Najbolje je kupiti komp od 1500 i za haks ulaziš jedno 500, to ti je 2000. I onda zaradiš, brate, vrlo brzo otplatiš sve.
Vrlo brzo spretiš.
To ti je baš investicija, ono, ako postoji sigurnija investicija na ovom planeti, onda je to.
Evo primjera na EVC-u.
Normalno.
Najbolji primjer to je
Ako vas pitaju ljudi, brate, imaju malo para sa strane, hoće da ulože, samo kada kupiš haksaš.
Isto tako, ako ima neko raspoložen da uloži u mene, ja sam Prodigy.
To je ako baš imate viška para, onda uložite u Asterixa, uložite onu količinu novca s kojom se možete oprostiti. Čisto da se da vam lakše pane.
Bogom ste njima ja.
Pomoži ba, brate, i to.
Pa njima se ja.
其实昨天我觉得可能是我们没有完全进入到比赛的状态，然后今天其实在赛前也一直在做准备。
Well, in fact, I think yesterday we were not at our 100%.
Brate, ili ima neko na ovom EVC da zna engleski slučajno, a da nije iz Evrope? Pitam za druga.
Evo, Manga poslao novi video. Svemirci su krivi za sve, ali svemirci.
This year alone, placing top 5 3 times at PGS. Now coming into the Esports World Cup, looking very, very strong.
Ljudi, ko ne proti Adria chat, dosta propušta. Apsolutno si ne može.
Ne propušta ništa, ma ne propušta ništa.
Da, zapravo ostajete normalni.
Bukvalno, ne manje ja taj IQ. Meni IQ odšumije. Iako je bio na nulu.
Uskoro će UFC, polako se debate prebacuju sa svjetskog prvenstva na UFC.
让我们团队中的火力更充足了，然后他们现在只是可能缺少一些磨练吧。
Well, I think they definitely made our team much stronger. At the moment, they probably need a bit more competition experience, and we will be even better.
Even better. That would be incredible.
Janicic.
Sorry, the final day of the group stage, extremely strong.
Ovaj lik što
Thank you very much, little guys, for joining
se
me.
bori protiv njega dobar, Francuz ovaj.
Games to play here, so much more PUBG coming your way.
Ali ja mislim da će pobijediti. Čak šta više, mislim da će svi naši borci pobijediti.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Join EWC Play now.
All right, Groups BC, let's see, T1, Team Liquid. Time for my predictions here on the EWC Play app.
But stop. What are you doing? Where did you even get this tablet? This is mine.
I stole it from Avenger.
Okay, that's... At least tell me your picks.
Okay, all right, T1, all right, Team Liquid, Gen G.
No, okay, wait, stop. Twisted Minds?
Hello, is is your mind twisted? They're already in. They've got enough points.
Okay, I get it, but they're still gonna perform good. Blue's back. Hello.
Okay, yes, okay, sure, but they're fine. They're already in the finals.
Navi, give me this. The people out there could pick better than you. Tell us your predictions in the chat for the EWC Play.
Brate, ove njihove konverzacije su genijalne, iskreno.
Yeah, bye. Oh, ridiculous. Gremlin. Ugh.
Realni ih loš.
For everybody that was picking 17 Gaming after that awful
Bolji mi
day
ovaj
one,
content
boy,
nego
had
da
they
mi
ended up showing up
stereo
because
mikrofon 20
yesterday
minuta
they
o
were averaging about
nekim
3.8
nebulozama
points
što
per
rade
game.
kad je
Today
krasno.
they're at a solid 14 points.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go to middle and get a couple of pops on you in the by the second game. I mean, at the end of the day, I'll believe it when I see it. 17 has been sort of up and down, back and forth. They got to win. I'm proud of them. Maybe they'll be able to put their jerseys on now and move forward. But at the end of the day, I'm just used to 17 as a team being one that requires a certain set of things to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And historically, yes, they've been a very central team, which is why they always fight for those central compounds, Picado, and so on. But looking at this leaderboard, I mean, I think
Juče sam baš tanak bio, brate.
as Stefan was saying, they keep up this trajectory, there's a very good chance that they actually just end up qualifying off of what was a very bad day one.
It really was.
Okay,
a team that was able to
pitanje.
also have a bad day. One was G&G, and they were able to bounce back in this last match as well.
Dođi.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Hitaj već.
you know, these early risers like
Dobro nisam
Early
jebote, dobro se zove.
early from these games,
između
these sort of
7 i
teams at
9.
the bottom of the leaderboard are able to crutch up. But look, no, I have to
7 i
mention
po.
there's a much better performance from Gen G today.
Moj
I mean, they had 5
pokazuje
eliminations early on, and being able to hold that space.
Ovo si nataj da se...
Uletio se.
Navi and 17 will have a
7,3.
little scuffle there, but
Jebemo
I
te
think they
mi.
lost a little bit of composure when they had that smoke there.
Sta,
from
to
this
se samo kao i se jedino rimuje.
Yeah, a little bit of composure lost,
Pa
but
da.
To si smislio.
all round, it was a pretty well played game for Gen G.
I mean, I think it seems to me like, in a lot of ways, Bean has become...
Još pola sata. Ljudi, gledajte na Kiku ko hoće skinove. Dobijate skin i ovaj drop, ne znam šta je drop, to ćemo tek da vidimo.
Just taking a long time to gel together to sort of figure out how to take that leadership of Soul and run with it as we look at that head-to-head 8 kills for Gen G, who struggled in the beginning and also...
Konzol, kao je claima čito, ali nema konzol.
They were a duo that entire time, Gen G. So the fact that they were able to not only hold 17 back, but also deal with what was coming up on that north side was very, very impressive. And we see here, they almost had as much damage as
Petkoviću.
coming out from the other team.
Petkoviću, sivi tiču.
Today is teams like Mid, teams like Twisted Mind come in and sponge up a lot of points. they have been able to get points, but it hasn't been of the likes of what we're expecting out of them.
Yeah, I mean, you saw in the first game, Twisted Minds was in a definite salvage. They had to go up to the north of firing range, which nobody wants to do, and get in a big old kerfuffle, so they had to salvage those points. But they don't have to worry about it. They're in such a good spot. Myth, I think, is doing the same thing where they're not over-committing, and I respect that. They're saving. They're maybe not revealing their super secret set plays until the grand final because they know they're going there.
Can you reveal it for entertainment, please?
Well, I don't know. They haven't told me yet. Oh, for them. I want them to reveal it.
I want to see it right
now.
Right?
I want to see what we saw day one out of group stages because they were just running and gunning at everybody. It didn't end up mattering who ended up being in front of them with this here. But the reason why I actually ended up bringing those sponge points not currently happening is because all those teams from Group A, Godspeed, the teams that aren't playing today, right now, they're just feeling the pressure even more because there is teams towards the bottom like 17, like Gen G now starting to perform.
Well, I mean, this is their worst case scenario, right? Now that those teams we knew were probably going to sponge up points aren't sponging as many as we thought, on top of the fact that Genji and both 17 are having really good games. And if you're already sitting, having known that feeling, sitting out on the sidelines, just hoping a team is going to not play well is probably one of the worst things you can go through. So
I'll tell you what, though, their Sponge may respond, and maybe it's not Twisted Minds, maybe it's not Myth, maybe it ends up being Na'Vi. 2 games in a row, these guys make it to the end game. They've hit 61, they've made their cutoff, but they don't seem like they're interested in slowing. This is one of those teams that I said they could win the world this year with this roster, and seeing them play today is feeling really good.
And Na'Vi's carrying the momentum, Blaze, that we saw out of them yesterday. Something that Myth and the other squads weren't able to do because they had to kind of sit back, relax, watch what everything that was going on that could be end up currently hindering that squad, but we'll have to wait and see. If you guys got any hot takes, let us know on social media. Use that hashtag EWC, that hashtag EWC26, because earlier we got a chance to see Kalaris in his true form.
True form.
And I want to see what other stuff we can end up being. Tall today at the beginning of the day when I was towering you guys.
So shrink here.
Bro, and then I had to get
down a little bit to 7's height. Yeah, I think
wait. This is what it actually looks like.
You shouldn't be one to talk. You have heels.
Yeah, but look at me next to you guys. They're tiny.
So if I put the same size heels on as you,
dude, their heels the same as 7's.
Okay, that's actually kind of fair.
Don't expose me like that. Don't expose me like that.
She did you dirty, man.
Earlier we were talking about T1 as we're gonna be bringing up the overall, and we can kind of see where all the other teams are. I actually enjoyed seeing it wasn't some of the other squads like Heather, like the players Heather that we've been talking about. It actually ended up being Type. Type was putting up some nice eliminations for that squad.
Type's my goat, man. He's just the most jolly player every time you look at him, and I love him for that. But to be fair, he's kind of the quiet one on the team. He's normally not the one that necessarily pops off hard. He's just dependable. He's consistent. But when he does pop off, it's actually so impressive to watch. I do kind of want to shift our focus, though, if I may, towards the team that are still kind of struggling. We saw a big fight between Falcons and Geeky, and although Geeky came out on top, I mean, they're still well under the 50s.
Yeah. I mean, I think even Falcons, when you put it there, 55 after this game is not going to be where they want to be. I think, sorry, 56. I guess my math is terrible. And they are going to have a little bit more of a climb ahead of them. The thing that I'm worried about is there are a lot of teams piling into this 50s and 60s after game 2, which is bad news, I think, for some of them who are fighting, but really, really bad news for Full Sense and AGAL. Those are 2 teams that are like, we need sponges, stop getting points, and that is it. Twisted Minds going out early at Myth, not getting kills, that's hurting them.
We made the prediction earlier. Remember when we were doing that excellent desk outside as the water was hitting us? It was so fresh, by the way, and wonderful.
Thanks,
we said, hey,
me, by the way.
Yeah, we kind of left her behind. Yeah. AGAL, and we thought was going to be safe, right? Full Sense, hey, 60, 61 points is going to be safe, but you just noted it. Look at that jam, that traffic jam in the middle of the leaderboard now.
I'm going to have to do this. You're looking at R8 Esports down there with 16 points. At what time does a team that actually needs the points ends up looking at R8 and saying, you know what, we might need to go after them to get some free eliminations, some free points?
I mean, they weren't looking too bad. I mean, they were able to get some like eliminations on there, but they're not capitalizing and getting that rotation in. It seems like every time they take a fight, yeah, they'll get some elims, but they're losing majority of the squad doing so. So something needs to change, I guess, with the cohesion of the team. But it's not like they're having a terrible
No, they actually look better today. They dunked on Liquid in game 1. They made a nice little back push and dodged the Falcons trap in game 1 as well. They're at 6 points today, which is almost as much as they got on the first day. So this is already an improvement. And this is one of those teams, and I don't judge because R8, they're unknown by a lot of people. This is a huge event, and anything that they do here is only going to make them stronger for the future events that they do make it to. So I want to see them keep improving.
Yeah, we've seen teams in the past being able to let the pressure get to them. Maybe they take an extra day. That could have been what happened with R8. We'll see how they end up performing in this coming matches. But for now, let's send it over to Kalaris in his true form.
Yeah, it's evil Kalaris here.
I like evil Kalaris. Bring it more.
You like it around knocked Paper Thin on the head?
Okay, look, I cast with Paper Thin all the time. Please take his ego down a little bit. I love it.
His ego?
Yeah, where are you at, Paper Thin? I know you're over there somewhere.
He's somewhere. But let's talk about 17 Gaming, of course, here after this fantastic win. Obviously, they had at the beginning of this year a big seismic shift alongside a lot of the other Chinese teams with their roster, right?
Well, I mean, 17 Gaming kind of brought in some new faces whenever we look at specifically the capabilities.
17.
And this was a squad that had played together for so long and then suddenly pulls apart what happened.
Ajte, nema šanse da ovoliko kasnije.
Expectations that if there's any weakness that shows up on 17, that they're all of a sudden going to get pounced on, might be getting tested again. We're not really seeing that. Every single time you start to question...
Ali što imao buguje ovo vrijeme. Kao 2:40 PM. Ali ne piše zapravo koje, ali vjerovatno moje vrijeme. Čim ovako istina da zaključavaju 2:40 PM, znači ja sad mogu da promijenim, vidim ko je vino, prva dva meča stavim. Ne radim ovo kako treba. Ne.
I mean, Tian is so good that you have some external drama that's caused him problems throughout the year.
Kažeš, 2:40 PM zaključava, a prvi meč završio, ima 2 sata.
Let's go. Thank you very much, Mr. Goblin, and we are 2 matches down, and so far it has been the 17 T1.
Mi na treći meč, a ti tamo možda glasaš za prva 2. Ekstra.
Goodbye to Petrichor Road, to Tai Lu, and now with 4 games remaining, Supers, Shadow Esports, Full Sense, they're on Sweat Watch.
Absolutely. There's, I would count 4 or 5 teams out at this point. There's some spots up for grabs, and now with our 3rd game of the day, 4 more games to go for it. The point is, though, that I want to make here, though, there's 10 teams that needs to pass that 60 to 61 point mark. I don't see it happening. There's just not enough points available that we see 10 teams shift and make AGL and Full Sense nervous. Shadow Esports and Supers is a completely different story. They're on absolute the cusp here with 53 and 55 points, and that's especially what the points and the teams are looking for to get ahead for. But now with Navi in the 60s, let's have some fun. Let's see what we can do. Let's see how much soaking can be happening here. We could, from this point on, see some more third parties, see some more hot drops. And as the general statements of the day and the overall genre of what we talk about has been hyped, it's a clear direction from the hiring here at Esports World Cup. It's just to make sure that you have enough space above you to put cool stages behind everyone, right? You see Seven, you see Kalaris, even Matra and Paper. When they're in camera, there's
Navi T1, ajde da vidimo, brać.
Cool scene behind us, because what a stage and what an arena we have here.
Znači Navi T1, Mit,
personally the Key Crusher.
Falcons.
I want to believe that is an actual Key Crusher.
Falcons
like gears in there.
I 17 Gaming.
And not the power and magic of radio.
Usually it's just Barney snipping his fingers, you know?
Yeah, it's really just Barney.
Ne, sjebo sam.
The guy's vast.
To je trebalo ovdje staviti.
He just puts them in his hands and he just
I see him all the time.
Navi T1, Mit, Falcons I 17.
We have Liquid in a position here now, and we talked
Drugi meč.
before, and we heard, you know, they're saying once you have enough points here, we're gonna make some impact. I want to see that in this game. We want to see some impact.
17 Genji, Navi, Gami, Geekei.
Down in a really early stage here. It's super important for them. They got a little bit greedy in terms of how many cars they have. Falcons absolutely destroyed that. That's huge. I guarantee you that Falcons is laughing for that.
Sam dobro, 17 Genji, Navi, Gami, Geekei. 17 Genji, Navi, Gami, Geekei. Brate, ovo ako radi, ovo je bukvalno skamčina, ono. A ovaj se zatvara u 4:20 PM, znači bukvalno samo gledamo i free poeni, ono. Gdje veze jebot. Bože, sad ću. Ovo sigurno ovako radi, brate, jer ne bi men dalo opciju da... Vidjet ćemo,
now sitting in that 17th spot, just below the cut line.
Ali ima faza da se sačuva ili nešto.
Continue their good ways.
Nema, to je to. I onda se to samo zaključa.
Kind, generous, fully playable.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Vast majority of the team is going to have an easy entry. Already have great spots inside that. And thanks to production for just showing us that entire leaderboard here. That was great, insightful here. And especially for the teams that's already out, that have already played all their 12 games. We're going to keep you updated throughout today.
Nije to reći. Nije, ja sjevo.
You can see on the left side of the leaderboard where the teams are currently.
Ne, ovo su moji pikovi bili.
They're just trying to hunt down that 53 on
Viš, ovdje sam pogodio 3.
On Shadow Esports, and
ovo su prostala 3.
I think it's going to be higher than, like, if you're 60 plus points, I feel like you're safe.
Da,
I think the cutoff is going to be between 55 to 60 points area there. See Shannon pouring Grim as well. Big struggle bus happening currently for them with 32 points on 26.
Jesi Markani.
They're going to have big games, and if you're going up against a T1 that's aggressive, it's going to be a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's for sure been a slow start for 4 a.m.
To zadnji meč nije, koliko igra? 3, jel?
4 meča.
Let themselves with a lot of work left to do.
Ovaj još 3, a ovaj tek počeo tako da 4.
The fraggers that they've got, the superstars that they've got, and Shen and Spaceman.
Moram pojasniti, Bert. Što vidim na tebe ne ide računanje.
But the moment is now. They want to make sure they secure their spot in our final. Check back in with Geek coming in from the north side. Just past El Pozo. Everybody looking like they're playing a little bit more centralized here on Miramar, even though this circle is 100% playable, as we said. And even though we have seen so many hard shifts, I think maybe the fact that we have been seeing so many hard shifts, maybe forcing these teams to prioritize a central spot in C1 even more.
Especially getting the spots that give you a lot of information. Well, Falcons, they are driving close, and they know that it potentially could be Twisted Minds. They are getting closer to it, sniffing a little bit. Now that they know that Twisted has not been able to recoup that player.
Gledaj ovo. Da vidimo Lu. Bolje da je tab igrao.
To the south side of Power Grid, Lu on his own will get a little bit of damage in his direction from Gustav, but the Panzerfaust will try to prevent any pushes immediately as he is currently blind. Perfectix and Batulin starting to make their way over here. Lu just holding the line. Falcons have managed to take the inside though. Just trading utility back and forth right now. Nobody wants to be the one.
Dobar crash iskreno.
Blind peek. Oh, Lu, he's just waiting.
That's a good spot to hold on. Just between the door and the blue zone. And Lu just giving information to the other guys over here. Not having an example is going to have quite the impact, and that's why they're hunting here, trying to see if they can hurt an already hurt Twisted Minds.
I was waiting for that Panzerfaust to go through the door, but Tickleton will live to fight another day for the time being, as the smoke wall has been laid down by the rest of Twisted. They'll try to get Lu out of there as he throws that fadeaway grenade. Does a lot of damage to Gustav. Gustav will return the favor, though. Gustav has been on point with his grenades so far today. See a lot of damage going on at Batulins.
So it's just a complete disengage for Twisted Minds. I don't really see it being valuable. And also now that they know that guys are coming in from the southern side here, it's giving away space in the north where that could be their exit plan going on out later. They have their cars there as well. So I understand this. This is a smart exit as well. Lu takes some damage now from other points of views. A little bit rough for them now with 1:30 before the next circle pops. Decision making here from Twisted Minds. It's the right way to play, even though I really get it. You want to defend your own area.
Ko zna šta je to bilo?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a dead center compound. They know to expect company, and they weren't able to hold the Falcons off initially. But they were able to retrieve Lu safely and, most importantly, quickly, because you saw Geek starting to hover around on that northern side. Vicious also creeping out on the south side. I think that might have been who was taking shots at Lu in retreat. So Twisted Minds able to reset. Very nicely done by them as we check in with Nemesis. coming in just north of Chumacera, getting a little bit close to Sharper, but you can see the terrain is keeping them pretty well separated here.
Yep, absolutely. Yes. Most of the teams has already made their way into an area where they feel like they can either get information from or where they think the circle is going to end up close to them. We're going to have another 25 seconds before we see that circle pop. And again, that central location along the ridge line, south side of the power grid, is extremely valuable. That high ground where you're able to gather information and see where you're potentially going to have to go. Now the R8 coming in from that western side. It's one of the more open areas where not that many teams are in from. Let's see where we do end up going here, Poro.
Hard shifts have been a story. Let's see if we get one here. And we will all the way back down to the south. So
Evala, sad Nemesis ako ne prođe. A brate, Nemesis baš dobija zone, a ne znam šta rade ljudi.
Trying to reclaim, kind of go for center as quickly as they can. Nemesis will try to regroup, knowing that they've got Sharper on their west side.
Pogledaj shit, brate.
The shots, Melman actually.
Bukvalno pola zone je njihovo.
Peacocking shots from Jedi as R8 has found themselves a BRDM. They'll be coming in from the north.
Again.
Backfilling GK, but the shot's already coming through. Akan taking down a
half. A fazi da oni imaju 27 poena, brate. Njima je jedan dobar meč I tu su.
They're going to know that, well, they're going to have to pass us. So let's try to hurt them a little bit. Put them in an area where we might be able to drive by or even take some shots at them. They don't want to be dashing ahead of them. That's smart play. You saw how they were just going along the ridges there and then now dashing towards the center to have some of that pride, to try to get in and get some information in. The drive scouting is extremely crucial. It's so strong here, especially with TPP being in effect. T1 coming in from Picardo. We're checking the southern side here. A lot of teams have actually hedged their bets against it. It's a little bit further southwest, but could be a stopping point for T1 before they decide to go further into this next circle here. Or, you know, just get all four close together so that they can do a pull-up or a drive-by on a team that they feel like it.
The timing working out pretty well for them as they get in just before Myth arrives. GK will spot out December 12th. Unfortunately, JDB losing one there. So he is a little bit in no man's land. Songjang just making that desperate run to try to get back to the gas station. Won't get there, though. Luke 12 will take him down. But did he get close enough? It looks like he did.
He's Belarusia
can't flush him out. He'll most likely get rezzed back up as we see Liquid keeping eyes on R8. Remember, R8 does have that BRDM. They've left Teddy behind. I think he might be the one that's driving it. The rest of the boys have gotten a little bit closer in towards Liquid as Songjang will get back on his feet. But yeah, a lot of teams opting for 4 deep in one building as that is just kind of what the circle has provided.
And especially with how much compounds is able to be played out here. Hawkinson said, okay, let's go. See if we can get some potential kills on the teams that are rotating around here. Ships is just straight running for 4 AM. They see the cars driving away from them. With a 6x scope on the mini here, you see exactly what directions is. And especially from an area like here, you're going to see cars, you're going to see people moving. Now over to GAM, where Vicious is just right next to them.
I'm curious as to what 4 AM scouted out that they saw that they felt like they could push down onto, because as you saw that warehouse is already occupied by 17. So 4 AM, they're just making a full-on send, try to get a little bit closer to center as this circle is closing. New one is popped and it is going hard west. So yet another hard shift here as everybody will be back on the move. GAM gets a little bit too close to Vicious with that high ground. Duckmai will find the knock. Can he secure the flush as well? Those are shots coming in from Falcons. So it looks like he will get stolen away. Shrimsy will get credit for that one.
That's a great little thieving act there from Falcons. We're going to have all the teams coming in, especially for the south shift to then a west shift here. Yeah. Means there's going to be so much pressure coming in from that east and then other sides here. So many teams actually sweeping. The pressure's coming in from the north currently and from the south.
Hard shifts hard enough to deal with as it is, but when they start ping-ponging, right, when they go hard south followed by hard north followed by whatever, it gets even more difficult. Now Twisted Minds, they did manage to get Example back. They perfectly timed it to where he was able to drop down in Picado Got the tire. Falcons got another tire out. Ian gets the tires, and now Ian finds himself in no man's land. We'll see if he can drop the smoke down in time to keep himself alive. The rest of his squad over in that warehouse trying to provide him with some support, and they will do so. Actually, it's going to be Geeke that gets the long-range shots that's going to prevent Falcons from getting that knock on Ian. Ian is barely staying alive. Will get that heal off in time, but he is stuck out in the middle of nowhere.
A few more kills here for Falcons, and they jump straight into that 61 plus points area where you're absolutely safe. Hackatory here finds Thunders, and now Ians takes more damage. And M249 to get, especially the back two tires on the Broncos, you just start spinning like
roller skates, man.
Absolutely, yeah.
How much he's been able to do. Well,
Kako su ga spasili, ne vjerujem.
His teammate, so they will get him back to the compound as Heather keeps a watchful eye over Tickleton and Kickstart. The remaining duo, Shrimzy and Gustav, still out in the blue. Looks like they're wrapping a little bit farther north. I think they may be heard shots from Vicious. And yeah, that hard western circle may allow them to go for a little bit of a blue rotate all the way over to the northwest, where it's a little bit more free and clear, because they know right now that the way they were coming in was completely packed.
Yeah, exactly, and a lot of damage has been done to the cars. Look at that. We're talking less than 10% HP and a tire missing, so I understand them rotating now. Also, it being phase 3, it's going to be 1 damage per second, and once that next circle pops, it's going to go from 1 to 3, so you really need to start making those rotations now. You actually end up hunkering up onto the top of Vicious here, so it might be an aggressive push for space where they have that high ground control that they're looking for now. Shrimzy finds one. Tygon gets a lot of damage. It's down to half HP, and the other guys are going to be even closer. They're going to be running this down.
That's good shots from Shrimzy. He's that trailing man, and he's got the other boys right up front. They're going to push right into Duckmai. He's going to do a lot of damage. Tickleton's going to go down to Tycon. The trade comes through. No, Duckmai is going to find Gustav. Kickstart going to go down as well. Shrimzy now the last player left alive for Falcons.
Brat, evo, znate da oni imaju sad šansu da prođu.
Tycon is back. An absolute prime here. 3 easy.
Bukvalno će se izjednače sa Falconsima.
Even though utility was deployed, it was not enough.
I proći 100% poslije ovog game.
As we jump over to them and on board with a rotation from Hackatory here, the absolute superstar from this roster. Vicious maintain control. Another Western hard shift. It's absolute mayhem from the teams in the east and the south.
Here come the mortars. 4 a.m. will avoid one for now. R8 dead center circle, and they have been causing some damage, causing some chaos. Only 1 kill so far to speak of. Team Liquid just off to their south have 4 deep in their compound, so they will see a lot of teams starting to make their way in on this south side. JDG, it feels like as soon as that second Western hard shift came again, they just realized, okay, we're in point farm mode. Let's stay in this compound as long as we can, see if we can catch these teams as they make their way past us. T1, they at least have 2 vehicles. They'll go ahead and send it, but where do you even send it to? They're having to come in from that eastern side, and it is going to be rough.
Having to thread the needle in between Geeke into Team Liquid, and next to 17 game is going to be difficult. It could just be a straight up pull off on the gas station.
Au, Kresha, šta gledam?
Trying to defend the eastern side here, but T1 is pulling up. Parksroll finds Raining, and Type returns the favor.
Does the damage, but doesn't get the knot. Raining will go down in the end. The end, a little bit ahead of the rest of the team, tries to breach the compound, but Songjang in perfect position. But EJ now has been taken down, and Songjang finds himself off.
I ovo je njima prošlo.
And the rest of T1 will finish off that Geeke squad, and now it's down to 2 for T1, and everybody else that was outside of the zone realizes that's a...
Brate, ali kako krešaju i vinaju? Meni ovo nije jasno. Kako su oni krešali ovo i vinali, evo?
Extremely well executed.
Gledženđi
Now the third parties comes in. So many teams have to enter from this eastern side. JDG out here, Genji out here. Twisted and Nemesis also fighting. Vicious coming in, trying to thread the needle once again. They actually found a little bit of a space here. They might be able to play it in some of these dips.
Putting Simon T in throwable range of 4 a.m. They got a read on exactly where those guys are, and immediately the grenades come out. 4AM will return them while Gen G will they'll run into JDG. JDG actually taking some damage here as well, maybe leaving it a little bit too late. Nans and Suze, the last two players left alive. They'll try to come in here and capitalize on what's left of Gen G and T1. T1 down to a duo, but they are holding the line here on this gas station. Tight will take down Nans. JDG in a lot of trouble.
The scenes coming in now. JDG down two. Bean finds it. Oh, a lot of damage done here to him. 21 HP. Has to see if he can make something happen. That's a great...
Koji ne ide, jebote.
Leaves Heather to just 1 HP.
And Bean just barely alive, has to hop into the Bronco to heal up. And Heather, you can see, only operating on about 5 HP of his own. But you see Team Liquid looking over in this direction, taking shots in at anybody who peeks the wrong window. So Bean, let's see if he can maybe breach and take down that last player. 4 Angry Men in the meantime does get eliminated in the end. It's going to be 17 that does it to him. Well, Bean still working around the outside. Maybe
I love that.
Get this revive, and he will get there in time. Will Heather allow it, though, as the grenade will come out? It's going to be a little bit too overcooked.
Luso now pushes some pressure onto this, especially with the rest coming in. Bean sees it. He gets back to cover. Heather finds him, though. That's Bean going down, and you're going to have D having to disengage from this. On top of him here, T1 on absolute fire today.
On fire.
Svaki turni sve veći veći. Type i ovaj... Kako se zove onaj što juče smo pričali o njemu?
They are pushing into the wrong neighborhood. 17 Vicious and R8 combining to take shots over towards them.
A Nemesis fragar. Gdje je Nemesis, braće? Nemesis je neđe na Nortu, jel? Nemesis je 5 kilova uz. Ali stvarno moraju da vinaju ovi. Znači Nemesisu treba win da bi se uključili. Sivala su giftani, evo 3 shifta na njih. Evo padaju. Taman što sam rekao. 2 ups. Solo up.
Myth gets so much out of this one here, and especially having a compound in that's so strong. Shots comes in for Navi. They have the high ground control on the southwest side, and that southern shift in this phase 5.
Nemesis da je bili bi top 8. Staje top frag. A nije. Ono, on je, kako se odokle nije za Navi potpisao. Čak i prije Navija je prestao da haksa ono kad se raspadao na scrimsima, bio je bukvalno posljednji. Najlošiji postaci. I onda je došao na LAN, rasposeo ga opet, na drugi LAN se raspada. Hello. Nije ni lako igra. Brati, prekucao igricu nešto.
See if he can maybe do some damage to Vicious. You gotta figure
Konto system.
Wherever this next circle goes, this is going to be where they have to look. But there you go, Powell will get that knock onto Wembo before he's able to get to the smokes, and now it's all down to Xiaowu.
Next circle about to pop here, and that's going to determine so much. We actually go northeast here, and Liquid is laughing. Live comms I'm hearing right now is guys were fed. Try to see if you can find any kills, because nobody's going to be coming to us.
Kako ovo nije no?
I think it bounced just right. It just didn't do enough damage, but that was a great grenade from R8, and they still have that BRDM in play, trying to keep their distance but stay in utility ranges. They're going to start raining grenades down on top of Vicious. The smoke's keeping them alive for the time being, and 17 actually able to get Wembo back on his feet, so back up to 2 as they bide their time. Try to come in here at the perfect time. Grenade from empty.
Promašili.
I'm not going to go down though.
VC je 54 poena, vrać.
Now the BRDM is coming in and he's going to run him over, and that's going to do it for Vicious.
Rosam 22 poena.
Will turn their attention towards 17.
Yeah, get that.
Rosam s ovim gameom može da se uključi.
17's going to have to do it. They put pressure onto it.
Morao bi 17. A gledaj Liquida, brat. Liquid s ovim gameom prolazi.
Get that BRDM out of here.
They need to, and they need to do it as quickly as possible. No use.
Mnogo je OP tank, da, pogotovo kad skontaš da obično ljudi nemaju dovoljno metaka za njega. I onda se sve svede na to ili imaš RPG ili nemaš.
going to find the knock on a Tanawa as soon as he walked out of the door. Now the rest of Navi still pushing in. Ferris will get traded down. Arzapalui's down. Jedi, the last player left alive. He's going to hide inside the shack as long as he can. He's going to find another knock as Hakatori will go down. Boosting, going to go down. Navi getting ripped apart here by...
I to ovi SP bi trebali da umru. Ne odgovara Nemesisu da SP uzima poen, a SP uzima poen. I ne odgovara im da Erosa uzima poen. A Erosa može top 3 završi.
Sparrow trying to survive just a little bit longer. 5 more first aids. Trying to outlive maybe Sharper. Jedi though has plenty of bodies to now loot. And Sharper is trying to make the most of it. 3 kills so far in a top 7.
A Stide je posljednji živ, ja ne znam gdje je Stide. Stide je negdje kod Mita ovamo. Northwest negdje.
15, maybe 20 more points today to get into that final.
I mean, you can't blame Navi. I mean, they had the full-on
tamo negdje prona iza Mita.
Take out one to start off things. It was really just a great solo play from Jedi there to hold the line. So he will go down to blue in the end. Sparrow most likely not too far behind him. There he goes. Navi will at least secure another placement point for themselves by out-healing the blue. But now we are down to Myth, Team Liquid, R8, 17, and Little Old Stead from Nemesis, the last player left alive for his squad over on the southeast.
Yeah, just hoping to get a little bit more out of it. With those two teams going out that quickly, he secures 2 more placement points for his team. This circle goes on the other side of the road already. R8 and 17 is going to have to fight and then cross the road. Liquid trying to get the most out of this one here with the little amount of kills they were able to find, because everything's been happening out and around them. Nobody has dared to breach their compound, so it's been difficult.
No more BRDM for R8. They can at least use it as cover if they can maybe take down these players from 17. The problem is they're going to be really tough to get rid of quickly because they do have those foxholes dug down. Nice grenade will sail past Wenwa. Unfortunately, a little bit undercooked there, or overcooked rather, as 17 will stay alive.
Kaže brat overcooked, a granate prebaci. GG. Ima još 2 meča. 3. Ovo je treći. Može. Sve to na jedan game će biti.
Venbor with the 3 best here makes so much possible for him. Now he's going to have to relocate, and Embot finds him with the AUG headshot onto Wenbo, and now Xiaowu, last man standing, hits one, gets Teddy down. Now the other guys are going to have to push for it. Can Xiaowu make more happen?
Wenbo had to move. He had the blue zone right on his back. With Xiaowu, though, will try to see if he can take out one with him. No, he won't. R8, they are down Teddy, but they have 8 kills now, 7 kills now. And they might be able to get the revive here. No, that blue is coming too quickly, and they're going to have to cross the street. But Liquid, just all eyes centered over in that direction. Myth looking that way as well. This is going to be tough.
Kad će bude 60 poena? Nemam pojem, brate. Ja sam jučer rekao 60 plus. Čak u jednom trenutku mi se čini da će 70 trebat. Ali onda kako su ovi na vrhu krenuli da fragaju svi, bio se iz fazona 50 max ono. Međutim, prije da će biti 60 plus. VP je prošao. VP je trenutno drugi. Vidite gore na leaderboardu da fali, ide prvi pa treći. VP je drugi, ali ne igraju danas.
It's a heavyweight fight to close things out here in match number 3. Team Liquid, they've got the compound. Myth has all the high ground. They are already over 100 points. And
uvijek treba oko 68. Pa, zato sam ja i pričao juče da će biti 35, sjećate se, 35 po danu, znači 70. Ja sam konto će ići 65, 70. Ali, brate, onda je Mit imao dan od 74 poena i onda i 8. je fazon bio na 23. I bio se iz fazona, nema šans. Ali, bit će.
And if Myth is able to close this game out, that would mean them already breaking last year's record of the group stage from Rock. That'll be huge. Surely they're going to do it in the later games here, but being able to do it already in match 15 would be insane. A P90 in the hands of Baron is massive, and he's already got cover and is inside this circle here with the utility that they have available to them and the smoke lines that they're already starting to provide here. That could be massive. Both teams setting up for a late game fight. Doritos flying down from the sky, the emergency cover being applied.
Yeah, I think you really like Myth's chances here, honestly. Team Liquid
they return the favor though with the nades.
Yeah, they'll start with the utility barrage. Team Liquid will lose Kurt, as Baron with that flanking angle will find a little bit of space through the smokes to get that knock. Team Liquid retreat, try to reset, get that res onto Kurt, get him back on his feet. We'll see how much utility they have left in the bag once it's all said and done, as the blue zone grenades not going to fall where they need to, but Luke forced down from his high ground spot. Actually gets a little bit closer. Jacob will find him with the grenade. It's going to be tough to get that revive. Kurt not
even ne ide, baci meni izgledalo kao da je random za
a lot of damage. I think that was another blue zone grenade that does it. Will finish off Kurt in the process. Alo holding on to this high ground as much as he can, but Myth is just securing this.
So well executed by them. The utility being put out at the exact right spots to deny any revives or anything. The blue zone damage, especially with the 10 ticks here. They could have got Kurt in and just put him inside the house here, but they thought with a quick rest that they could get him up quickly so they could defend this push that's inevitable from Myth.
Just a stranglehold from Myth, and it was always going to be difficult for Liquid to have to leave this compound, as Myth is just everywhere. There's not much Liquid can do. They at least managed to survive the initial onslaught of utility, but Baron with that P90 will find Alo. It's down to Cowboy. He's going to lay down the smokes, trying to escape, try to see if he can maybe get one more point. Panzerfaust in hand for Myth as they make the push, and they will secure another win for Made in Thailand.
So well executed by them here, having that southern control there, but it does feel like all the other teams are just so scared to face them. But now, in triple digits, Kiss maintaining control of his lead on the most kills here in the
Lepo su prodali meč. Ko? Liquid. A nije Liquid imao zonu za meč.
The ending of 4v4, a little bit anticlimactic just because of how the whole thing shaped up, but
Ko je vinuo meč? Znači, gledao sam vamo nešto... Nisam uopšte gledao meč. Je li Myth ili Liquid vinuo? Myth, a?
Just to kind of further secure their hold on the top 16 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Now absolutely guaranteed in the final for Liquid, being above that AGL and full sense 61%.
Myth, a nije su prodali onda.
It's exactly how to play it. Again, the circle comes towards you like this here, but the way that Myth played that late game with their utility, putting on so much pressure on Team Liquid once they only had the small houses and riches to play here. Extremely well executed.
Yeah, you can say they're still excited. It may be a little
Pogledajte, svi Super Strike imaju, gledao 4 komada. Je li ima iko Super Strike od vas? Jeste probali?
Overtake last year's first place group stage.
Ja ne znam da li ko sad više igra na jednom mišu koji nije Super Strike. To je kao Wutin kad izašao. Ali ja dajem jedno 6-7 mjeseci i onda će ovi Kinezi početi da prave identičan miš. Pa će i ostale kompanije, ali ja mislim da je sad naj-OP stvar od tog hardvera, zapravo od periferije.
Wild stuff for them. Well, we've got 3 more games left today to determine who our top 16 is going to be, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, it's Avenger here, the Pubg on in-game settings with Shrimsy from Falcons. How do we get a setup for an Esports World Cup past champion?
I like to have my chair as high as I possibly can without my legs dangling so that I get like this 90-degree angle, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I like to be taller than my desk as well. So about 72, 73. I like to have like my belly button hitting my desk, you know, at the same height. And then with my keyboard and mouse, I like to have my mouse pretty far right and then my keyboard pretty far left.
Right, Shrimsy, talk to me the screen settings here, saturation, digital vibrance. What's important to you when you get into a setup?
For monitors, I like to have my brightness really high, so I usually do 100. Okay. My contrast is lower, like 60 usually. Those are really the only settings I mess with. Sometimes I mess with the color settings, but not a lot.
And Shrimsy, of course, the headset's also important here. Like sometimes you just use those, you get in-ears. What's your preference here?
So I use in-ears personally. I think if I didn't play professionally, I would use a headset. It's a lot more comfortable. It doesn't hurt your ears at all. It's very comfy, so.
All right, walk me through your mouse here. DPI, what's your sense, what's your hertz, what's your use, because that's also something that's super important. You go in, you got to get used to it. You got to get comfortable what you're used to at home as well.
So I use 800 DPI. It's one of the defaults. It's 1,000 polling hertz, and then in-game, I use 35 general sense, so I'm pretty high.
And last one here, the shortcuts in the game. A lot of people use a lot of difference, but tell me, smokes, grenades, first aids and energies. What's your shortcuts? How close it's to you?
Da se prebaca isplati. To je najbolji mišljen. To je unazad ne znam koliko godina da je izašao neki miš koji je skup, koji se isplati, mislim isplati, koji igra ovo sa nekim ciljem. Must have isto kao Wooting jebi ga. Tim što sad imaš kopije Wootinga, pa Wooting više nije nedodirljiv. Sigurno će i ovi izbaci Kineci kopije Super Strike-a, pa onda. Ali jebi ga, OP miš, bukvalno OP.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage.
Taj zamjena zvuk.
Lenovo Legion.
Moram da pitam Zlomu, zaboravio sam kako se zovu, imaju neke kompanije kineske, na temu čak možda skup.
All it took was for me to start talking about some of the squads that we were expecting to show up today, to show up. Like Myth being able to get that chicken dinner, and then we had R8.
Kako prevelik, pa to ti je veličina super... Kako zove bre ovaj bre?
Yeah, let me just take that away from you, sir.
Dude has like 2 Advils and he just can't handle it.
Ne Super Strike, kako se zove Logitech ko miš prije ovo, dvojka ovaj bre? To ti je ta veličina.
I didn't want you to talk about R8. So I was talking about, we finally saw them use the BRDM. That was just about it.
Oh, the BRDM is what you're excited about. They did use it, but then they lost it, and they couldn't cross the street, which is
Super
why
light.
they laid on a grenade. But honestly, come on, would you have done that? Would you?
Mom, can you come pick me up? I'm scared.
You know what? Base, you want to just get out of here?
Fair enough. All right, I guess we'll do the next segment by ourselves.
I guess so, but as I was saying, Mid did end up showing up.
Pa i on mi prevelik. Dragi Jan.
But even then, I mean, when we went into
Ti ovaj vet.
only 2 teams were alive.
Kako je mali vet.
6, allowing some of the other squads to be able to come up.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted, let's just stay on the Myth train. First team to hit triple digits.
Ovaj se kupio, brate, 1000 dinara za ovaj drugi PC.
And if we want to take into account one of our kill leaders.
Ja imam Ducky 1-2 mini, jel? Jel vrši posao? Bo vrši, kažu ljudi da je dobro, brate. Ma nema što biti, brate, onaj...
Not surprised.
Disgusting.
Yeah, so Heather is actually
Jebi ga, znaš, ono, ne može biti Wooting level, isto ko što kopije Superlighta, nisu Superlight. Jebi ga, na kraju se sve svede na taj software, na senzor. Oni mogu napraviti kopiju i tako dalje, jel? Nije to to. Build quality, pre-travel, da li ima, da li krcka, da li se savija, ko ima pre-travela na klikovima. To su ti neke razlike, jebi ga, zato ovo košta 250, a kopija 25. E sad, da li vrijedi to 250 ili ti kopija odradi posao, odradi kopija posao. A ako baš ono, imaš aspiracije, onda, brate, daš pare i ćao.
Fly towards a person without hitting, and then the Panther was quite unfortunate, but
oh, you haven't seen my gameplay then.
Sve ima svoje. Da li vrijedi pare, ne vrijedi. Da li ovaj od 25 isti kao taj od 25 nije, to seru ljudi koji kupe taj od 25. To je samo pametnije ako pomina ništa drugo. Da je bolje, nije bolje.
Obviously, you know, having the building position was, you know, great from Team Liquid, but Myth were just able to capitalize with the car. are bringing it through. I was waiting for that big explosion though.
You know, Myth walks away with 7 kills, 17 points. They fought their way over 2 feet Meat Liquid, which actually let them refresh that utility and go in pretty strong. And then because R8 sort of sacrificed themselves to the gods of PUBG, they didn't even have to use that utility on aggression. Liquid was actually able to turn around and just face Myth, but they were like, that's kind of cool for us.
G-Pro Hero, nice chance.
If the cross was forced, R8 would have gone up and around that top side and maybe had to choose which team do I fight. So I think both teams are probably ecstatic to see R8 just disappear in a vapor cloud. Yeah, well, that baguette obviously has been a prop for many people because it tasted like 35 hands. That was
it was in my back.
You did not wash that before you gave it to me.
It was in my back pocket. Okay, Toffees, I'm sorry.
That's worse.
But in regards to some of the other squads, we got to now start talking about just obviously T1, Heather continuing to perform, but I actually want to shift the focus. I want to shift the focus to the top 16 that will be moving on to the finals, because we are currently getting closer and closer to more squads from Group A to get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Tai Lu is at 43 points in Group A, and Patriot Road is at 40, so it's unfortunately must be not a great time sitting at home, but look, you're in Paris, so it's okay. But, you know, this gives the opportunity for teams like Gen.G, I think they were on 42 points, if I'm not mistaken, to overreach that. So today, you know, that is something that they can lock in with. And obviously 3 more matches. Now, I'm not saying Nemesis might get there, but I mean, it's doable. It is absolutely doable, especially as Tai Lu and that already had that 40.
It is doable because it's not the grand final. You don't have to win first place right now. You just have to be one of the 16 best, right? It's not a Ricky Bobby moment. This is a just do the best you can, pat them on the heads, and that's enough. So there are teams out there that I think can make those moves. Exactly. So that I think helps some of these teams with a little bit less stress on them.
We've been able to see some of the other squads step it up today. We saw JD Gaming putting up some good eliminations, and 17 Gaming, I mean, even with the chicken dinner. One squad that has been consistent, especially after yesterday's last game, is none other than Falcons, and I believe Kalaris is currently with the coach.
With these points.
Poslao sam ti na Discord sliku.
The team's feeling great, I'll be honest. We made some changes recently.
Sjećam se. Pa šta ovaj manji od ovoga Super Lighta?
We're just trying to be more aggressive, try and take more space.
Ovako preko slike ne mogu ocijeniti.
In later circles, try and get center, try and get established, and just not be scared of any teams and just make a name for ourselves.
We had a chat before. Obviously, Tiggleton, I didn't get much out of him. Are you interested in talking about those changes yet?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we made, I guess I made the decision to move Gustav to the main IGL and kickstart the co-IGL. I'll give a brief reason why. Basically, obviously, I think Kickstart is one of the smartest players in the game. But when he was IGLing, he was just obviously in his map too much naturally as an IGL. And typically, when we were successful, it was when he was playing with Shrimzy up front in the trenches, just getting down and dirty. When he was IGLing, he was just kind of having to think too much. Gustav had experience in the past IGLing, and in this new meta, Gustav is like really in tune with like sending and other stuff, because that was never our playstyle. Our playstyle was always very structured and disciplined. And obviously, you can see just from watching Myth, like, sometimes you just got to go a little crazy. Gustav brings that craziness, and having Kick co-IGLing and being with Shrimzy and being up front in the trenches seemed like it was the right thing to do. So prior coming here, I made the change, and I think so far it's been great. Gustav's been great, and Kick's been helping him, which it's been perfect, honestly.
That's the most comprehensive answer we've had so far. Thank you very much.
A lot, you know that.
Thank you.
Doktor.
Get back to your team.
Manje ne puno, ali točno koliko treba. Imam taj Proc Super Light Mini.
So, Luti, if we were to play PUBG
together,
with like you and your friends,
do you
quite understand like French call-outs?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, so like what's the French word for, for blue zone?
It's easy. We just say la zone bleue qui pique un petit peu.
Okay.
It's been like the tickling blue zone who's making a little bit of damage,
I mean, would it not just be easier to say something like bleu?
No.
Okay, fine. What about third party, like TP is what we say?
Oh yeah. This is easy as well. You must say something like il y a une autre équipe qui est en train d'essayer de nous faire les fesses.
Seriously? What does that mean?
It means there is another team who's trying to get in our ass.
Oh, okay, sure. Surely TP is just quicker.
No. This is the way.
Okay, how about camping? Like, he's camping over there.
Oh yeah, it's easy as well. It's like, il y a un mec qui a posé sa tente et qui est en train de se préparer pour l'apéro et le barbecue. What? Buddy, you don't want to play with me, my friend? Oh, I guess he's gone now, but we're not gone anywhere because now it's game 4, guys, on our last day of group stage. Casters, back to you. Buddy, come, we can play.
Man, we talk a lot about like how fast communication is and important, and like sometimes languages and how fast you can speak on them, you know, like benefits for Korea and China.
Sure.
I now understand why like the
Njemačka ima pola isto.
Yeah, it could be. It seems to be a bit of a communication issue there. Yeah.
Ne znam, BTV.
Poor Barney just had to learn that the hard way firsthand. That did not sound the easiest lingo to pick up.
But it sounded pretty.
It did sound good.
It did sound pretty. All right, so looking into this one, of course, we're going to be starting off everything over into the west. Plane path up in the air, and then we're going to end up over into the northeast. Space for the teams to play around. Gen G and T1 room. But of course, this is Matchman and Paper Thin now taking you through the last 3 games of the day.
Yeah, so we're going to be on Rondo now and just kind of seeing if some of these teams in the middle of the pack can make their run. Gen G starting to scale up a little bit. Kind of curious about them in GK.
Samo su 2 update-a. Či ovaj treći fali, sad smo na 4.
The glider, you know, road. So we are going straight west to Jiaotin. So this is a pretty hard-shifted early western circle. JDG going to be licking their chops off of that. T1 has been having a
Gledajte Nemesis gore. Pogledaj kakav ulaz ima u zonu.
Always been a really good player, you know, OG Korean.
Ja ne vidim način da oni ne prođu dalje, brate. Mislim, ako nastaje ovako igra neće proći sigurno. Ali da mogu reći da nemaju zone kao pa da ih neće, ne mogu. Bukvalno dobijaju shift.
Because this is middle in the map, so we have good chance for good zone, you know.
Best chance for good zone.
Vaj Bustik je legenda.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the funny thing.
Da lik izgleda kao kapi da je, brate, ono, ne znam.
The circle changes to Rondo.
Na kapija mi liči.
Sit around the middle of the map anymore because of the land ratio terrain. They could go anywhere. So, kind of curious.
Ima taj baby face.
That might be something that is changed in the future, where you don't feel like, you know, you have to go test track and Neox Factory every time, or those are like some of the, you know, that in Stadium are like the really prioritized positions, because the amount of land on Rondo is absolutely massive. Like, the map is huge.
It is just full landmass everywhere. Lord only knows where the circle can go a couple of times, and I mean, I'm fine with getting some Jiaotin in there. We've been seeing a lot of Eastern Lay circles throughout the year. So we look at this. This is going to be great for JDG, trying to get on a climb right now. Presently in that 16th place position at exactly 50 points. And whenever I came into today, off of what we saw with Myth on their first day, I was assuming that they were going to be feasting. They're still having a good day, but I mean, when they had like, what, 79 points in just one day, and so far it's still being pretty competitive.
Sure.
I thought maybe the cut lines would come down a little bit, but doesn't seem to be the case. Ooh, Team Liquid looks like they're going to be rolling right up next to Cole.
Okay, this is a big fight early for some really valuable real estate. Alo knows there's a player around the corner here as he's got the pre-fire, he's got Cole down.
Ooh, JDG, do you want to keep in on this one? No, Nons instantly turns away December 12th as well. So Team Liquid going for a great position early, trying to make sure that they can secure it, but they've got to be careful. They do have 17 and Little Ghost that's back behind them.
That's a really nice early win here for Team Liquid, keeping themselves in a really good spot. I mean, basically after that last game, they're good to go to the grand finals most likely, but you know, I think some confidence here would be really nice for Liquid, who has had those moments in the past where they bomb out at the end of a group stage and then they just kind of falter if they even make it to the finals.
They show some hesitation going for an easy fight or an easy kill because they don't want to risk it and they want to play for the later stages. That's always been a Team Liquid MO that would sometimes drive me insane. But remember, we do have eyes in the sky, so we can see everything. We know whenever they can do stuff. They don't always know it. So Team Liquid coming in with that style of play, that's a well-read strategy to understand where to go and assume somebody's going to be in a point. Very well played right now, as it's going to be containment on the rest of the
team.
A whole bunch of friends are now approaching 17 in vehicles. On the other side of Team Liquid, they better be careful, as we also do have T1 and Geeke on the other side of all of them.
This is exactly what I was just worrying about. With 17 coming in behind Team Liquid, they're going to have this hill position to put some fire down into Liquid, so they need to make fast. You know, they do have pretty good angle here, might be able to put a little bit of pressure in response. There goes, but
Nemesis, that's fire.
Thwart 17
Jedno ako bomba pane, vete, u halu, pa oni prežive jedino.
Pa ne da će proći, nadam se da će proći.
Evo,
pozdrav.
Aj proveri ovaj, samo stavi ga na Quickscan.
Mene, ja? Pa nemoj ljudke mene.
Foren isto.
Foren odavno pručevete, on plaća pretplat.
Znači, ovo sad što sam skonto je... Ne, ovo je pobjeda.
Baci ga tamo u skener. Dutke koji najraci.
Skeniraj ga. Važno sad s tebi.
Kroz rengen.
Kroz rengen.
He is incredible. Like I said, he's a stellar player when he's at his best. Very, very proud. He is one of my favorite players. Very much key.
Vrti ga.
Times I saw him playing back in the long ago of the Korean Pubg scene. As we're looking at 17, who has another 1-3 split, been favoring those mightily. Leave Lil Ghost back, put the other three forward. Gonna see R8 just driving on ahead. Twisted Minds is going to be coming in, of course, from test track. A little bit late to the east, but they're in the finals, so whatever happens today with Twisted is, just money in the bank.
Leaderboard cut position. Remember, it doesn't matter or anything else. There's no like survival stage after this. It is just top 16 that go on.
Da, ubacim nickname I onda izapija povučem sve meče.
Aj, Pogljuru bacio imene, brate, posto lika
40.
Pa šta ti nisi konektovan, ili?
Na EverGG jesam.
Pa onda si prošao. Pa onda si prošao taj sistem već.
Ti ne izbacio još, o?
Ne, vrti, ono, piše mi wave stat G is typing.
Some good clean kills is, oh, hey, that's okay. Now you just get kind of double cars, right? There's a joke that's historic that we'll leave alone
there. We'll leave that for Panda.
Prošlo 2 minuta 6 puta, ne?
He's allowed to make those jokes, we are not.
So not a lot of people making the commitment into Gel 10. It's really just JDG.
Jeste je spavaš do 5 sati pješta.
A lot of wraps up to the north, as we've seen Gam that went for that early drop very far up to the north. Nemesis going to be just to the side of them. Myth, the only squad really playing more on the west except for Falcons, and that firefight with Falcons was on the zone wall, all the way to the west over there. So this is a lot more of a safety anchor play coming out from them. As external from this, we've got a little bit of shots being fired. I don't think it'll lead to a firefight, but it is Vicious and Jin G.
Yeah, I don't think that'll matter too much. I think for Falcons here, this very well could just be a rotation trap where they had a read on how a team was going to make a move. And
trap worked.
Yeah, trap worked. Trap good.
Jesi odigrao?
Who knows call, you know, if it was Gunnar or Gustav in the Esports.
Nisi imao vremena. Bukvalno sam sat vremena možda igrao max.
Prošao već, čo?
Jel se sviđa?
Koliko sati?
Dobar je, baš
koliko sati treba?
Pa ja sam odigrao sve sajdove I to, pa je 45 sati. Neki idle možda 20 sati. 40 sati mi treba. Konkretno igralaš.
Brate, Nemesis ako ne prođe iz ovog meča. Ali ja to već 3 meča pričam. Znači, bukvalno su ljudi giftani 3 meča I ne mogu da urade ništa. Evo, ovo je sad 4. zapravo. A 3. Onaj Tego, ajmo reći da nisu dobili gift.
Jel ga izvrtao, izvijek, sad sam došao.
Ček da nije još. Vidiš.
Ja sam poprilično ubeđen da je...
Ne, možete mi to streamat druge, da kako to izgleda, šta su...
Patience pays off. The timing on not being able to have the hands ready for the first one. Set up the second one in a great way. Coming out a couple shots on T1 as it looks like they're going to go for that big hillside.
Ovo može staviti I u deep skena.
A lot of squads going to be forced to play more into the east. Gam making a rotate over into the north.
Čekaj još.
Ovo može staviti u deep scan, ali ne. Znaš šta je?
Ali nema ovaj puno mečeva svakako. Ovo je neki novi akaunt. Možda 5-6 sezona max.
Pa dobro da, to ti dosta.
Dosta.
Još jučer ja, brate, igram lik, Noob je 1-2 KD, brate. Ja uđem u replay hik, brate. Svaki pik, brate. Kroz nisam je lik.
Da. Kako znaš da njegov sajt?
Pa skonto sam, brate, pošto svuda se pojavlja njegova reklama i uđem na onaj, na njegov account i piše this is main account of Foundera.
Misliš da haksa, a?
Da.
Brate, da li je...
Founder Pubg Lookera, jel ti sam čuo ili...
Pa ne znam da li haksa, nego pretpostavljam.
Kako mu ih nema ih.
Brate, ali moguće da vidi lik toliko rizikovao, bre. Ajde, boli ga kurac.
Rizikuje, šta tačno?
Pa, brate. Ipak si vlasnik sajta koji koristi ono milion ljudi, evo.
T1. Okay, so that's the first couple of shots coming up from T1 in this high ground. This is going to be a bane to everybody.
Pa dosta.
To mu je alt account, ali je u istom je klanu kao i
old like things that he was using to try to figure out distance.
Oh yeah, the man, a protractor.
Maybe get ourselves a protractor or something else like that, but that was a crazy shot. 4 Angry Men going to be approaching from the north. Jaltin does have a lot of teams that make commitment in just because of the lack of territory everywhere else. We were alluding to a moment ago. So it's going to be DC, Team Liquid, remnants of JDG, Twisted, and 17 just the north of it. Circle pops. And ooh, T1 in a great spot. And everybody in Jaltin not necessarily too sad about it.
I really want to see Geekay try to find a way to...
Jo, ne misliš opet mrtav, ne misliš mrtav, ili sad lud? Yes, yeah.
And they are doing
Dva su
going
živi.
to send 2 players down. That's really, really nice because this is going to get really contested in that northern side. There isn't a ton in terms of compounds.
Ajde, moram ići. Vidimo se. Javi mi se ovog.
That's a brutal gauntlet. You have to make it in the hillside just a little bit further away to at least get away from Twisted. They've got there. Now at least have some moment of safety here in this one spot. It is pretty centered up, but the rest of your squad has to make a rotate, and it looks like Winbo just can't really find the way to get over there.
Yeah, for 17, this has gotten pretty dicey because of what you were talking about. That road that they have to run down is very hotly contested. Meanwhile, 4 AM has found their way into the circle, has the hill with the tower on it, and they have Myth kind of circling around them a little bit, just looking for a positioning mistake from 4 AM that they could potentially capitalize on. But 4 AM also has the safety of a BRDM here.
Down to the south, Gen G is going to get them another hillside. They're going to have vision on what's going on with Na'Vi over into the east. 4 Angry Men, well, yes, they do have that BRDM. They've got Falcons over to the west, and they've got Myth back behind them. Twisted Minds to the east. That's a terrible position to be in, as R8 had the same idea that 17 did, but Winbo just defending it right now. All 3 players still alive, and R8 nowhere to go. They're going to drop real early.
Yeah, that didn't go good. That did not go good there for R8. I mean, again, like I mentioned earlier, the reason I wanted to see Geekay kind of form up into a 4-man was because of stuff like this, where teams are going to have to crash because they don't have a lot of better options. You know, a couple teams get jammed up in Jaltin, which is not ideal. And there's that kill I was talking about that you're looking for. That's even the BRDM. Nobody else from 4 AM is there right now. And this just could be stolen.
Myth is moving aggressive for it. They want it. This is like, nope, mine. Thanks so much. Aaron just going to steal it. Run away from it. 4 Angry Men now has to retreat the angle. Window at least trying to get something back, but no. Myth eyes on continuing to climb right now. Falcons were watching all of that, so they know who their neighbors are. This is a much dicier circle than what we were originally looking at, specifically for Phase 3. Jaltin's still going to have a lot of the territory on, but the center of the south is...
Aj skonto ga, vrati, Skapija. Svaki put kad mu vidim ime, pomislim onoga Skrepija iz kokošku, ono, iz Arka.
It makes things very, very complicated for a lot of the teams that, again, don't have something that's safe already, and even going forward could make things tricky. Shrimzy sees E-End out on the rock and can't really get the shots to connect there with the Mark 12, but this is just a little bit of posturing for Falcons. This doesn't feel like their kind of desired destination, and they're getting ready for some pre-rotations, it looks like, into the next phase. Meanwhile, T1 is sitting pretty happy and hoping that this circle stays in their favor.
Nemesis has 2 players up, and it's Melman all the way over to the northeast, still in Jaltin, and then a big wrap coming in on the other side. State is so far over to the west, he's back over against the zone wall with this new circle pop. Gen G and T1 are going to have a ton of vision on everything. T1 has to be careful, though, as it looks like a couple of squads are going to be running right into their face. No options. Falcons got Myth back behind, and 4 Angry Men trying to cut in the path very early. Gen G as well as Na'Vi going to have control of the south, and Jaltin's about to suck, man.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing Team Liquid take an emergency pickup here to try to get somewhere else potentially. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. I don't know where they're going to go.
How's 4 Angry Men getting away with this rotate? Somehow there's...
GK treba dobar meč sad.
Finally, everybody's starting to unload onto him, but there's enough of a little dip over here that they can get in position, but Gam is waiting. These nades are about to go right up into their face. Goes a little bit too far down the hillside, though, to connect and get what they want. Finally, that bounce lands on top of a car, but it's a bit too late. There we go. Finally, Tanbu connects with one.
Yeah, Gam there not really reading the angle of the hill properly, so a lot of their grenades were funneling down away from them. But yeah, 4AM is getting shredded right now. They are not having fun. Team Liquid losing players because they just try to drop on top of Gen G. It is absolute madness here on the south side.
This is terrible for 4 Angry Men. Even if they can get distance away from Gam, and now that VC's come up back behind on the other side of Gam, that's kind of stopped the relenting nade tosses that were getting thrown their way. T1 still has high ground positioning over him. T1's going to get eliminated. Now we still have a couple of rotates that are going to be problematic, as it is going to be Twisted having to make a move into the circle where 17 is going to be defending. And Myth actually pushing right in the face of T1 on the high ground. That could be big.
Well, yeah, now T1 kind of given their first big test in this circle to defend this spot that they took very, very early on. Tanbu, if you hit this Panzer, I will be very, very impressed. He's got a good angle at it. Ooh, just came up short, hit in front of Wenda. And we'll see. Myth is actually making their attack work here.
Well, they have the BRDM that they just sold, so they're just kind of brute forcing their way up the hillside. Falcon's going to be wrapping now onto the other side of 4 Angry Men. Gen G is going to get vision on them, so 4 Angry Men just entrenched over here, but not in the best of ways. The trees just providing enough cover for the time being. As no, Falcons actually pulled away, so all the shots going at 4 Angry Men, and they're going to go to the hillside right underneath the T1 is, man.
I thought the Doritos did that for a second. Almost
4 Angry Men, what do you even do? Do Falcons see that and go back down the hillside? They're just kind of caught between the two hills in the valley and get peppered.
Well, they're trying to kind of find an angle into this fight. Tanbu will deal with Wenda, though. And now over into this spoils are Gam. 17 in the meanwhile still defending this pagoda up on the hill. Batulin's going to be a little bit more disciplined with his approach.
Twisted better be careful. There's a couple of solos back behind them nipping at their heels. If there is an opportunity, somebody's going to go for it. Little Ghost gets a knock onto Example. Nice nade throws coming out. Blue zone right on top. Blue's going to make it a lot scarier.
JDG solo lik iza njih, pogledao. On bi mogao da izvuče dva poena odavde. I šta je tu pored njega? 17-62 poena, vrat.
So a bunch of teams all of a sudden know that Twisted has to leave the safety of this cover. Grenades even starting to make their way in from Baron of Myth, but Twisted succumbing to the blue mostly here. Heather with that Dragunov again, looking to replicate some of those sick shots he was hitting earlier. There it is, the headshot for Heather.
Look, he was beaten in at like 300 meters from those last shots, right? Taking second there. Gustav and Nade bounce going to go a bit too far to flush him, but could stall out. Really, the longer that Gustav can stay alive over here, it's going to slow down the T1 rotate. Trimsy's right underneath of him. So T1 not feeling too good about this, but they can't go to the east. Myth's already waiting there. Gam, who we saw, has got control of that trench line for so long. T1's going to have to either deal with Falcons or do a wrap around. Maybe down to the south, but then they have to deal with Gen G, who they already know are on that hillside.
Yeah, so T1... It's nice that you're going to essentially eliminate Gustav. Actually,
I Genji uzme kill. I to Genji 49 poena, brat. Genji može imati dobar game, jebot.
You mentioned Batulin's wild send it.
He's all by himself, nowhere else to go. It's just time to be bold and see if he can steal it. And he's somehow squeaking by all these squads. They were caught shooting at everybody else right now, so Batulin's going to sneak right up next to the Falcons. I wouldn't go too much further. He sees the cars and you hear the brakes slam on like, nope, this is it. This is as far as I want to go.
And he's got to deal with Gam just on the other side of that road. Not going to be easy for Batulin. T1 sending it up towards Gen G. Salute prepping a nade. He's got the rest of Gen G circling in towards him. T1 doesn't want to give them the angles. They're not going for the top of that hill. They're maybe looking for something on these rocks.
I really like this. They baited around Falcons, moved into the low ground. Now Falcons are taking shots at Gen G. T1's just trying to sneak this one by. But the looming giants down into the southeast are going to be Na'Vi. They haven't had to get too involved so far. They're going to spot out T1 and get a knock on them right before they can get a stop off.
There's just nowhere for T1 to go. They had to either take a fight or absolutely bananas, and instead they're just kind of lost trying to find anything that's inside of this circle that'll work with. Yeah, EN might just be bleeding out here as that vehicle is going to explode very shortly. Hakatori lining up with another nade will probably get the flush. Indeed he does, and Type almost goes down with his teammate.
this one spot does have a reprieve away from Gen G and their high ground. There is some vision, but Gen G is more focused on where Falcons are playing at. And so Gen G's playing a position that's more to the southwest of this. That's all T1 to kind of hunker down. VC is close, but they're in a lower section. Just down below all of this is there's a multi-tiered firefight. There's Gen G up on top, then there's the road and the crossroads that intersects. That's the middle tier. And then we've got Gam, Myth fighting on one side of the road. Then we got VC as well as GK fighting on the other side.
It's so funny to see players use frags to create a little bit of extra room in the terrain and have to use some of that emergency cover as well, and just kind of hope it doesn't land on you here as T1. You'll take any safety you can get.
Twisted like Batula right now has kind of forced Falcons down into that Gam positioning. Seeing if maybe they can steal anything. Nade's going to go right down into their face. A bit too far. Tanbu playing the high side of the hill, just trying to get away from Myth right now. Hearing the shots from Myth going on to Gam, it looks like DK might be trying to backstab Myth. If Myth stays too focused on this, they might get pounced.
This is just the classic Batulans.
Falcons misli da je ko full najbolji igrači, a svaki put kikse od kako su bili SK, sad Falcons.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. Yeah, the Batulans is definitely a Slytherin, is Batulans.
Oh, because he's Slytherin. I get you. This is what I was worried about, though. DK backstabs right on to Jake.
Ne znam šta ti rekao.
Okay. Guys, you've got high ground, you've got all this to dial in. It is a bit complicated, though. From high ground to hit these lower ground positions, you've got to dial it in and back a little bit more.
Nije da je ne igraju loše. Pogotovo od kad je Gustav došao.
Where is it going to land? Right in between everybody. There is Gam's just somehow still alive in what was kind of a terrible position.
Yeah, absolutely. GK here needs to make this work against Myth relatively quickly. They don't have a lot of time, and Scappy's going to find a grenade onto Sungjong. You can see Shrimzy putting some damage in, but can't really Gam from where he's at. Meanwhile, Bean needs to try to get his teammate up. You can see that Soul in front of him.
Mislim da je Melman živ tamo sa one strane grada.
Falcons clinging to this edge nicely. Saw what 34 bullets or something like that left for Shrimzy. They've been fighting for a while and not much left in the tank, as Na'Vi is now going to move into a more controlled position in the lower side of the hill that Gen G's been trying to keep dominant. You can see that the way that these hillsides kind of roll down into the lower section, it's much harder to defend on that eastern approach. It means that Gen G doesn't have too much more options. They can either push down and
Pravo da vam kažem, ne znam ni kako je živ lik.
have to take the fight against Hackatory and Na'Vi.
I think as Gen G, you're going to lean to this, yeah, for sure. The way the hill angles is just a little bit better for you than what, you know, cover to work with at the bottom of the hill. Whereas Falcons, you can get a lot closer to them because of that edge. Park Pro going to be knocked here for DK.
Onda bi on trebao bude negdje između Falconsa i Na'Vija, jel? Ali ja njega ne vidim uopšte.
Dole, ispod Na'Vija.
Ispod Na'Vija? Pa ja, ispod Falconsa i Na'Vija. Lijevo od Na'Vija, jel?
It's a big game for DK, though, finding these kills have put them up to 50 points. They are now ahead of JDG on the top 16 leaderboard they're looking at. Can they manage to take down Myth? Getting a bit...
Eno ga, vidim ga sad na malom radaru. Mali radar, već. Mini mapa, ne, mali radar, da.
Gets the flush onto Bean one side of it. Salute trying to come down. D's gonna go down. Where are these nades going to land? Salute's pretty low on life, but it's much harder for Gen G to hit the nade on this very recessed hillside the Falcons are playing.
Yeah, ooh, that's bad news here for Salute. He just got that first nade off in time. Oh, here we go. Na'Vi knows that they could take him down, and they're just slamming into the backside. Falcons are like, okay, maybe we'll just wait this one out a little bit. And I think that's going to be the end. Yeah, Gen G done and dusted. No placement.
Ništa od Gike, ja baća moj, ko je rekao za Gike? Gike treba Mark. Treba je dobar game, ali su loše odigrali. Mada realno i Shift ne radi, favorizuje Na'Vi. Što inače, Stide može top 3 izvući.
Now has to figure out how they're going to cross the road with GK as well as Vicious right next to him.
Znači, bukvalno ga niko ne dira, znači, bukvalno može da bude drugi jebot, ako ga ne skontaju.
But they're missing their timing, missing their window where they could potentially get into Na'Vi's backline. It seems like they didn't have the confidence. Now, Stade is
You want to push a hillside across an open road where Hackatory and Boostic are holding high ground on you?
They just moved back there, though. They had a moment when Gen G was up on, you know, when they're fighting Gen G on the other side of the hill is what I mean. And so they could have come in through there, but they just maybe were pinned down by GK or something.
You're making the right call. It's really all VC can do, but it's going to feel real bad.
Oh, it's not easy.
But it might open up an opportunity if Stay backstabs on it. But I think that VC might just go on the hunt for more kills. Tycon keeps looking over at GK and thinking, there might be a couple of tasty treats over there for him. This is the cut line firefights as it is VC at 56 points, Gam at 59, of course EK at 52. All just trying to see how many more points they can get away from that 16th place position and get some breathing room, but it is just everybody stacked up outside the circle and all on top of each other.
Yeah, the circle's gonna make things even more different. Holy car gets in there, does take down EJ. Duck2's going absolutely crazy. Him and Tanbu gonna combine to take out VC. Park Pro, can he do anything else in response? Nope. Tanbu gonna deal with him.
Go signal for one side of it. It looked like Falcons want to get involved, but Type is still just holding the line right next to him, entrenched down into a little hole. Boostic also getting some vision on what's going on T1, so they can't really defend this. Gam's going to have to burn a lot of smoke off of those bodies, get something after everything they picked up. Do they even still have a car over there? It looks like they might, and are they going to wrap into where Falcons is at? Oh, man, this is going to get crazy real quick. Good shots come out from Hackatory and Boostic, get the knock on 2 already.
Yeah, things pretty much over for Gam at this point. Indeed, they do go down to your top 4. Navi, Falcons, T1, and Nemesis, Tiggleton, right up and over. Actually, that was going to be Hackatory who got that knock, helping Tiggleton out a little bit there. Tiggleton does claim the point. Boostic on the other side will end T1's run in 4th.
Okay, so Navi's got control over the circle. They know where Falcons is, but State is still alive on the other side of this. If Boostic peeks the wrong side of this, he could be punished fast. Having a great game, 9 kills, make it in the later
Taj drugi zašao već.
Going to be in the 4th place position, feeling comfortable to qualify.
Can they close out this
game, or is the solo back behind him going to backstab him at the worst moment?
Well, I mean, Stade, he just needs to hope that the Falcons can do a little bit of damage into Navi, and it will open up that opportunity for him to strike. It's just a matter of the timing. I mean, you can use the hills to get a peek, make it really,
Pa znaju I meni je nevjerovatno da nisu očistili leđa.
I don't know if they're going to give up. I don't know how much utility they have left. You know, they could just go down to the blue.
Mislim, možda I ne znaju.
One player, he's going to see some.
Uzmi odgovor koji ti sviđa. Pod A znaju, nisu ovjerili loše. Pod B ne znaju. Još gore.
Samo za ideju.
Hackatory going to get the knock, so Tiggleton's going to go down. Starting to have the window closed back behind State. He knows.
Vidio ga je.
Falcons survive. Shots come out just a bit too late. 3 players still up for Navi. State at least managed to get the knock on a Boostic. Falcons has gone down. It's a 2v1 and just really a rock for cover. Hackatory is going to be playing up to the north. Looks like he needs to get his meds in a better position. But high ground favors.
Kako ga je spotao? Koga je spotao?
He could have gotten that knock there out of Hackatory, could have made it a 1v1, but now Hackatory going to be afforded the opportunity to get the first aid kit into play. And he's going to keep pushing forward, has that barrel, wants to put it to good use.
Playing the smoke, knows where State is. Ferris is feeding that information over. Ferris is going to go ahead and try to regroup. Looks like he might try to use the car to go for a res onto Boostic just to make sure that they keep this nice and clean. Hackatory, though, doesn't even matter. He's just going to finish it off. Great play coming up from Navi. They read that circle perfect.
Well, this is a team that a lot of people had on their radar as potential winners here for EWZ, and they are making a strong case for that right now in the group stage. They have been absolutely electric, garnering a couple wins here today, and the way they managed the end of that game, very, very efficient, very smart.
Big shout out to Stade for Nemesis, though. Those guys were down to 2 real early, like what, circle 3-ish?
Yeah.
Managed to survive, navigate a very weird circle. I mean, whenever we saw the verticality and valleys that were in play on that one, getting good placement points for his squad, trying to steal away a little bit more there at the end. Also Falcons, big high kill count game for them.
Yeah, man, I mean, they're just kind of chugging along. Like they're just doing their thing. It seems like they're willing to play this edge game. They're looking for kills. They're doing a nice job finding them. You know, and like Gunnar said, they want to send it center circle later in the games. That's kind of been their strategy here so far. This one, they're able to send it in there, get deep into it, eliminate a couple opponents in front of them along the way, survive a backstab from T1 potentially, even though they lost Gustav. It's a really, really well-handled game.
Rat Race down there in 16th place is getting spicier by the seconds as well. Always fun to see, as we still have 2 more games to look at, and this is just going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if very back and forth down there, as different squads just going to try to get some breathing room away from each other, but it feels like every time they try.
Ne znam Stajet, Baki, dobar si dečko, malo haksaš, brate, ali si dobar dečko. I onda jebeno sad o lanu. Strašno. Odigrao je ovo sad, otprilike ko što bi ja. Tu smo neđe.
Mislio koji je onog uzeo, što pričaš?
Ha?
Mislio koji je onog uzeo na boostu?
A ne sprdaj se. Ovo ti da si igrao riješio.
it's getting scarier. Like every week they just find.
Ali očito znaš, može upališ hak sporene, već boli te kurac, realno, već potpišete navi. Ti dodeš na lan, ti se ne bi raspao ko on. On brate odigrao 2 lana, ne zna se gdje u kom je gori.
They saw an opportunity, got the knock, controlled the area around it, just stole the BRDM, was fine with that. They didn't need to get the kills afterwards because they know that they could use the BRDM to propel them into the later stages of the game.
Gledaj mu Brčiće forme.
What else do you want to say?
Gledaj Brčiće ovo.
And they make it look easy.
Gledaj mu nokti u kuku, šta je ovo, brate, osnovna stvar. Osnovna stvar, brate, jesu ovi azijati, što je ovo jebote. Majku ti jebe, brate, znači, služio mi je dan, brate, bio sam gladan do ovog trenutka, sam mi se povraća. Idi u pičku, mati. Brate, mile jebo, ja ih ne bi pustio na turnir, brate, ono, osnovna stvar jebo, higijena druže. Izbacio bi ga s turnira, sigurno.
I mean, Gam is, you know, one of those teams that we know individually can just really impress you. I mean, like,
kako moji bari s tima nisu ide samo na to sjeci, razumiješ,
individually a very talented.
I love it. There's so much that I want to know about what's going on with Gam, so let's go ahead and throw it down to Coloris, who I believe has Duck Juice down there. One of my favorites.
That's right, yes I do, of course. We have the legend Duck Juice here to be able to talk about things from Gam themselves as they're able to come out of that game towards the end of it. My first question for you, Duck Juice, is, of course, talk to me about the end of that game. You were in a hard position across the road, but talk to me about the team's outlook from that game.
Cái trận đấu vừa rồi á, thì trong cái khúc cuối của mình á, là mình đang nằm ở trong một cái thế khá là khó. Ở phía bên kia đường lận thì mình đã tiếp cận cái quá trình đó như thế nào để mình có thể tiếp cận cái địch.
Thì trong cái quá trình mà bọn em đã phải rất là khổ sở đi bộ từ trái qua phải, phải qua trái, và bọn em Glory đã đưa bọn em vào được cái hõm đấy để bọn em có thể vào đạt chung cuộc top 5 trận vừa rồi, và Hảo đã cho bọn em vào chỗ đấy rất là đẹp, và bọn em chỉ cần nằm yên thở khẽ và đợi địch bắn nhau và bọn em sẽ là người ra quét hết.
In the last match, we were in such a hard situation because we had the hard shift from left to right, right to left, and in the end, Lori have to be into an edge that is really have a good view, and so we just lie there, stay silent, and wait for the other to like fight them out, and then we made it to the top 5.
Okay, fair play. And then kind of talking about the bigger picture things here for the overall leaderboard, you're very close, if not already, in that grand final. So what do you think of the team's form right now? Do you think you're going to be able to challenge for the top spots at the Esports World Cup? What's your outlook?
Thì hiện tại bây giờ là theo cái điểm số trên bảng
jebo sa ti znanje.
Hầu như là gần như là đạt vào trong cái trận tiếp theo, trong cái chương trình tiếp theo. Hiện tại bây giờ mình cảm thấy là cái của đội mình hiện tại bây giờ mình sẽ có đạt vô được tới cái vòng chung kết, sẽ có kế hoạch như thế nào?
Šta je?
Đối với bọn em thì còn bọn em đã đạt được trận nữa. Mình không biết được điều gì sẽ xảy ra tiếp theo. Nên là mình sẽ phải cố gắng cho 2 trận đấu tiếp theo. Và nếu bọn em
ovako sad. Ako nisi ti, ja ti se izvinjavam. Ako jesi ti, dobiješ permaban. Ja provjerim logove. Može?
Čeka permaban. Pubg, jel?
To ni s kaksom ne dobijaš. To dobiješ permaban ako psuješ cheater.
Okay, one quick last question. These glasses are so cool. Where can I get these glasses?
You can get it from from Korea.
Oh, okay, all right.
Ko je ovaj lik?
Thank you very much, Duck Juice, for joining us here.
Duck Juice.
Let's head on back to more games for EWC.
Taki su ovo, brate, potezi.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler 1, you're done.
Okay, I don't know where Seven was. He told me he was going to join me in doing this.
Glitter.
All right, well,
that was weird, but at least he's here now. Now, we're hanging out because we're checking out some of the stuff we can do on the floor, right? And Seven and I decided that we might need to set up a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, I think I want to try this out. I think I'm going to absolutely suck, but I still want to give it a chance. And then maybe at the end, we'll get to challenge some other people.
Yeah.
You want to go first? You want to go first?
Oh.
Okay, you go first. Let's see what you're going to be able to do here. Oh my gosh. This is so scary. Come on, you got to get at least one. Oh, it gives you a countdown too. Okay. Oh, there goes one. Okay. You got this. There goes two. You got to at least catch two, right? So about that. Yeah. Oh, I was trying to. It's okay. You keep trying. I know you got. Yes! You got one. Wait. Two? Okay. You still at two. You still at two. Three? Anytime? 4! That's not bad, honestly. Now we gotta set this up, and I have to go next. Now that it's set up, it's my turn. Let's see if I can actually achieve better than 4. If I don't, I'm just gonna run away.
I would give you strategy tips, but I was interrupted in the middle of my opportunity. So I think I'm just gonna let you figure it out for yourself. Because you never know which one's gonna fall down first, Seven. Exactly, and you missed one. It's already on the ground. 2 down. You just gotta beat 4. There's one. He's already doing better than me. There's 2. On a roll. Where's the next one? Is it the far right? It was the far right. It's gone. It's gone. You've only got 4 left. You're already doing well. You're setting yourself up for success here, though. Okay. You know, that's what happens. You got 3. That was your 3rd one.
That was?
Yeah, that was your 3rd one.
Yes.
But I had 4.
Dang it. Okay, well, you know what? I think it's time we challenge somebody else. Kalaris, Matt Rim, let's see what you got. Guys, I don't want to talk about it, okay? That's what I want to do next time. I want to have a pan and just chase somebody with it because I was so bad at that. My reflexes are not there.
I don't really want to say.
I don't know. Say how you really feel, Godspeed.
Were your eyes closed?
I didn't have my actually I did have my glasses. A team that was able to perform in that last game was Navi. Navi getting their second chicken dinner today.
Dude, I don't know what it is, Steve, but Navi has just been on fire all day, right? And they've just been calm, cool, and collected.
It's also not lost on me that every time the Falcons seems to get to the end game, so too doth Navi. These two teams. It started yesterday, right? And we get to that game 6. Both of them had sort of a slow start, and then they came up big on the last game. And it seems to consistently be doing that, where the games they think maybe the same way, that they're moving to those good spots. But Navi with the win looking really good.
One thing I want to point out, boys, and it's kind of a downer, if you will.
I hope it's not my
4 a.m. has not gotten a single point in 4 games. That is 4 donuts. We're almost at half a dozen.
You never go full Dunkin'.
Yeah, they're currently sitting in, they're currently sitting in 23rd place too. That was one team that we were talking about at the beginning of the day. That was one of the teams of Sony's story of the day that we were expecting to maybe just do enough to be able to edge it out. But right now, sitting at 32 points going into this last 2 games, they're gonna need some miracles.
Yeah, it's a tale of 2 teams, right? We started the day by saying 4 a.m., T1, same boat, who goes, right? Window was the star for 4 a.m., and then he's sort of fallen off today. T1, on the other hand, stepped up, clapped out, and is doing really, really good.
And it's not just Heather either. Type has shown up, right? The rest of them are also coming to bear, and that's terrifying, right? Because, again, we talked about building confidence in those early games and going into the finals. That's exactly what they're doing, just as Myth are doing as well. As they're leading the leaderboards with, I think, 116 points already.
Yeah. I think the big takeaway on that one, and you bring up this sort of leaderboard, which I think is incredibly important going into these last 2 games, is that we had 3 teams essentially solidify their advancement to the final. 17 Falcons in GAM got the points they needed in that match to put them over AGAL, which I think is where that cutoff line is going to kind of be bopping around. So they should be comfortable going forward to those last 2.
As you're talking about those teams that pretty much solidified that they're going to be going to the finals, we did end up seeing a bit more of a sponge point, something that we kind of been hinting at, especially this last game. I mean, we saw it with Mid, T1, Falcon just soaking up all those points, and it's a bit of a breather in a way to those teams that are still in it from Group A, but it's just so close.
You know who else was actually another surprise, especially now that they have their fourth? Twisted Minds.
Bad surprise.
They have not gotten almost any points today as well, and this is a team that we talked about at the beginning of the show. Hey, Twisted's probably going to be one of those sponges with Myth, but it's not even been the case at all.
Started the day with 69, nice. Not 77 now, not so nice, right? In fact, you saw Batulin throw down his headset at the end of that game. Frustration starting to show on their faces. You get the professor back, you think you're going to have a better day. That said, their fourth players flew in at 11 p.m. last night. He's looking rough out there. You got to give him that respect. If at least he's here, at least they're working.
Yeah, and at least they get a day to kind of train. And I think this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the day when we were talking about Twisted Minds, that at least they will have now their fourth player. They're not going to be playing with their coach. They get an extra day of practice with him. And remember, something that you guys told me out of Twisted Minds is that they usually end up starting off slow.
Yeah,
why not start off slow here on the last day of groups when you don't really have to worry about anything? But as we're looking at the overall here, kind of what we're talking about, AGAL, I mean, that is one of those teams that is competing for the club championship. They want to be in the finals, and right now, with the way things are playing out going into the last two games, it's going to be a nail-biter.
You see this ticking down there at 61. That's where that cut. Everybody here that we've seen so far until that AGAL should be in a pretty good position, I think, Godspeed.
You say should, and I agree. And fortunately for them, it looks like the cutoff it might be lower. I mean, we don't have that many games left, and we're currently sitting just around, like, I'd say DK or Gen G, right? And Gen G's another team who they've kind of gotten some points here today, but they've struggled in their rotations.
If you want to talk cut muster, okay? R8, they're gone. They're dusted, right? So we said there were two other teams that AGL had to stay ahead of. Well, 4 Angry Men's only got 32 with 2 games left to play. That means they're almost certainly cooked at this point. And Team Nemesis, which is really frustrating for me, only has 41. So watch, if you're watching for something, this game, watch to see if Nemesis or Sharper goes off with a 10-plus point game. If neither of them does, I can probably say we may have our 16.
Yeah, and talking about the top teams earlier with the sponge point, you just mentioned it too, with Nemesis wanting to get those points. And in transition with R8, it's pretty much guaranteed that they're not, no matter how good those performances are, they're not going to be making it to the finals. But the thing is, we've seen it in the past too, when teams are at this point, when they got absolutely nothing to lose, is when they start playing their best. So it's going to make it even harder for some of the other squads that are within that range of making it to top 16.
Yeah, for those teams, it's going to go one of two ways, right? They're either going to have insane games where they're like, you know what, they throw caution to the wind, or they're just going to straight fall off and they're just not going to qualify.
All right, well, hey, you know what? We did get away from the Kirilla City grid, so why not? Let me use my bodyguards. Let's go, Godspeed. Kirilla City grid, out of here.
Weirdos.
Managed to grab take here between matches, and we're going to catch up real quick because you guys just solidified your spot into finals after that last match. So tell me how the team's feeling right now.
Obviously really happy. Making the finals is like the hard part for us, to be honest, and then usually we perform when we're in the finals. Less pressure.
Now, obviously, outside of this game, there's also the bigger picture of club championship, and Falcons are the defending champs. So do you feel like coming into these games, there's that added pressure on the team, knowing that you have to live up to that?
I don't think Falcons really accounts for the Battle Royales doing particularly well with the club championship points. They're kind of like, you know what, like we should be able to win without the Battle Royale games. So any points we get are a bonus. And if we take that mentality, then it's just like, there's not a lot of pressure. It feels good.
And I love that too, because Falcons are already in the point where they've gotten their 2 top 8 finishes. They just need a win. It could be you guys.
Yeah, I hope it's us. That would be nice. A little bonus.
I think it's going to be a really exciting finals no matter what way it goes. Obviously, Falcons are going to be in it, so make sure you guys tune back in to see how it all plays out.
All right, here I'm down here at the stage with my good friend Avenger. And you know, I've been doing a lot of interview during this tournament with players, coaches, and everyone all alike. But what about interviewing my good old friend? It's your first time casting a LAN in, what, 6 years or something like that?
Yeah, it feels like it's been forever, but doing it with the Porosar is fantastic. We've been having a lot of fun, and also the first 3 games were absolute bangers today here to finish up the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, what's your outlook on the games as a whole? Like, who have you particularly been impressed by?
So, obviously impressed with mid this year, how far they've been able to take it. T1 today has been an absolute tear. Heather type is starting compared to what he was able to do yesterday, right? So that's amazing. But again, it's so different in groups compared to what we're going to see in the finals, because when teams are secure, they start focusing on other things. They start focusing on third party on teams they potentially don't want in the finals. So that's really what I'm looking for in the next couple of games here.
How's the atmosphere as a whole for EWC been so far? Have you got to look around all the other things that are going on around the halls? Did you get any merch?
Yeah, I got some merch. I had it on yesterday. It looked great. And honestly, the whole expo, the whole arena, everything, it's just such a great atmosphere. You see so many colleagues you've been working with or around for so many years, right? And everything is just, it feels amazing to be here. So also super cool for it to be in Paris this year. So yeah, love that.
I was going to ask who you think is going to be taking it all. However, it's difficult to go beyond Myth, I think. What's your perspective?
Yeah, honestly, the way they've been playing, if everything kind of rolls their way, and also the amount of games we are playing, how dominant they've been this year, it's hard to deny they're absolute top favorites right now. But there could be, you know, things going against them in the final. Then if confidence breaks, then it's going to be rough.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger here. It is time to head on over to the casters, the other casters. He's done for today. Let's head on over.
The two of them together doing an interview talking about who they think is going to win. Myth doing great. I thought for certain Navi was going to slip into the conversation there.
They can't let the EMEA bias go. Yeah.
I mean, I was expecting the Colaris EMEA dance to happen, right? So whenever we're looking at this, remember, guys, I know we're talking a lot. Top 16 go on. The big things to note is there are two teams that is going to be Shadow as well as Supers that are not playing today that are still in our top 16, and that is going to be 14th and 15th respectively. Then on the chase back behind it, it is going to be Geeky, Genji, JDG, and then like Toffees was talking about, drops down into Sharper, Nemesis, and then maybe if there is a big game here, we could put 4 Angry Men in it. So we've got 2 spots dropping out and a lot on the chase back behind it, and it feels like this is just going to come down to trying to avoid the giants in the lobby of squads like Myth.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be tough, and you know, some of those teams that are on the outside looking in that need some decent point games in this one to kind of keep themselves in contention to make it to that grand finals. It's going to be kind of precarious, because when you have those teams that are already solidified, they can, you know, send it into those compounds. You know, I think back to T1 sending it against, I think it was Geeky, and wipe them out at the gas station in Miramar, because they have the freedom to be like, well, we can practice this, or yeah, screw it, let's just try it. We're already in, who cares? That's like the concern when you're one of those teams, because you're trying to play your game, you're trying to play tight, you're trying to play, you know, your good macro, all these things, and then you never know when there's that wild card team that's just going to send it, you know, in a clown car behind you, and all of a sudden you're losing players when you don't normally in those situations.
Desde the chats.
Liquid pretty stacked on top of each other. It looks like they might all have the ideas of going for Palace. Maybe December 12th pulling away. They could just be securing a car, as JDG has a lot to fight for. Team Liquid already feeling comfy, so I don't know if I would make too much of a commitment out of this. Circle pops up this direction, so they might just try to split the location. That can happen in location. Yeah, they're all actually going to drop there. December 12th is going to get the vehicle. That's going to make this worrisome for JDG, in my opinion.
Cowboy knows all about this fight. He had to deal with this often against JDG last year. So definitely going to be something that he's kind of understanding what the JD Gaming modus operandi is in this spot, and they like to get up on this hill early, absolutely. But I mean, both teams would. This is one of the few places where you can get up in these rocks and get some vision, but it's going to be obviously identified there with the vehicle, making it super, you know, not questionable, but they might just be leaving.
I like this from JDG. They have too much to play for.
JDG, koliko ima Nemesis 41?
Team Liquid maybe trying to pick some opponents that they want to.
SP 44. JDG 50, Genji 50, Geeky 53. Brate, svi su tu, jebote, bit će ovo stakan. Ima još 3 meče, jel? Ovaj je još 2.
So you're gonna have to cut a pretty far path into this to find some safety to loot. JDG, you got away, but at what cost?
It's tough in this part of the map, actually. There isn't a ton of kind of trash loot compounds littered up in this part of the map. You're going to have to just kind of keep driving and go a distance to find anything, not to mention, like you're talking about, Genji, T1, not only are they in their default spots of Godok and Yongchun, they're also spread out in some of the trash compounds around them.
What trash is available?
Još dva meča, jel?
Genji has one set of the compounds.
Mislim, ovaj još jedan, ili?
Other one, it looks like December 12th.
Okay.
Right up to Bean, where he's in the process of looting, and I don't think he's going to be expecting anybody to roll by this. JDG.
Da refreshamo.
They're just going to hit the tree, jump out. They've got a little bit to work with, but Bean's going to have himself a ton of friends all of a sudden. But JDG, I think they saw this rotate. They're already in vehicles. They're cutting a path up here fast.
Yeah, Soul going to be right behind and trying to help out Bean. Let's see if Gen G is just going to fully commit to this fight. They need points. If they can win this one pretty cleanly in a 4-0, they're going to have a good chance.
This is two squads presently tied, fighting for the top 16 position. This could turn everything around for either one of these squads really quickly.
Svi su blizu, bukvalno. Pa ti kad skontaš Ila Erosam, ako vina meč, ide na 50 poena, brate. Bukvalno svi mogu proći.
It's going to go down. It's going to be D that spots him out. And now Gen G knows who they're fighting.
Oh, but the shotgun just rang out and took
Eto, recimo ovaj sad fight, direktno fight za 16.
Claim Cold's point as well, so it's a 1-for-1 so far between these two teams who absolutely need these points so desperately. Grenade from Soul, not going to make it inside of the building window. Going to bounce around. And he's going to also make
Da, ovaj još jedan. Da, hvala. Prevelike su mi pauze. Izgubim pojam o vremenu, bukvalno. Previše mi je pauze između dva meča. I to mi je bukvalno jedna stvar koja mi se ne sviđa na Torinu, sve ostalo mi je vrh.
This is absolute madness in worst case scenario for Gen G and JDG. Gonna throw some blue zones there. Try to keep that door pinned down, and then they're gonna try to use that grenade on the other side. They do get a lot of damage into December the 12th. So he's gonna have to tuck in, but he's got a Saiga behind this. Meanwhile, Cowboy finds an angle with the M16, but Heather does 95 damage to him, backs him right down. So that has bought Gen G a little bit of time.
Nemesis now involved in the north. T1 realizing this has gotten pretty hot, trying to figure out how much of a commitment they want. D runs into the building. December 12th, it's gonna be on their side. Shotty pops off. Salute gets a counter knock on December 12th, though. Trying to keep D up and alive as it is full damage control for everybody, trying to fight just to stay alive on the leaderboard.
Salute now gonna realize there's other teams out there. Oh, what a shot with the Panzer. That's Suze down. And Salute clinging to life. Just nons left for JDG, but all these teams.
Team Liquid, they're gonna send it in. They're gonna play spoiler to it all. They roll right in. Soul's gonna have to defend one side of it. Alo knows where the positioning is at. And this is just ruining everybody's day. Soul does get the knock and the flush on the Cowboy, though.
Okay, we've got a chance here for the side of Gen G. Soul trying to make some big plays. Purdy Curdy gonna go down as well. He did take out Salute with his grenades. Now they're trying to deal with Nons, keep him pinned down so they can isolate this fight with Soul.
There was a long distance skirmish that happened with the back duo of T1 in Twisted Minds. So that's kind of repositioned the focus for T1. That's allowed Nemesis to move into another position with Diffex to get a little bit more vulnerable. Try to attack this, but Gam's also over here one side of it. Gen G is now going to be the first squad out. Couple of points in the bag, but not too much. Diffex manages to get the drop on a Soul.
Well, I guess the good news is if you're Gen G is you might have outdone
Vidio ga, nije skonto dobro lik. Oh my.
Claiming too many more points here from Nons. Still has that shotgun, and the mortars will not affect him inside of that building, but definitely make things a little bit more scary when you're having to try to deal with the lack of sound cues because of those explosions.
All of this, now EK has managed to get the city just to the west. They have EJ that's up to seeing if maybe he can supervise. This just turned into a massive pop-off.
Pa bolje je pitanje gdje je Liquid od... Ha, mislim, razumiješ, ovi su ušli u kamp, Liquid došao na third party, svima se odbio u glavu.
Poor old Nons is just playing for survival, and Team Liquid, they're just roaming around. They're at 67 points and fine with all of this.
And Nons also has that S12. He's got the auto shot behind, so he's a very, very tough nut to crack. That is for sure. Liquid knows it, and they know that there were so many other teams around them, so they have to be extra cautious. They can't just make that push out into the open without getting some confirmation that it is going to be safe. Now, looking on the map, Nemesis is still in the vicinity, but they're not really totally hyper-focused on this fight. They've got 3 players that aren't really anywhere near it.
Here's the push. Team Liquid getting closer by the second. Nons just trying to play it slow, leaning into the shotties. It's worked out a couple of times for him. Start to hear the footsteps. He's got an idea on the angle of approach. Red zone on top of him might make a little bit more noise, make it hard to find. Diffex doesn't have vision due to the way that the trees are kind of lining into Team Liquid's reposition on this. Sosed's not going to have much either. So Team Liquid has an easy pass to get over next to Nons, but they don't want to overstep. They don't want to feed more points into JDG. The point is to stop them, not let them get anything else out of it.
Oh, and a red zone on top of this fight to boot just to make matters worse. Team Liquid isn't going to commit to the fight. Seems like for now, they're just going to hold the line. They know that Nans is kind of in a spot where he's eventually gonna
shift.
make a play. Liquid's still not convinced it's safe, and plus the red zone.
Pogledajte, Nemesis u shift, ljudi. Ne znam, stvarno, braća, ako ne prođu kill u konzolu i to je to. Od 5 mečeva, ovo je 5. meč, oni su imali 4 puta ovakve shiftove. I ne mogu kurc.
Everybody converged. I don't know what JDG did to piss off everybody. I know a couple of good spots, but this has just been hunting them down. Team Liquid is focused on this.
It's pretty crazy, yeah. The way that a couple teams saw the kill feed and knew that they were both in precarious positions on the leaderboard and wanted to try to knock them out, prevent them from getting into the finals, I suppose, and it kind of worked, so not too bad. Navi rolling into the middle of the circle.
Shoddy comes up, doesn't get the knock. That's a problem. That is JDG down, and they only pick up 1 point, still sitting in that 18th place position.
Yeah, that's awful because Gen.G got 2 more than you, plus Geeky still very much in the equation in this game. So, and also Sharper, who knows, Nemesis was one
Šta Miša će ići Liquid na revive?
They needed them to catch up to you as well. So a lot going on here.
Myth just trying to run right in back behind Navi, and that's all the shots you hear going off in the distance. Jacob's going to go down. Four Angry Men's got high ground up on top of Navi, but Myth just with so few options, just trying to bully their way in through it all. But the center of the circle is just clustered. Everybody getting a piece of Myth.
Yeah, Myth is
running in between
all the different teams, and they're just eliminated.
Pa zato i kaže, mislim da će.
Takes a grenade to the teeth. And he is
Ma
going to be
opet,
knocked. Trying to get another one in there isn't going to go far enough. Just
Što bi rizikovali, realno.
up on the terrain, not able to roll downhill. Shen wants to load up with another grenade to try to take Ferris down. Does get him down to half in the knock state, but no follow-up just yet from 4 a.m. Meanwhile, they're losing players on the backside. HS gets taken down by Batulans.
Everybody has just gone for such a centered position in this hillside, coming out of Army base, leading down Indigo Dock. R8's also roaming over into the west. Looks like Nemesis trying to get a couple of shots on them. Every single kill that Nemesis can manage to secure could be big. Already sitting at 2. Sharper is going to be coming in from same pathing. Looks like they might have eyes onto the northern split for DK as well as R8's rotate, but we have seen the fact that Sharper sometimes plays this early game very slow, letting everybody just kind of fight it out and then try to swoop in back behind it all. As this is just, I mean, nobody playing the northern part of the circle, Paper. It is just everybody clustered center down.
Yeah, Shen is doing a lot of work right now. He prevented the res there onto Ferris. Sparrow down as well. So things getting very, very uncomfortable for Na'Vi and 4 a.m. who needed a big game. Doing a little bit of work here early. Hakatori, it's actually Team Liquid there, shooting him a bit in the back and has to try to take a pause to get a little bit of meds potentially. Nope, gonna rethink it because 4 a.m.'s on the hunt.
I like this. 17, you can see, has called an emergency pickup over it all. Nade's going to come up. Hakatori's going to get the knock onto Winda, and any follow-up nades could just find more money to be had. Na'Vi moving around the north, trying to see how big of a game 4 Angry Men can find. There is an opportunity if they can somehow squeeze it out, but it is feeling bad. HS is going to go ahead and bleed out. Winda's continuing to do the same. Shin's trying to make something big happen. Spaceman on the other side, but they just can't find it. And Na'Vi is just being a beast. They're going to go ahead and get that one as well. And that leaves one player up for 4 Angry Men, and it feels like the dream is dying fast.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Na'Vi igra baš dobro.
There from Boostic really covered a lot of that side of where Shen was, forced him out into the open, even caught him with the fire as well. So it was great play from him that really dashed any hopes, and Geeky sending it in.
There's potential points, and that's all Geeky wants, right up on top of Team Liquid, who's been kind of the villain of the lobby so far. Alo does find a knock on a Songjon. Can he find any more? EG's going to be playing the other side of it, trying to go for a peek around. Couple of shots. Park Pro managed to find one. See if anything else on the outside of it. Quick flushes. It is just Alo in a 1v3. Make it a 1v, or actually just all Team Liquid now eliminated, fine and good.
Geeky
getting those points.
I to će rezali. I ima dobar spot. Možda je Geeky ovo meč za prolaz.
But the fact that you're able to get out of there as Geeky, you're going to have all 4 up. You get a couple extra points. You're feeling really good now about solidifying your position into that grand final. So they may have just barely cricked in, but they're getting there.
If you're Sharper and your Nemesis right now, you're thinking it's doable. Watching all these guys start to falter in front of you, knowing Gen.G is out, knowing JDG is out, you know that there's a big point total that you need to get. So how good of a position can you get around it? Nemesis has got a great spot that they're playing over into the northwest. R8's going to be one of the closest teams to them. Unfortunately, also going to be next to Twisted, which could be a problem. Sharper's going to put themselves right next to GAM, though, and I feel like that's a much bigger problem given how aggressive we can sometimes see GAM play.
Yeah, the issue for GAM is they're kind of pinned in between 17. We just saw as a P90 in hand. That being said, Tanvu getting it done with the Dragunov, finds one knock on to Sharper. So Sharper, who is going for sort of a barricade of GAM into this next circle, is starting to hemorrhage players just a little bit. The Res looking to come through. Geeky not going to reach out of their compound to see if they can third party or punish this fight. So for now, Sharper is taking it square on against GAM. 17 as well, pinned down by Falcons, so they're not really able to get involved.
I know that Sharper's trying to play for the late game. That's what.
Šta misliš o Forenu kao igrač, dečko je dijagnoza, već.
I feel like you need to get something bigger.
Kakav Foren,
like you're trying to set up for it. Earth is trying to fend back the position that GAM's playing from.
Dečko F dijagnoza, baća.
A lot of the rotates, a lot of the big factors that are going on. 17 now moving.
Da je spepitao Asterix, pa i neka.
Maneuverability room of their own to work with, but 17, where do you go? You passed on the emergency pickup a second ago. Now you're rolling right into Falcons T1.
Gle, visiju na glavu, jebate. Koliko visi ima bodova?
Just popped right on top of them.
Yeah, the problem for 17 is they're going to be underneath the guns of T1.
Šedma, oni su prošli već. 61.
Kind of work. They're taking some damage. Vehicles holding on, but that's one down. EN going to rip Wenbo out. Shrimzy trying to take EN down, but cannot find enough damage. Just a little bit extra help here as Kickstart actually gets knocked by Raining, so T1's spread formation, able to keep Falcons from doing anything.
It was risky, but now 17 is the gatekeeping squad onto T1 and Falcons. GAM having a similar idea. They're going to mirror pathing just on the other side of T1. Far more free, but they're moving right up next to VC. A couple of shots going to be coming after them. Another emergency pickup's been called, and it's going to be coming out from Nemesis. Sharper's going to have to fight their way through potentially GK. That could be a massive firefight as now Falcons going to have, oh no, it's Heather. Get away from Heather. Falcons, you want nothing to do with this man. He will ruin you.
And I think they realized it. They knew something bad was on its way. They were in a really uncomfortable spot, and they immediately dodged those grenades of Heather. Raining has an AUG to try to back him up. The response, though, not going to connect onto Heather, so going to be able to take the pony, try to get the heck out of there. We'll be good to go. Yeah, the backside of that pony pretty hard to shoot through.
Push coming happen right now from Nemesis. Looks like they're going to go after Geek's positioning as well. So Sharper still over there, just one player up. Doesn't look like any magic's going to happen for them either, but Nemesis roaming around the outside, trying to get distance away from Twisted. Not going to find too much. Very solid defensive line. T1 down to the south holding defense, but remember, they still need to get into the circle. Falcons has actually got plenty of maneuverability room over into the east.
Sosa just got back into the game. Just saw him come in with a parachute there, so he's going to be grouping up. Lacan in trouble.
This is going to be dicey. Big firefight between these two teams right now. GK needs anything that they can find. Holding down 14th place. They want to get some space away from everything, but Nemesis, if they can get a roll going right now, they can put themselves back into it, but they need to deal with GK in front of them. Then one on the other side. Nemesis does get the knock on it too. Is this the start of something big?
That is not what you wanted to see. Geeky was trying to figure out a way where they didn't have to cluster behind that tree for safety. There just wasn't anything available. So now big points going into Nemesis's hands. Nice work there by Diffix to find the grenade. Melman able to step right in for the claim of more points, and Sungjang and Akkad have just left.
Rolls right by. VC is going to get some vision, a couple of shots at them, but Twisted going to get more.
Diffix killer, man.
Going to walk back behind all of Nemesis, and remember, it was Stade that survived so long inside that last game to buy them a couple more points. See how much more they can get away from all of it. Sosa just trying to stall out Twisted. I think that they want to get away from this firefight. It doesn't feel too good along this hillside. While yes, Nemesis does have the high ground, they know that it's a valley over into the east, and the circle's probably going to abandon them. And Twisted also not really feeling too good about this. Is going to separate away, go more over to the north, while T1's going to have to push down the south. Circle pops, and it stays right on top of VC.
Yeah, Perfectix does get a little bit of trailing damage, but not really able to connect much there as 17 and T1 dusting it up there on the southern edge of this circle. Tian Heather already in the knock state. Grenades out towards Xiao Wu. Happy Feet there, gonna keep him alive for now. Raining taken down by Tiggleton, so EN Type. The drop shot from Type is good. Takes down Xiao Wu, takes down 17.
Run yourself back in, but you have to deal with a very high ground positioning coming up from Vicious, because yes, their positioning is quite vicious. GK's got control on angle over onto Twisted. Twisted's going to be more forced to the north. Nemesis, where are you going to go? It looks like they just might be trying to cut east. That could put them into the remnants of GK, but Twisted really can't get out of the spot. They've got R8 back behind them. Lou's already spotted out what's going to be going on over there. They're starting to realize maybe we just have to take this fight with Nemesis down to the south. Let's see if we can find something. So said. Going to shoot a couple of bullets to see if he can dissuade it while Thanawat's still back behind Nemesis waiting for his moment.
Oh man, I mean, Thanawat needs to go big here. He needs to get a couple kills at the very least. He'd love to survive later into the game. That might be plan A, but he needs to take the points where he can get them. Is he going to go for Sosa there? No. Sosa just going to drive on by, and they're going to get down around the hill. They're trying to make a southern wrap underneath GK's eyes.
Oh, GK, what's your defense like? This is a squad you need to hold back, and you need to hold them back in a big way. Trying to get smokes down for defense. Other side, Nade's rolling out, doesn't connect on one side. Other vehicle does find it. Songjong gets a knock. Stade's gonna go down. But just 2 players up for GK could make this problematic. They need to defend strong. And Twisted is actually wrapping back behind on top of a con. This is the problem. Songjong needs to finish this fast.
Songjong needs these points. He really needs to find a way to get them, but he's feeling the pressure from the other side. And here come the grenade barrages from Twisted Minds. He is in trouble. He really is stuck inside of there. He needs a con to go crazy on this side against Twisted.
Falcons are doing a great job on corralling T1, and that's putting them back into this similar path. And VC still has high ground control over it all. Dipx trying to find something. So says that just get the knock. DK goes down.
Kako ih nosi Dipx, bože.
Nemesis trying to rally. They want to get themselves back up, but they have so many problems. Just 1 player in Dipx now alive, and it's T1.
5 kilova je lik uzeo, bret.
That's gonna feel terrible.
Jesse Zorić.
He strikes and starts claiming points. T1 right on his backside immediately, though. And they're going to start taking players down from Nemesis. They have been eliminated, only at 48 points for them. Heather, grenade in hand. If it's on point, he's done, and he's got it. He just cannot miss today.
Just both sides getting hammered from there, as now T1's going to continue their wrap. Maybe eyes onto Twisted. Nature of the beast on this circle is you got Vicious, super high ground, a couple of odd rock croppings coming down. It almost feels more like a Stalber ending if you look at the way that this land settles. Falcons going to be...
A možete promijeniti to, promijeniš Nik.
They're going to have 2 of their players up, high ground, everybody else nowhere near the circle.
Yeah, this one...
Ja recimo, ja, Markan, Dulke I Asterix.
Ha? Šta si rekao, izvini?
Ovi, a recimo, ja, ti, Asterix I Markan.
Mo, to je to.
I would never do that. What do you mean? Twisted Minds having a little bit of trouble, but man, Lou hit some nice shots with the M24. Seen him in the kill feed a couple times with that. The grenades to try to finish off aimbot down there. They're not quite all the way through, but probably good enough.
I mean, the quiet day for Twisted, not needing to have a big explosive day for themselves is big. Ooh, I love how well that was cooked. Just go ahead and get the flush out on it. All right, what you got? Okay, AJ, sorry, you've got yourself a nice little position to play for. Dig yourself a little hole there as it's all rock and stone for R8 time being. Falcons gonna have plenty of space to wrap over into the east. Weakened Twisted Minds now has to deal with VC and T1. I don't know where you go. I mean, there's a little bit of a ridge that they can play, but it's gonna be right in front of R8.
Okay. Just going to be watching Lou drive right next to them, and yeah, that's easy work for Type and Heather. Not too hard when you're afforded a pretty clean angle and a not super fast car driving by you. VC not really getting involved in this too much. They're busy dialed in towards Batulin's angle. R8 trying to get something done, trying to sled their way in up this hill, but really Duckmai has kind of thwarted any of their attempts.
He's just got such a great position on this trench. Batulin's did find that little bit of a ridge I was talking about a second ago, so at least get somewhere away from R8 for a second. We're back to the sneaky snake and Batulin's last one alive. VC looking like they're going to shift their focus more T1-sided. They're going to try to creep in the circle. R8 actually also getting some vision onto T1, so Falcon's going to have easy pathing all the way over to the northeast.
Ja sam aimbot poginuo sa killom, darim se, dište me, evo ga rez,
Yeah, I mean, Falcons are probably looking to claim this game.
Tiggleton's going to line up some
mortar shots even. Probably going to try to put those on
Mare kupi čip moj ide sve tiše.
Tycon could be
ovdje nisam loš.
Ian does scoop up a P90. Scary to see T1 have that in their hands, and you can hear the mortars begin. Tycon gets some good shots into Ian, but can't get the finish. Oh, these are going at R8?
Looks like they're just trying to get him away from his tree. Instead, they give him more holes so he can continue digging. Have tons of different options wherever he wants to hide out at. I don't know. Falcons, they've got themselves that control point to play from, but I love Observers. Thank you so much for showing us the verticality at play in here and why we're not really seeing too many shots come out of VC. That giant rock cropping over there does lean down in the southwest, so that means that T1's playing it and trying to keep a focus on what's going on with the Tulins, R8, everything else like that. And VC doesn't have the cleanest lines until you step around that corner like Ian just did.
That was solid stuff from Tycon. Knew that he still had another angle that he could position himself into to finish off what he started onto EN, and was right there to clean up the job. So that's one player down on one of their bigger threats right now for Vicious is T1, who are looking on the outside of this new circle. Are they just going to wrap around the eastern side, but that means they're going to run into Tickleton sightlines, or are they going to just try to sneak right underneath Vicious, see if they can get that done? Duckmai and actually Tycon there combining to do a little bit of damage into Empty, who's just trying to find a way in.
I love the fact you pointed out Falcons have left Tickleton behind down into the southeast to make sure that nobody from T1 wraps around. Falcons already sent also Shrimsy and Gustav in control over the north.
Jessica B.
Actually just due north to see if they can stop out R8 and any rotate, but you can see it gets really complicated over here. They hear the vehicles roll in. How the nade's going to be cooked, they're going to be throwing them AJ's side, so it's going to be Shrimsy gets knocked onto Empty. And good old AJ still alive at his tree for the time being. His kickstart, I think, is going for a full wrap back around. Nope, Shrimsy's going to go ahead and make it easier, get the knock onto AJ. Now it's just Teddy, the last one up, watching his friends die at range.
Yeah, Teddy's just like, well, I can't really do much. Now he's in grenade range of VC, so he just took one of the chops. Meanwhile, Tycon looking to try to steal that point, will do so. Falcons not going to claim it, but not going to be too bothered by that, considering their position on the leaderboard.
Tickleton has abandoned the defense of the southeast. He's going to go ahead and regroup, so it looks like it is going to be Falcons lined up against R8. Squeaking in right next to Duckmai as Batulin's still alive, and T1 has actually moved into the shadow of VC's cliffside, trying to find some safety.
Naš su četvrti, ja bih rekao. Da, četvrti su naši.
A little bit of eyes onto Tycon. It's actually Heather who finds another good grenade onto Tycon. Did take down Type, though, before he was knocked, so T1 going to have to stall out. Actually, Type inside of that blue zone nade is probably going to bleed out.
T1 kind of helping out the rest of the lobby right now, distracting VC on their high ground, having to dodge out these nades. Pretty decently cooked so far, does still get some damage, so you can see every single time that VC has to step away from the nades from T1, it puts them into the Falcon sight lines, and it's two different teams trying to punish the squad, and T1 is intentionally throwing their nades, knowing that, expecting somebody to the north to assist every time that VC has to move.
T1 just barely got to Type in time, and they were able to get that res through. I didn't know if that was going to be possible. T1 being diligent, clearing out all the hidey holes on top of this rock. Heather going to start scaling his way forward. Simon T trying to watch it. Has not seen Heather just yet, but a molly there gonna disallow him, and the shot from Type. That was
zapali svoga Type.
Zapali sebe, brat.
Sebe,
They got too excited. It's like, we finally get the high ground. That's such a hard push up onto the top, and it's gonna be Duckmai now looking up over the rock croppings that VC's had control for so long, and he's gonna go down. Batulin tries to see if he can get the flush. He is gonna find it. Falcons got control of the low ground, and it is gonna be T1 trying to see if they can fight their way down the hillside.
That first molly was so smart from T1 because it denies the TPP peek. That was so intelligent from them. A little bit of an oopsies on the other side of it, but regardless, it does end up in their favor. And here we go. More mortars, and who else would you expect other than Tickleton? First one, a little bit off to the side. Second one goes just too deep to take care of Type. Third, almost gets Heather.
Ma da, uvijek.
Kako je dobar s ovim mortarom, bre.
Nevjerovatno.
Some vengeance finally stabbing back with Falcons, and they just continue to rain them down.
Meni je jasno kako budeš ovoliko dobar s ovim, bre. A ti vidiš juče šta je uradio. Jesi gledao juče na Romeran?
Gledao sam.
Depending on how you kind of shake things out, and seems like I'm not sure if he's got any more. Just again depends on how many they were able to fit into X amount of cars that they're able to bring with them. But for now, Teddy just wants to survive, just wants to keep himself in this somehow, some way, make a respectable finish for his squad.
I mean, he's only 2 points back behind 4 Angry Men right now, and I figure a lot of squads would take some respect from managing to at least finish ahead of 4 Angry Men. High side of this one, Heather is going to start getting more vision. It's going to come down to the center dot control, which is mostly going to be Falcons. T1 having to move down with VC having a player right down underneath of him. He's going to get spotted, though. How much is Peak going to go for? Doesn't manage to take down Pal. So you're going to keep going for the more bold peek onto this one. Could find yourself vulnerable as Batulans might want a piece, but I think Sneaky Snake Batulans just trying to watch. Nope, he finally does pull the trigger, but it's a bit too late.
Heather's got 5 kills again. He is just a monster. And the rest of the lobby trying to see if they can slow him down, but Trimzy in trouble.
Na koga misliš, Gabi?
Find him out in the open, get the knock, Type then using these stuns to try to get the angle.
Great positional play coming up from Type. They've abandoned.
Ja mislim da je brat deblji od Smash.
To really push down into the face of Falcons. Tig now gonna have to defend, going for a couple of shots to see if he can slow down the pacing. Shrimzy still down back behind all of this, and the control the Falcons had in the lower sections just getting pulled apart. T1's finding it again, and continues to be a problem for Falcons to deal with at range now. It is going to be T1 on 11 kills, running down the hillside with 2 up.
Type, Kiss, Jacob.
2 points, trying to find more, sitting at 4 right now. It's going to be Gustav and Shrimzy over into the northwest.
That high-low setup there between Type
Header isto, to je turnir Header.
Orchestrated.
Svaki
those players that were stuck behind that rock, dead to rights, where they just had to choose one of 2 bad options before they were taken down. Really good coordination being shown by T1, but it's a 2v2 right now. Falcon Shrimzy still has quite a few smokes left in the grenade launcher. A little bit of damage into Gustav. Heather just gets a glimpse, but can't connect for the knock.
Overall, both these squads qualified, but Falcons wants to get some vengeance back.
Ja mi zagubio s ovim.
Doing such a great job against Falcons over and over again. Can Falcons find anything here? Smokes down. Center control still does favor Falcons as T1's playing right up against the blue zone. Gustav doesn't have much space to work with. This is all coming down. Smokes in the middle. Gustav takes a lot of damage from the blue zone. A couple of shots. Shrimzy gets punished. Feeding the information over, but it is the beast.
A bolje je od Shrimzy, ale... Ubila ga zonu.
Manages to find it again.
Ali ovaj Type baš izgleda kao neki dobar lik.
Header isto.
Timo već zvučni karti, šta je ovo, zvučna karta?
A nije, ba mislim je, ono, amplifier i digital honor convert. A i koki su dužo napaja studio cijeli, a ne njihove sluške.
Into first place touching distance of Myth. Yep. And while it's not the biggest thing, we do have some, I guess, some triangles that need to be ground up here in a little while at the end of the day. Whoever gets first place, I believe, is the one that manages to do that. So suddenly we do have a 2-horse race up at the top, I believe.
Yeah, man. There's something to be played for here.
Ali ako ćemo iskreno, Falcon su otrali venat. Ja ne znam kako su izgubili meč. Mislim, makar po zoni.
Da su trebali, imali su high groundovi, lakše im je bilo
Kome? Misliš? Pa da, ali kako su si išli s high grounda? Imali su high ground dok ga nemaju.
Čeli su igre dok su imali high ground i posle samo koristili smokove.
Not even excited about it, guys? Come on. Oh, okay, well, still having some fun with it is, this is a lot of, there's so much to break down inside the game. Do you want to start with Team Liquid, JDG having to make the full run across, everybody in the hunt just collapsing onto that building, trying to see if they can take out somebody that's...
Ekipa koja je trenutno 16. je ne igra danas. Znači neko će ih sigurno pretići. Ima 3-4 opcija ekipe. Fontana će 2 proći. Ne vjerujem da se može desiti krug da svi prođu, mada je teoretski moguće. Blaster G6.
Man, there is so much to go through all of this. It's just crazy. We still got one game left.
Header 30 kilo ovo 11 gameova.
Ja mislim da se ja imao Blaster G6, onim kako se... XG6. Ja sam imao ovaj stari. Imao se ovaj, nije loš. Ali ovaj ti je najbolji. Ili ovaj. Znači ili ovaj.
Uzmite suprotno toga što vam Dulke preporučuje.
Ili ovaj. Fio 5, kako se biše zove? Fio 5.
nastupio 3.
On a lot of people's minds always is who is the GOAT of PUBG esports? Well, we asked all the players to find out exactly who they think.
My GOAT of PUBG is Loki because he's got the most winnings. You know, he's back to back. Can't stop winning. He's retired now, but I think he's the GOAT.
To su ti dva najbolja.
算是5把，因为他拿过很多荣誉，然后加上他年龄也非常大了，然后之前接手的一些东西他
Ovaj Fio 5,
他的状态很好。
ne znam koliko, trebalo bi oko 200 eura, 150 eura. Ali ovaj Fio 5, ko će da kupi, ja vam ga mogu nabaviti za 100 eura, bukvalno, novi. A ovaj, ja ga nemam, recimo, ja imam Zendek.
For me personally, it's still Loki. He's just.
A ako neko hoće da kupi, pošaljite mi poruku DM, imate ga za 100 eura, bukvalno.
I think 4 World Championships or 3.
Jer
Consistently just the best player.
Znam lika koji prodaje to, bukvalno novo prodaje.
In a support role, an aggressive role, it doesn't really matter.
A ako hoćete Zendek, po meni je Zendek bolji, ali Zendek je iskup. Evo, 23.400 dinara, to je oko šta god, 180 eura.
좀 슈퍼스타들과는 달리 묵묵하게 팀에서 할 수 있는 걸 많이 해주는 선수고 제가 보기에는 배그라는 게임을 가장 잘 이해하고 잘하는 선수라고 생각을 해서
Naši su juče igrali, prošli su naši. Jesu ova bolja? Jesu, kako ne. Ja sam imao G6, problem sa kod G6 je što ti zvukovi naprijed, nazad, gore, dolje. Slabo ih razdvaja. A if i Zendek, pogotovo V3 i ovaj K5 Fio, mislim, naravno, na kraju sve zavisi od slušalica, ali jako bitan komad opreme. Ako si ti slušalice kanta, džabe platiš i imaš ti ove Fiove po 1000 eura. Trenutno koristimo Cloud 2, ali Cloud 2 ti je samo amplifier. Ima neku svoju zvučnu kartu, ali to je kantica.
Go to the EWC website, go to the app and select who you think is going to be moving forward to the finals as we head into our final game and use that hashtag EWC.
Ali ne znam šta je ovo što oni koriste, neko je tu sponsor, ali ne znam koja je to marka.
From today's broadcast. Yes. But T1, can I talk about it now?
Yes, you can. Yes. Okay, T1, 43 points on the first day. They looked so good in that last game. I don't think anyone expected this. It's a different type of day to ESS.
Služi, da, apsolutno.
Expected it. It has been raining points. These guys are incredible.
EML 6 i HyperX sam.
It's safe to come back.
Može, ali EML 6 i Fio bolje puta 2.
Can they make the big push? Look at them. Look at them now. They're incredible. They're unstoppable.
Nema moći, ja mislim.
All right, T1, they were insane, yes, and the fact that they actually made Path Myth is, I think, really impressive stuff. On top of the fact that
ja ovdje imam Simgot.
Falcons, Team Liquid, they've made it safe, right? We know they're going to make it, but the cusp teams, man, we are so close.
Super Mix 4.
We are one game away to finding out who exactly is going to be going to the grand finals. And who's going to be going home?
Ali mi ne rade slušalice.
We're going to be talking about those teams. You know, pull up that overall. Yes, match report is cool and all. We see Falcons, we see T1. Heather is definitely one of the main storylines when it comes down to groups.
Ali mi ne rade slušalice. Stigle su mi. Jedna mi radi, jedna mi je glasnija od druge. Ove Super Mix 4 su ti još bolje od EML 6. Imaš sad nove. Možeš da naučiš nove s njihovog sajta.
Right now, it's looking like Myth, but you saw it, T1 making that bounce back, but I want to keep it going. I want to see some of the other squads. I want to get to that 16th place if we can, Tamash, because those squads are going to be fighting tooth and nail, and we had squads from Group A that are in...
Ove što sam vam pokazao Luka koristi. TML 6 su ranije koristili Luka i Nino. Nino sad koristi Moondrop. Neke skupe su baš, $400 fazom koštaju. A Luka koristi ove Super Mix 4.
These teams have had absolute poor days, and I mean they really have not gotten any points at all, Steve.
Koristim ML6, ma dobro, ne kažem samo kažem šta se ima. Sad možeš ti HyperX koristi, to radi posao.
No, I don't, because there's a couple of teams on the chase. In fact, JDG now at 51, Gen G at 53, those both are in that.
Svašta ima na marketu.
is Supers included. These guys have a very stressful minutes ahead of them. Full Sense is the second cutoff after Shadow.
A mislim da je Simgot sad najpopularniji, ili Moondrop, Moondrop je možda kvalitetniji.
Four separate teams jamming to try to get above that 60.
Dude, it's crazy, and they're all just right on the cusp. 51, 50, 48 points. Genji with 53. I mean, a sneeze.
A čak i Cloud2 kante nas prema 6. Ma dobro, stare su to. Ali dalje su ono, za te pare top. Ako ih više imaš gdje i kupiti ove nove što izlaze, to je sve, nije ni do koljena, ni stari.
That happens all the time. You lose 2 or 3 of those, and Nemesis is back in the hunt. So no one is there. There's like 4 teams not out of it, 5 if they get super lucky, but it is going to be a race here at the end.
But we're going to be keeping a close eye too on those teams earlier in those first pages, because if they go out early, it's just going to open up the door, and then we're going to start looking at not just Supers and not just Esports. But we're also going to start looking at Full Sense, at AGAL. Yeah. Those are teams that are currently at 61 points, and honestly, with the way it's currently looking, it could end up being a couple great matches from some of their squads from Group C and Group B, and pushing those teams out.
I agree. I think when we talk about there's a little bit of stressor for Geekay here. I think they need to come out, and I don't hope they don't play too defensive, but they only need like 3 points to sort of guarantee their advance. But that's kind of, for me, that's almost worst case scenario, because when you land, you're like, do I play this aggressive? Do I look for those 3 points?
How many times have we seen a team play safe, Steve, and it ends up being their downfall?
I agree. Never play safe. Never go full Duncan. You got to get out there and you got to do your best.
I mean,
jel ove imaš?
Yeah, bro, you're really. Last time it was a nothing burger. This time it's donuts.
Have you seen us?
I have. You know what?
Jebote, kako, ne znaš kako se zove slušao.
We are going to be heading into that final game, but now into the final game, right? We talked about those squads that need to clutch up here in the final game to actually do it. The thing is, we saw it earlier too. We saw it before this match. We see now some of the other squads start performing. Balkans, Famas consistently now getting towards the end of the game.
Ali mislim, Linus ulti je prodavnic, nije Mark.
You're saying today, an amazing day, the other squads, they might need to go for broke. I'm not saying hunt them down, but they need to keep an eye out for it.
You know what? I'd rather, Steve, see a team go for broke and just leave it all on the line than just play safe and then hope to goodness that they're going to get the points we need. That's not what makes champions. That's not what earning it here at EWC is all about.
Šta mislite, ko će proći? Ja mislim da će proći Nemesis i ova nova ekipa, kako se zove, super nešto. Ne vidim ko drugi može proći, iskreno. Ovi G8 ili kako se već zovu, B8, R8, ovi, baš su loši. Oni baš nemaju šanse. Ako bi rekao ko nema šanse, to oni. Čak i oni ako vinaju mogu proći, ali ne. Ne vidim da će to se desiti. Ovi su prošli više s Esports. Imaju 60 i nešto. Možda čak i 70 i nešto.
That leaderboard is going to be moving as we head to the final game of PUBG Battlegrounds at EW.
KZZS 10 Pro 2.
16 teams that are going to the
KZZS
finals. We're getting 8 teams going home.
Welcome to the reason why I love PUBG Esports. We've got 2 squads.
A da, pa ove sam i otvorio bio. I kakve su ti ove? Ne znam, prvi put vidim. Pa evo Mark KZ. Knowledge Zenith.
53 points, that's 15th and 16th respectively. Genji presently tied with Supers at 53 points.
Koliko para ovo košta?
A point one way or the other can dictate your destiny, and you've got Team Liquid looming large in the background after a crazy chase onto JDG in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important here that you kind of take that lesson that you learned from that previous game. If your team's like JDG, Genji, or even Nemesis, who needs to get deep into a game, who needs to, really have a big moment to try to get into that grand final.
Brate, ovo je, bukvalno imaš fizički EQ.
T1 even a little bit kind of sniffing out at that fight. So
Dobro izgleda.
a couple different teams that are out there just saying, we're going to try to deny you because we want to keep, potentially Shadow Esports in the next lobby.
25 ohma, nemaju veliku impedancu, za ovo ti ne treba booster možda. Šta koristiš? Cloud Vicu, jel? Nije neka impedanca. Može ovo da se pokrene lako. Dobre su.
Maybe a little bit of a fight over vehicles as Team Liquid is sending somebody right into the JDG drop.
Oh boy. That is Luke 12 there. Yep. Maybe just trying to steal a vehicle, actually. I mean, you could grab the one that's...
Dimo, da li će Nemesis da dobije 5. put shift? Hoće kurac. Nije ga niko dobio jebot. GK. Ali GK je prošao, ljudi. Koji je GK? Ne, GK je umro. Mislim, ali su negdje na granici ili su prošli. Eto, ne znam.
14.
Znači nisu još sigurni, ono 100%. Eto, izgleda da su giftani. SP, a gdje je SP? Ovaj Nance igra, brate, ne znam jesi pratio, baš dobro. Juče ili prekjuče prat, juče uza prat. Ili prvi dan, ne znam koji su one grupe bili. Ali koliko često bacao smeće zone, pa... Zato ja ne volim Erangel, zato navijam da se igraju 2 Tega i 2 Miramara. Sve te mape, i Tego ima vodu, ok, ali ti kroz vodu od Tega možeš da igraš, kroz onu rijeku možeš da voziš i tako, nije problem, ovdje ne možeš. I onda je baš RNG.
To anything to do with getting into the finals, but because Liquid, I think, is pretty keen on messing with JDG from what we've seen.
Really, JDG, I mean, they have to, their whole game, they're going to have a target on
Probavao sam sa G6, uzaš mi je bio.
Team Liquid, they're playing with points in the back. 68.
Da, ali znate šta je fazon? Vi ne treba da koristite te nativne equalizere, profile. Pravite svoj equalizer. Znaš, bukvalno imaš equalizer, skineš Google-a i štelaš svoj. Neđe sam ja kačio link na chatu, bukvalno za Pubg koju frekvenciju treba da boostaš, koju treba smanjiš. Uzeo sam vest, to dopali čini tek. Bravo. Čekaj, nije se li ja uz.
You're playing for the key crush spot, like at this point. So that's, I guess, maybe impactful, but
20 minuta mi još fali. Ljudi, gledajte na Kiku stream, ko ima Kik, gledajte ga na Kiku. Ako hoćete dobiti vest.
I'm with you on that. I liked everybody else because I'm like, oh yes, I agree with that. Oh, Uva, yes. Loki, absolutely. Shrimsy, interesting.
Pa claim ship. Jesam, nego hoću ovaj drop. Ne znam šta ovaj drop donosi.
Then you just pick your own teammates. I mean,
može se još nešto dobije, ne znam.
Exactly what Myth needed to push them into the top tier of Pubg Esports, but yeah, come on, bros. Come on.
A little bit more consistency on wins coming out. Myth might have, there's an argument for in the future or maybe right now they're the GOATs, but usually when you think of it, it's
you
like
gotta win a PGC. Gotta win a PGC.
That's what the OAT side of it is, right? As now most of our squads are starting to make more commitments into rotation positions, and this is going to be a very small circle given how much water is going to be in play. Sharper's just going to go full Navy right now. C1's got a 2-2 split.
Gabi, hvala Gabi.
DK's just going to be to the south of them. Myth's going to have the hillsides just the military base proper. Gam's going to go for bridge control, and 17's going to go for the ice chest over into the east.
You're my oath side.
Hey, I was trying hard not to make a joke about it. Thank you. People tend to forget about it. I'm always just matching.
Yeah, I mean that's like.
Ovdje sam mi normalni, kod se ovdje, ma Kik je mnogo bolji. Mnogo bolji, nema reklama, bolji kvalitet.
I think it's technically better long term.
I could have gone with Darth.
Darth? Oh, Darth Vader. That's actually good. Yeah. Okay, look, it's time for us to
all right. The Quaker Darth. All right, let's focus in on the game.
That's way better.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Rotates over to the east. Na'Vi, a little bit of a bridge camp. VC's got eyes on it. VC presently sitting in a good position. Na'Vi also in a good position, but I don't know if VC is going to make too much of a commitment onto this bridge camp. He's got multiple players already inside of vehicles, and that's a BRDM. So Simon might get some damage and a knock, but really just whatever he can find. If anything, that kind of lets Na'Vi rotate ahead of you, right?
I think really importantly here, we got to notice that JDG is in an emergency pickup, and there's not a ton that they have to work with. Thank you, observers. You're right on point today. You guys have been amazing. it's like the very southern compounds is basically what you have to work with if you drop onto the military island. But even that's a little bit of a gamble in this. So I think the good news here is for JDG, you've got out of that bad situation that Team Liquid's trying to put you in.
Nemam ti ništa za te komponente. Ovo za FIA, to mi drug prodaje. On od sponzora dobija dosta tih uređaja i onda poslije bukvalno daje džabe, brate. Taj FIO košta, koliko smo rekli, 180-190 evra, on ga daje ono za 100 evra, no potpuno.
You're going to have to go way south as JDG.
Ovako, ove komponente ne.
Are there any left on this road? Because if there's not, trying to make foot pushes out in this part of the map can be very, very difficult.
Ne boli šta je to? To ti je ovo amplifier, amduck combo za slušalice, za in-ears. Jer sve malo bolje sluške, kad ih utakneš samo u matičnu, ne rade na svoj puni potencijal, jer trebaju više struje, ajmo. I onda ti imaš te uređaje, amplifajere koji daju snagu sluškama, bukvalno. I koriste pun potencijal. To ti je ovo što je njima na stolovima, ovaj veliki boks, ovaj crni.
The circles could be absolutely brutal for these squads in the hunt now. If it goes north, two squads buying for...
Znači sve sluške koje ti nisu na USB-u, koje su ili na 3,5 ili na 6 mm ili na 4, sve ti trebaju taj amduck. Ako nešto uzmeš akumulator i prebrik. Kletvisti da vedete kuda se voze, brać.
Really important thing here, the fact that Team Liquid was barreling down on top of JDG forced out their emergency pickup really early, well before you'd want to. Now look at Nemesis. They are taking theirs, so they time it with the phase 2 pop, so they have a better idea of if this is going to be a 50-50 or not, so they can make a better edge.
Kod mene se to zvalo pojačalo, pa to ti je pojačalo, amplifier. S tim što nije samo pojačalo, nego imaš ovaj DAC, to ti je digital analog convert. On je zapravo zadužen za kvalitet zvuka i tako dalje.
I guess maybe just get a little bit more loot based off the timings, because remember they were next to Falcons, and Falcons making the wrap on Fairy Pier. Where are we going? Is it going to be
da, apsolutno, ako su sluške loše. Misliš, imaš ti amdakove od 100 eura, imaš od 200 eura, imaš od 1000 eura. Razlika je prosto u tome što skuplji ampovi, kad ih pojačaš na maks, ne razvaljuju zvuk. Kvalitet zvuka ostaje isti, samo postaje jači. Dok ovi jeftini potpuno ti razvale zvuk, čuješ distorziju i tako dalje. Ali za naše potrebe je ovaj od 200 evra apsolutno dovoljno. Čak i polovnju između stoji i dobar.
Couple of rotates, of course. Myth and Twisted are rotating near each other. VC also going to be over there, but we're kind of watching the rotates and the focal points for where people are going to be fighting for the cusp positions to qualify. Four Angry Men also going to be going for a big...
Audio 64 su mi najbolje sluške koje sam uzeo, ali su skupe. Ne znam koje su, pogledat ćemo poslije. Ne znam koje su Audio 64. Da li Nemesis ide u lobby?
Big shots come up. Cold gets a knock on the stage to start it all. And Nemesis, you're in trouble. You were fighting for survival. You needed some points, and instead you feed them to JD.
Idu oni kuć, ne lobby.
That is unbelievable. They go right to the worst spot.
Dobro play, nema šta.
Nikad Melmana ne otpisuju. Osim sad. To je to ode Nemesis. Dobar je, ljudi, staje na lanu, kvalitetan. 2 od 2, brat. Strašno.
17 with one player down, Sharper, and a lot of trouble on the outside of this, just watching their teammates fall.
Now you got to play salvage. There's no hope to get back to Kanawat. So the other two players need to just survive, and they coming out from that coast is really, really tricky. If the circle moves away from it,
ne znam, a brać ima milion tih firmi kineskih, nemam pojma, ja znam ove koje su mainstream i to je to. Sigurno je to sve okej. Ali ja da uzimo bili Simgot ili Moondrop i ništa. Zato što znam da su te provjereno dobre. Ove ostale moraš ima neku preporuku da bi uzeo ili nešto, znaš. Tako da ono, mogu biti jako dobre, samo ih ima previše i to je to. Ove Audije 64 nema šta je Audio 64, jeboga kru. Gdje ćeš da 1400 eura za slušalicu? 450, okej.
I was wondering what they were doing because they were out.
Ali to je baš skupo, brat. Iskreno, to je ono... Ne smije biti greške s njima.
Fortunately for these teams, so they don't have to worry about that too much more. And Genji going to be the last ones to the island party. And we'll see if they're able to find anything safe inside of the circle. It's not going to be easy to say the least. And there goes 4 AM. They're trying to drop in and you can see...
Baš vidim koje su. Jesu li to Audio 64, jesu li one in-earsice ili over-ears?
Kind of be somewhere to hide out in for the time being, but the size of this circle is going to make it scarier the faster this goes on and the longer it goes. Genji with their emergency pickup, not the options. So whenever we look at this,
da, to sigurno je dobro. Jevi ga, brate, tu obično ide u tom audio svijetu koliko para, toliko muzike, s tim što moraš znat koliko muzike je dosta za tebe. I preko čega samo bacaš pare, jer u jednom trenutku, pogotovo za Pubg koji radi na 4 audio kanala, samo overkillaš stvari, ono. Ali zato ako igraš više igara, onda recimo Apex Legends ili Valorant ili tako nešto je, što ima dosta bolji zvuk, Ark Riders, onda se to, tu tek vidiš kvalitet.
Curdy will take down Raining in response, but as the UI is there for a bit of safety, hopping around the seats, Cowboy also on the scene.
Well, this is a problem with this firefight going on as loud and heavy as it is in the northern section. Genji is going to see that first. Know that they can't drop off in the northern section. Instead, they're going to probably pull down in the south, where Falcons just made landfall.
Ja sam uzeo zbog escape, onako je ozbiljan sound.
So dicey over there is Team Liquid still just trying to fight. Get this one out. Heather's going to be on the side of it, seeing if he can get the better of Cowboy, but it's just going to be too big of a crossfire.
Ja imam, ove moje su Sennheiser 600...
But this is the circle that we're
looking at. 560 ili 650S, mislim 650S, tako. Ili 560S, ne znam tačno sad model. Ali tek kad sam ušao u Ark Ridere, shvatio sam koliko je zapravo siromašan zvuk u Pubg.
Getting tagged. Gustav there can't maintain his footing. He's actually going to drop down, parachuting through. Going to match Bean there. Bean takes a bunch of damage on the dropping. It's going to be Trimsy who catches him.
That's one down. The others did at least manage to touch the ground, but it's going to be very hard to play over here. More is now coming out. Don't know exactly where they're going to be going. Sharper still clinging to life over here as at least Genji has their backs into a safe position.
C2 one stare su god, jesu za stare igre, znaš, ali one su baš limitirane. Znaš, one ti dalje funkcionišu za Pubg i za... Ne znam da li za CS2 rade, vjerovatno. Cloud dvojice one stare, to su brutalne sluške. Ali za taj period, jel? Jevi ga. Ovo sad ćemo pričati na next level. Gle zone jebote. I sad skontajte da je Nemesis fighto JDG.
Heather can continue to put in work. He's a one-man army in and of themselves, but Nate is going to finish him out. Team Liquid has to make a path down. JDG, DK both have to get into a circle that's going to be really open, man. This is what I've been seeing for so long.
This is really scary. I know, it is pretty funny. It's so slow, dude. It takes forever to get there. But this is so scary for Genji. You're going to see that coming. You're like, there's nothing we can do about this.
Twisted. They're going to run right into Falcon's positioning. If any of those kills. Yes, Soul does get the flush.
Example.
Gets the knock on to Tiggleton. Can we see Genji find any of this? No, the angles are wrong as R8's also coming in this angle.
Oh my god, and that's Super's out. That's Genji in the 16th.
Ispali su super, jel, ili nisu još? Što pričao?
Shockingly, example, going to try to set up some smokes to keep himself obscured.
Nisu imaju još dva igrača.
Falcons trying to get into a position to do something about it, but Shrimzy getting lit up by RA.
Ispašće, da. Osim ako ova dva ne napravi neki haos. A Genji je 16. dobio centar, jebote. JDG solo, mana je JDG out.
One player up, and they have to run through Gam as well as GK. GK is going to go for the wrap down into the lower section. That's where Navi's at. That's where 4 Angry Men and Myth are all going to be at. That's going to be a hellacious run. Can December 12th even survive to find anything else as Gam and Tanvu keeps looking his direction?
He's looking for Luke 12. He wants that point so desperately. He's going to get the spot onto him. Not sure if he's going to claim it. Hakatori is going to fall to EJ. GK should be good to go at this point.
Oh, everything's stacking up. Myth finding more points. That's going to be big. But where do you go other side of this one? 4 Angry Men just kind of caught in the middle of it all. Still just trying to see if anything for JDG. Can they find a way into the circle?
The circle is probably the furthest thing from his mind. No. He is just going to camp Luke 12 here. That is all this is. He wants this point so desperately and just has to hope that somehow, some way, Genji doesn't get anything else, but he's out in the open, and he's done. Luke 12 has him out.
It finishes how it started, with Team Liquid getting the last stab onto JDG, who falters into 17th place. 4 Angry Men also going to go down into that 23rd positioning. So, now then, eyes back up. It's going to see how much more can we get. Genji holding on to that 6th place position is going to be a little fine, but Sharper with just 2 players up, how many more points can they find?
You would think not many. They're in a very awkward spot where they're very spread out on the coast, but who knows, with the new circle settings, anything is possible. Park Pro going to get tagged up by Kiss. Kiss using the edge of this US to take a peek at what's going on with GK in front of him. Yeah, a bunch of shots ring out in his direction. Is BC going for a lift over there? Yeah, the circle's garbage. I mean, it is straight garbage.
It's still 50% water over here. Genji going to be in the center of it. GK is going to make the wrap down on top of Myth, and Myth is in some trouble. VC needs some more, but this is all low side of the hill, so nobody actually inside the circle can get involved.
Oh, GK probably comfortable now into that grand finals. Just looking to try to barricade Myth, do a little bit of damage to our top team from the group stage. See if they can finish them off cleanly. Grenade gets up there, does some damage. The follow-up from Sungjong, he's going to be peppered, but he is going to find the mark.
These kills buying so much breathing room, and that is going to be GK continuing to climb, now jumping over 17 in their positioning. Car's going to be rained down in front of him. Gam just having to make a send into the circle. It's going to be right next to the BRDM that Navi's been trying to use for some form of safety. They're pretty close to the center of the circle, but it's going to be a tree, and that's about all she got. Tanvu's got some solutions for the problem in front of him, though.
Nice shot there, doing some geometry, and he's got a Mark 14 to boot. This is looking like a nice moment for Tanvu. He's going to get that BRDM for his team, too. This looks like another Gam hold the center of the circle despite all the odds and come through with some big points, some maybe even a win this time.
I want to point out that we also do have Lou that's out swimming in the water right now. Well, R8 are trying really hard to kill him. So if you see any sweatiness happening from Twisted Minds, it's just Lou swimming, an example right next to Falcons.
Bro's like, I gotta get the laps in, you know? We gotta get that exercise in.
He's got control over 50% of this circle swimming right now.
He's like, I just got here. I gotta practice my swimming. You know, it's really important for the later stages of this as GK going to be slamming into the edge of the circle. They're going to have enough of a ridge here that they cut themselves off from Gam's sight line. Right now, Vicious and 17, though, are going to have some angles into this, so they're going to have to just get down on the ground and hunker.
We're in a hippie game right now as everybody's up just tree hugging, trying to find some form of safety. VC, no angles of approach over there. Simon's going to get instantly dropped, but where else are you going to go? Maybe try to go a little bit further south, but that's just going to be even closer to GK. Maybe krenuli sa IPM na ostrovo.
Ali ustrala ih zona.
Zona 3 zatvara, brate. I oni su krenuli tek tad na ostrovo.
Da, ali ih je ustrala zona. Zona uvodu jebot. Pola zone uvodu.
Gdje su landali, oni su vjerojatno tamo na coast landali.
Ma na coasta. Vi, pa vidiš ih na minimapi dolje, vidiš da je desno.
Da.
Bukvalno su landali na stijene i eto tu je centar zone.
Izgleda kao da svaki put sad kad je zona kod vode da su uvijek neke stene u igri, brate.
Da. Ne znam, dosta je RNG, ali zanimljivo.
Ali kao shifta prema... Zanimljivo je, da. Samo ova zona je baš trash.
Zanimljivo je gledat, igrat je pa kao bleo.
Da.
Bukvalno je 60% more. Gle lua. Gle lua. Lu dobio, jel za ovo dobio vizu je, men?
Evo pogled, ponovo centrira i ovo se uvijek dešava, jesi primetio?
Dosta se
kao da
dešava, da.
centrira uvijek jebene stene kod vode.
I tu ti je bukvalno jedino pravilo da centar mora biti na kopnu. I sad, ako je milimetar na kopnu, okej. Ko sad? I sad ti kako Genji da izgubi, ja ne znam. Baš moraju prodati. I sad lik koji je kolo...
Ali ovi koji su kod stena, oni uvijek mogu da se pušaju, tako da opet naš zanimljivo, nemam pojma.
Da.
Jer ti kao stene možeš pušati sa svih strana, brate, non stop naš kao je neki.
Pula je ovoga kako je živ, Thunders. Jo, pa ovi imaju tanka. Ovi Expendables.
Tam ukro od koga od Exempla, jel?
Suddenly Thunder's position is terrible because 17's up on top of that rock and wasn't right down on top of him.
He's dead.
So Earth's going to go back into swimming, see if he can use the distraction that GK is providing to maybe survive just a wee bit longer.
Znači ne može niko, samo Genji, jel da?
GK is doing a good job on, I guess, distracting enough.
Iskontaj ti da ljudi koji su 16 je neka ekipa iz grupe A. I sad braća sjede, tresu se, hoće li Eros ili SP.
I vide ove shiftove,
Znači ovaj SP samo treba da umre. I ispali su. I ne umire lik, jebote. A ne, dvojica su, gdje je ovaj drugi? A, onaj drugi pliva. Ali nema šanse, vrte, on treba da izvuče 56 poena. Znači mora da izvuče 5 poena. Znači ovaj što pliva mora izvuče 5 na placement. Da bi prošli. A Erosa, jebote, Erosa može vinat. Jel može vinat? Jebote, Erosa može prođe. Nemaš. Nema bodova.
Well, we've been looking at everything. We do have Myth, of course, cemented into first place position, but R8 actually moving up into 20 seconds. So a bit of climb. No, Earth! You've been spotted!
Oh, no.
This could be the end.
There you go.
52 points. Does the redneck fishing get him? No. No, he's just got to keep...
Survive.
Go.
Survive.
Use Genji as cover.
Yeah. Use the team that's ahead of you in the standings. It'll work, surely. How does he find a cove?
He's got himself a little cubby to hide in.
No.
Ne seri, bre.
Do you want to ruin his day? Actually, no.
Spušta se lik.
I mean, Wenbo is going to go try to fish this out. Earth should hear this.
Yeah.
He's got an AK.
Well,
That's a decent gun, but no, he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to stick around.
I mean, he can just keep going aquatic. A couple of shots. The water is going to eat enough, but... Okay, how well are you going to cook this? Nade looks like it's on trajectory. Oh, doesn't get a lot more, but...
Piješ iz Roni jebote. Jo, voda ga spasila.
Run away! Continue to get to safety as it is just...
Earth is the last airbender here. He's using water, fire, everything.
Jebote, zamisli da lik dobije 5 na placement. Znači, on mora bude treći da bi prošli.
What are they shooting at? It's not me.
Pogledaj majke ti ovo.
Ne, koji je sad? Ne, shvatali se ga. Ne znam ko je 16, ko je 16? E sad imamo da li Erosa može da... Koliko je? Koji su sada? Sad su 5.
Genji's got a great position. Can they take the last game on top?
Znači ima još 7 poena na placement opcaju plus killovi. Ja mislim da ne mogu da... I da Vinaju ne mogu preći.
They've still got a lot of players up in control of the South.
Genji losing players here and there, so that might have afforded Lu the opportunity to make landfall and try to find a way up here. Not exactly sure if he's going to have a spot. Yeah, he definitely does have some room in this circle to find a way up for sure. Teddy doing some nice shooting there. Tanmu goes for the spin, but will
Halo.
sent out.
O, moj, Teddy, brat, se tresi.
It's unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. He has a P90. There was a crate out in the water that he went and got.
Just PUBG things sometimes. I love it. All right, Gam, 17 up to the north, and it is R8 now that's getting the focus of everybody. Tian is going to get the knock on a Hong F. So 17's going to leapfrog up. Tian's going to go and try to get the res on a Winbow, and now Lu is looming on the rocks below it all. I don't even know if it does he have it? Yeah, he has a path up from there. I think it's a little bit more to
Pa kak, 14 poena im treba.
Do you think he uses Fruit of the Loom underwear?
Oh. See, I was going to go with he's opting for...
Nema šanse. Bukvalno i da vinaju ne mogu. Znači imaju 11 poena u optica. A treba im 14 minimum.
I like that. I like that one. Yours is a little less crude than mine.
I'm just having flashbacks. So, what was it, Evermore over here in these rocks? I think
yeah.
Years upon years ago.
Years ago. Yeah, that is old PUBG. Love it. I love it. Well, I think this should be R8's game. I think. But
how much
hard
can
to
they
say.
Get? I mean, yeah, they're not going to qualify.
No,
it,
I don't think that's possible.
That's a big come up at the end.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be 48. Plus, they can get another 6 points. Well,
maybe if they kill.
You know
everybody,
what? Actually, wait a minute.
I'm trying to do the math on this 5, and then we got another 9.
They can get 6 more points, if I'm not mistaken. I think they could do this. But they have to get all the kills.
They have to get all of the kills.
I think there's like, they can't pass Gen G, but they can pass. They can maybe pass Shadow. No, wait, no.
Yeah,
no, they can't. They can't. They can't. No.
Trying to do the
it's not possible. Not possible. Not possible. I just did it. I hate doing caster math. I absolutely hate it. It's the worst thing in this job, trying to figure stuff out on the fly. It's not possible. I'm like 90% sure. Because I think the most they can get is 11 more points, and.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where the cut lines were. So
it's 55, so they can't. They're 1 point short. Sad. I thought you had me hoping for a moment. I'm like,
oh, that flush that happened a second ago. Yep. Whenever they got the knock and it was stolen away. Oh, man. All right, well, that being said, R8 trying to wipe everybody is also going to be pretty hard.
Isto braća kopaju.
17 are closer to each other than anybody else, and I feel like Lu may
Daj, nek pusti celu tabelu.
So while all the caster math could be a thing, the factors are really the teams are too close to each other for R8 to get much. Whoa!
Mislim da ima na sajtu cela tabela, već. Al kasnije računanje bodova baš. Ali bez obzira 16. ekipa je A grupa, tako da imaju isto koliko i juče.
As it is going to be them over into the northwest. Down in the southeast, it's going to be R8 and good old Lu living the beach life.
Wenbo's trying to see where exactly Lu is, and then he's going to reposition up to the high ground. He takes a little bit of damage from the blue to do so, and he can't really sit there too much longer. This has to be kind of clean, can be kind of tricky.
Jebo tog ću bizona.
And this is so great for Lu. You know, he's kind of jet lagged, having just arrived. He doesn't have to pull his trigger too much. He just gets to kind of watch what's going to be going on. 17, if they play along the rocks, going to have their own problems. Ooh, blue zone going to take.
Ubila ga zona, bet šta radi lig, a bukvalno se viđalo da će da umre od zone.
Uh-oh, Tian, he's spotted.
Not like this.
Don't peek up there, Lu.
No, don't do it.
I mean, there's so many players in front of you. You got to go for it. MT wanted to go for Lu, but he's just trying to hold his breath down there. And can he?
Šta mislite kako se R8 sad osjeća? Braća ginu da ubiju Lua, a nisu svjesni da i svinom ne mogu dalje. Očito su svjesni pošto se ne raduju. Ja bi ga, dečaci, niste zaslužili, ali svaka čast ovinu. Nisu zaslužili da prođu, realno.
Crazy circle to end on. I mean, just so many teams having to make really calculated gambles. You know, you're trying to wait each other out. You're trying to wait who's going to be that last team to go for that emergency pickup. And believe it or not, Gen G is. And they somehow, some way, were forced to go to the coast, which normally you would think, well, that's not great. You're probably done from there. But the circles.
Blue Sharon.
I know.
They wanted it so bad. R8 on a climb of their own. A lot of these
390 poena. Ne znam koliko je Salu donio, bi imali 90.
So hard. And now they have their dreams dashed as this is our squad. Bottom of the leaderboard and 4 angry men. I'll say unexpected.
NG je prošao, jes?
has kind of been able to accomplish so far this year. I thought they were a good shout to at least get into the grand finals.
Ja, dobili su sad zonu, nije bilo šanse da ne prođe.
Kind of come to some of these international events and live up to expectations, live up to the hype.
Ladno su ljudi od juče, koliko, daj da vidimo, 64, ja mislim.
A little bit of sadness for JD Gaming because they were trying there at the end, but it was just everybody and everything uniting against him. And I will say this, for anybody that plays in PUBG, if you're like, oh, well, people were bullying this...
Shadow Esports.
It's so unfair. Every single player in a battle royale will tell you, if I didn't get the points
55, ma nije ovo dobro.
Didn't qualify, I should have got them early.
Yep, no. Every player will tell you that there were points they left on the table in other games that they should have had. And that's why they
ne mogu imati 55 poena.
In a position in that
to juče tim, nisu danas igralo.
Znam da nisu, to njih i tražimo, pošto su danas 15, nije ovo dobro. 16. ekipa nije grupa B i C, 16. ekipa je grupa A. I po tome je Shadow Esports 16. 55. Nemoguće da je 16 bilo 55, brat. Nema šanse. Genji je bio 15 i sa 60. Nije dobro.
Kind of started to focus on JDG there, actually made things really uncomfortable for JDG and put them into some bad decisions that they had to make.
Nije, ali nije danas 16. Znači 16 nije danas. Razumeš? Znači tablica za danas ti ide 15 pa 17. 16 se ne vidi. Znači danas je 16 neko koji je igrao juče. Či A grupa.
Kind of much more for Earth. I think Lou was vibing.
I sad po ovoj njihovoj tablici 16 je Shadow Esports sa 55, a ne može biti 55 16. mjesto, nema šanse.
I like both. It's hard to pick.
Different vibes at different times.
That's right.
Čim ima šanse, ali onda je Rosom baš bio blizu.
You can see the sadness in the eyes of those that just a little bit too late.
Just so close. I mean, now you're going to look at this and you were 3 points away from Shadow at the end of this as R8. Like, again, they're going to be kicking themselves. They're points they should have had in previous games. Yep. I think back to that last Tego where they maybe could have got a few more points, you know, if they were able to take a better fight against VC or Falcons or something like that, where it could have been a very different story.
And it was
Shadow 15 iz 55. Pa je li moguće su ljudi s 55 prošli jebot?
Running amok on lobbies, Navi finding successes all over the place, Twisted having playing with their coach and having a phenomenal day one. So many points that were just denied by these guys, having a massive climb. Double the points of the squads.
Da, i to je Genji je sad imao 60, koliko sam ja vidio. Znači na kraju je trebalo 55, brat.
Grand finals, Gam as well, just kind of keeping on. Not the most explosive performance from them, but still very steady stuff, and they're able to make some tough situations work, to have some really cool highlight moments. Corey's had a cool one with the Panzer earlier today.
Okay, well, we have seen the sadness in the eyes of the squads, but now it is time to throw it to Myth and Barney, as they're going to crush their keys and their dreams.
Oh, words couldn't be truer. Crushing keys, crushing dreams.
Cool sense.
Quick conversation here with Myth. Congratulations for such a dominant group stage. I just want to quickly ask you guys, how do you feel about the team's performance?
Pa 60 isto kao Genji.
Is it all good, or were there things to still work on ahead of tomorrow?
Mi smo bili 5. Falcons i 6 i s isto bodova.
ผลงานตอนนี้แล้วก็เพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกว่ามันดีแล้ว
292
เพิ่มไหมครับ
ก็คิดว่ามันดีแล้วครับผมแต่ว่ามันยังดีได้อีกครับ
6.
Yeah, I think that's it's good but not good enough. There's still something that has to be working on.
Okay, well, fingers
crossed. A gdje gledaš ti to?
Tomorrow the stakes do get higher. Everything resets as well. So how are you guys going to stay focused and stay composed going into the grand finals?
Kontajte da Virtus i Falcons imaju isto placementa i isto killova. I na EVC sajtu su 5 i 6.
เราจะทำยังไงกันบ้างฮะกับพรุ่งนี้รู้สึกว่ามันกดดันบ้างไหม
หรือว่าimaju 85, what the fuck.
ก็ยังคงต้องทำให้ดีเหมือนเดิมครับกดดันก็อาจจะเพิ่ม
Pa negdje nije dobro.
Yeah, of course, that's gonna be a
Znači Virtus i Falconsi na EVC sajtu imaju 85.
to keep moving on.
Na Twire'u Falcons imaju bod više.
I mean, it feels like quite a somber
Jedan kill više imaju Falcons.
right now. However, now is the time to celebrate, okay? Because you've placed the top spot in the group stage, so follow me, gentlemen. This is time for the fun bit. Come on over here, come on over. And I want you to climb up here, mind your feet, no tripping. Let's get up here. Welcome to the Crusher. Step on up. Okay. So you're going to crush some hopes, crush some dreams, and crush 8 keys of the eliminated teams from the group stage. And so, first and foremost, can I get you please to press that button?
รบกวนกดปุ่มด้วยครับ
Kako su retardirani, majku ti jebem. Pritisnite to dugme, krute jebo u pičku.
Okay. Now, Jacob, I would like you to gently pull on this and say goodbye to the keys. Is there anything you would like to say to the eliminated teams?
Ali dobra fora, ljudi.
ที่เราจะส่ง the key ของทุกทีมลงไปนะครับผมมีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมที่ตกรอบบ้างครับ
ไม่เป็นไรครับผมรายการหน้ายังมีนะครับผมเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับ
GG nice try hope to see you guys in the next tournament
Okay, GG, nice try.
Sai,
Jacob,
to pečenie
it's time to
vzadia.
pull on that lever. 3, 2, 1, go for it. Woo! And that right there crushed 8 keys out of the tournament, and now just 16 remain in the competition.
A dobra fora, ljudi, sviđa mi se.
3 days it has been, but we got the grand final starting.
Jadan Lina što je plivo 54 mobro, pa ja sam to baš malo prije komentarisao koliko je zapravo koliko su zapravo bili blizu. I jedni i drugi, i R8 i ovaj što je plivo iz Super Esports ili kako ovaj se zovu.
A šta radi sada vamo, nisam gledao od početka.
Gdje?
Šta vam vrti?
A ne vrti, nego kao imaš 8 pločica, svaka pločica ključ kao, jel? Predstavlja jedan tim i sad eliminisani su s turnira, oni su pricali dugme i usisali ih, ono. Vjerojatno će za finale biti tu 16 ovih i onaj koji vina 15 će da ih ubaci unutra.
Gentlemen, going into this grand final, of course, last year we had it extremely close. It was down to the wire, the very last game. Twisted Minds was able to take it. I'm going to start with Shrimzy first. How do you think Twisted Minds here in 2026 is going to fare in the grand final?
I mean, they better put their coach back in because they had no points today, so it's not looking good for Lou, you know. But maybe put the tab back in, put him on an EMT, and they'll be good to go.
The same question, how do you think Falcons may do in this grand final?
Well, they're from the weakest team from Americas in the Pubg history, and also the weakest team in TPP, only playing LAN tournaments because of GPD. But I wish them luck still.
That was unexpected. Okay. Well, that is definitely one way to start things off. Overall, though, you guys were fighting in this last game as well. Any kind of final thoughts on that last game?
It's all slop. Everything's slop. You know, we're just trying to get points out here. We're down bad.
Batulins, I guess same question. Example was around for a while. Lou was doing some good swimming. Are we going to see more of that in the final?
Well, I mean...
Na Twire Falcons i da, gledali smo to sad. Negdje je greška, ili na sajtu, ili EVC, ili neko računao nešto pogrešno.
Just a little bit. Yeah, but it's still fine. Yeah, not the best day from us, but like we are in the finals, and that's the most important thing.
What do you think the chances are for a back-to-back Twisted Minds EWC victory here?
Yeah, it would make sense. We are a pretty good team.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So final question here for you, Shrimzy, before we kind of move on as well. Obviously, Falcons, there's a lot riding on you guys. You are obviously the defending club champions and how all that goes. Do you think that there's going to be a significant number of points here? Obviously, you've got Gustav now in. We've had him, you know, throughout the PGSs and stuff like that. Is this the roster to be able to take you to number one?
Of course, it's EWC, and we always show up in these events, the big events, except for PGC sometimes. But yeah, we're feeling good. I think we made a little bit of a statement today, you know. We were on the edge a little bit, and we got good points, and we're here to win, so we're going to do that.
There you go. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Hey, shake hands. May the best man win in the final, of course. These two teams, alongside 14 others, will be going head-to-head in that grand finals. It is going to be a banger here across the next 3 days.
Da, onda je ovdje greška. Znači, ako na stream piše 86, onda je na sajtu greška. Dobro, svejedno je, šta, nebitno je. 5, 6, 1, 16. Bitno je su tamo.
Exactly what I wanted to hear out of this, players. We're done with the group stages. We know which teams are going to be moving forward, and I can't wait to see what those finals are going to be like.
You know, we don't always get smack talk. James Kalaris was shocked that Shrimsy went so hard on him, but he's right. I mean, it seemed like Lou spent the whole night flying and the whole day swimming, and then the rest just running, because he didn't really have that big of an impact. But it doesn't matter. It's Twisted Minds, and you know what? The good news is the scores reset tomorrow, and that means everyone has to do it again from the jump.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Batulans. I think, you know, Twisted Minds is just a pretty good team at this point now. I think they're just human now. I don't think they're that great.
just give them extra time.
And
I'm still going back to what you guys told me. Slow starters, so that's what I'm going to go with. If not, I mean, we heard him say that it could, maybe their coach could be put in.
Listen, I'm willing to do some more roasting, okay?
Go for it.
4 a.m. I think they got 4 points today. It's in the moniker of the name. Listen, China came here with 5 teams, okay? Only one of them made it to the grand finals, and that's going to be 17. So, China, where are you at?
Yeah, well, I mean, on their way to the airport, I guess is the answer.
I guess so.
I will say, I do want to give props to a team that really impressed me here on the back end, and that was R8. This is a team that had 10 points coming in today, and they busted their backsides, man. They came out 42 on the day. For a couple of players that a lot of people don't really know that well outside of maybe Teddy, they were fighting tooth and nail right up to the last moment, and you saw them gutted because they were only 4 points from passing Shadow and getting that qualification spot.
And talking about Shadow, baby. Shadow Esports, I get a chance. I was the only, well, actually, to be fair, you know what, Toffees, you got me on that hype train. You were like, Shadows? I think they might end up surprising us. Boy, did they end up surprising us as they were able to qualify with those 55 points.
You know, I said if they had a good first day, it opened the door for them to make that run. And I did say, I thought I was skeptical about day 2. It could be the worst day of their competitive career, and it wasn't a great one for them. But today is now the best day of their competitive career because they did enough yesterday to make it into the top 16, which means they get to play with the big dogs when it comes to the final.
And regardless of what happens in the finals, whether they do really well and surprise us there or they kind of flounder, the point is they're going to get a lot of experience, and that is so important. Coming into a tournament like this with stacked teams, the best teams in the world, the opportunity, the prize pool that they're playing for here, it is just incredible. To see them going into the grand finals, I think is a truly special thing, and they really need to cherish it regardless of the outcome that happens for them.
They do, and the beautiful thing is that when we go to finals, you guys said it, the leaderboard is going to reset. Everybody's going to be starting off at 0. We are going to have 3 wonderful days.
Andrijana, pozdrav Andrijana.
I can't wait to see what else we're going to be seeing. And before
Ljudi, poslije ovog intervjua gasim stream. U 6 igramo ranked timski, tako da ćemo to streamat, Redline ranked u 6 sati. Pa ćemo paliti live.
You know, a team that I'm going to have my eye on, I've watched them all year. I've said I think that they are the future of Pubg is going to be Na'Vi. They came out today. They put up some big numbers. They worked really hard. I think they ended up in 3rd place at the end of it all. And they are a team that, like, they, even when their backs against the wall, seem to be able to cut loose and go for those crazy 1v2, 1v3 point salvages, but also know when to hold back and wait for the right moment. I respect the patience as well as the punching power.
I love the way Na'Vi plays their macro. I am a little worried that they're not.
Wave.gg and create your account by typing in your email and password. Check your inbox to verify your email. Next step is to connect your game account by typing in your in-game nick. That's it. Just play ranked. Win some, lose some. We count it all. Check your standings on ladder, compete and earn. Analyze your replays and track your improvements. Only on eWave.